If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, What is happening? In the bathroom, a distressed 10-year-old boy with spiky brown hair and enchanting golden brown eyes found himself engulfed in excruciating pain. His entire body seemed to ignite, as if consumed by an unbearable fire, while an intense itching sensation coursed through every inch of his skin. With a grimace etched on his face, he hunched over the sink, tears streaming down his flushed cheeks. The torment intensified as he struggled to catch his breath, coughing violently. To his astonishment, his cough seemed to expel something otherworldly, a mixture of embers and clumps of ash that erupted forcefully, leaving their mark on the pristine mirror and counter. Wisps of smoke billowed from his quivering lips, further evidence of the extraordinary events unfolding. Fighting against the relentless pain, the boy mustered the strength to lift his gaze and meet his reflection in the mirror. His ordinarily gentle eyes were now ablaze with an ethereal green glow, a stark contrast against his tear-streaked face. As he continued to cough, each convulsion brought forth a new wave of embers, each spark a testament to the strange phenomenon enveloping him. The boy's pain-stricken face contorted with confusion and distress. "What's happening to me?" he cried out. As he looked down at his arm, a remarkable transformation began to take place. A stunning crimson gauntlet, forged from glowing red energy, emerged from his flesh. To his amazement, a green orb shone from the back of his hand. Suddenly, a deep, echoing voice sounded in his head. "You have awakened me at last, my new host," it boomed. Wide-eyed and bewildered, Issei asked, "What? Who said that? Where are you?" "I am sealed within you, young one," the voice responded with a resolute strength. "I reside within the Longinus boosted gear, a sacred artifact intrinsically linked to your very soul. My name is Ddraig, the mighty red dragon emperor." Issei's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind struggling to grasp the enormity of the revelation. Longinus boosted gear? What does that even mean? And why does it feel like my entire body is engulfed in flames? He demanded, his voice tinged with a mixture of confusion and concern. He gazed at his left arm, now adorned with the crimson gauntlet. The voice within him, identified as Ddraig, emanated a commanding presence as it patiently unraveled the truth. "You, child, are the vessel through which my power has been reborn. The intense sensations surging through your being are the manifestation of your role as the host to a celestial dragon," Ddraig elucidated, his words carrying both wisdom and gravity. Issei's mind raced, trying to process the incredible weight of his newfound existence. A mixture of astonishment and trepidation swirled within him as he contemplated the immense destiny now thrust upon his shoulders. Dragon. Dragons aren't supposed to exist. What is this thing on my arm? Issei retorted, his voice laced with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. A luminous crimson glow enveloped his arm, emphasizing the mysterious power that now resided within him. Ddraig's voice resonated with a sense of urgency and authority. "I will provide the answers you seek, but first, you must gain control over your newfound power," the dragon urged. "Calm your emotions, steady your breathing, and focus on regaining your composure. Visualize returning to your ordinary self within the depths of your mind, and your magical essence shall retract, returning under your command." Issei, a surge of determination coursing through his veins, took a deep breath and attempted to heed Ddraig's guidance. Despite the whirlwind of emotions and the surreal circumstances surrounding him, he summoned every ounce of willpower to find inner calm. With closed eyes, he concentrated on restoring his sense of self, imagining his body free from the intense energy that currently consumed him. Desperation drove Issei to gather every ounce of focus, his determination overriding the throbbing pain. He visualized himself returning to his normal state, desperately yearning for relief. To his astonishment, his mental effort yielded tangible results. Gradually, the fiery red gauntlet dissipated, fading away from his arm. His eyes, once consumed by an otherworldly glow, regained their natural color. The searing torment that had tormented him for what felt like an eternity finally subsided. With a renewed sense of stability, Issei shifted his gaze towards the mirror, relief washing over him. Although the gauntlet had vanished, a faint green circle lingered on the back of his left hand, a lingering reminder of the extraordinary encounter he had just experienced. In a calm and measured tone, Ddraig's voice echoed within Issei's consciousness. "Impressive. You handled that better than most hosts. Many would have unintentionally wreaked havoc while attempting to understand our shared power. Remember, it is your will that drives it, shaping its potential and influence." Issei's gaze fixated on the mesmerizing green circle, his mind racing with a mixture of disbelief and incredulity. "So, you're saying I'm your host? You're actually inside me?" he questioned, his voice filled with a blend of confusion and awe. "But why me? I'm just a kid. What's a dragon doing inside of me?" Ddraig's voice, resonating with a sense of ancient wisdom, sought to assuage Issei's concerns. "Calm yourself, young one," he advised, his tone soothing yet commanding. "Dragons such as myself do not have the luxury of choosing our hosts. We are bound to the sacred gear, and when the previous host perishes, the gear seeks out a new vessel. The selection process is beyond our control. It matters not who you were before this, fate has chosen you to carry my power within." Issei's mind grappled with the weight of the revelation, struggling to come to terms with the incredible responsibility thrust upon his young shoulders. The notion of being a host to a legendary dragon defied all logic and reason, yet the undeniable presence of Ddraig within him testified to the extraordinary nature of his newfound destiny. Issei's curiosity persisted, prompting him to seek further understanding. "So, you're a dragon, but why is a dragon confined within a sacred gear? And what exactly is a sacred gear anyway?" he inquired, his voice tinged with a mix of wonder and confusion. Ddraig, with the patience of an ancient being, proceeded to enlighten him. "Sacred gears are divine gifts bestowed upon humans by God Himself. They possess the power to enact miracles in the world. There exist thousands of these sacred gears, and they are highly coveted by both angels and devils alike," Ddraig elaborated, his voice carrying a tone of reverence. "Your particular sacred gear is no ordinary one, Issei. It is known as a Longinus, a unique and godly type of sacred gear. Only 13 of them are said to exist. Yours specifically is the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, commonly referred to as the Boosted Gear," the dragon continued, unraveling the mystique surrounding Issei's extraordinary artifact. Issei listened intently, absorbing this newfound knowledge about the sacred gears and the exceptional nature of his own. Each word from Ddraig stirred a mix of intrigue, excitement, and a dawning awareness of the profound role he now played in a world filled with celestial powers. Chapter 2, He is Real. Issei stood in stunned silence, his mind struggling to grasp the magnitude of what he had just heard. "God, the one floating around in the clouds, he's real," he uttered, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Ddraig's response was resolute and unwavering. "Yes, indeed. God exists. Regrettably, it was in the midst of my clash with the divine that I found myself sealed within your sacred gear. I am Ddraig, the Welsh Dragon, and to the world at large, I am recognized as one of the 2 celestial dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor," he explained patiently, his voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Issei's eyes widened, his comprehension struggling to keep pace with the revelations unfolding before him. You actually fought against God?" he stammered, his voice a mix of astonishment and fascination. A sense of pride permeated Ddraig's response. "Indeed. Neither angels, demons, nor even gods can rival the might of the heavenly dragons. Albion and I stand above even the esteemed 5 great dragon kings. And now, as my host, this power is yours to command as well," he declared, imbuing his words with a profound sense of shared strength and purpose. Perplexed by the mention of Albion, Issei couldn't help but inquire further. "Who is Albion?" he questioned, his curiosity driving him to seek a deeper understanding of the dragon's ancient rivalry. Albion is the counterpart to my existence, the White Dragon Emperor, Ddraig explained, his voice holding a hint of intensity. He, along with his own chosen host, will one day seek you out for a battle. It is an eternal feud between us, woven into the fabric of our beings. It is crucial that you master the power of the boosted gear and prepare yourself for that fateful encounter. Issei's head spun with a mix of bewilderment and uncertainty. I'm still so lost. I don't understand any of this, he admitted, shaking his head in frustration. Ddraig's voice softened, offering reassurance amidst the chaos. Fear not, Issei. I will provide you with all the answers in due time. But for now, our focus should be on training you and keeping your newfound power concealed. Ddraig's words were abruptly cut off by a resounding pounding at the bathroom door. Issei. What on earth are you doing in there? What's that smell? Who are you talking to? I'm coming in. The boy's mother's voice boomed with a mix of concern and frustration, seeping through the hallway outside. Issei's eyes widened in panic, realizing the precariousness of his situation. The world of dragons and sacred gears clashed with the mundane reality of his daily life, and he now faced the challenge of concealing this extraordinary secret from those closest to him. As Issei surveyed the chaotic scene, he realized that the once tidy bathroom had transformed into a veritable disaster zone, with flames dancing erratically and smoke billowing in the air. Before he could even process the gravity of the situation, the bathroom door swung open, revealing his incredulous mother standing at the threshold. His mother's eyes widened in shock as she took in the scene before her. Issei, what on earth have you done in here? Have you been playing with fire? She exclaimed, her voice a mix of worry and disbelief. Issei's mind raced, desperately searching for a way to explain the inexplicable. His mouth opened, but no words emerged as his mother fervently worked to extinguish the several fires that had erupted in the room. Each pat and smother of the flames only fueled her growing frustration. Finally, her attention turned back to her son, her anger palpable. I thought you knew better than this. What were you doing in here? She demanded, her tone sharp and disappointed. Issei's heart sank as he struggled to find the right words, his mind whirling with uncertainty. I'm sorry, Mom. He managed to utter, his voice filled with regret. Deep down, he knew he couldn't divulge the true cause of the chaos, for how could he possibly explain that he had been coughing up fire in the bathroom? The weight of his secret burdened him, leaving him grappling with the delicate balance between protecting his loved ones and navigating the extraordinary path fate had thrust upon him. Mrs. Hyudu's piercing glare bore into Issei, her frustration mounting by the second. You've been acting out all week, and now this. Just wait until your father gets home. You could have burned the entire house down. Her words carried a mix of anger and concern. Issei's heart pounded in his chest as the familiar fiery sensation enveloped his body once more. Panic gripped his mind as he realized the potential consequences of losing control while his mother stood there. Oh no! I can't let this happen again, not with her watching. He thought frantically, his instincts urging him to escape before she witnessed his uncontrollable powers. Without uttering a word, Issei swiftly dashed out of the room and out of the house, his feet propelling him forward with astonishing speed. As he fled, the echoes of his mother's voice trailed behind him, demanding his immediate return. Where do you think you're going? Issei, come back this instant! His mother's voice rang out, a mixture of worry and frustration echoing through the air. Issei, however, remained undeterred, his determination fueling each stride as he sprinted down the street. To his astonishment, he soon realized that he was moving at an incredible velocity, surpassing even the swiftest cars that lined the road. The world blurred around him as he accelerated, the rush of wind against his face serving as a testament to the newfound power surging within him. With a crowd of people blocking his path, Issei's desperation propelled him to veer sharply to the right and leap over them, his body defying gravity in a breathtaking display. To his utter astonishment, he soared through the air, covering a tremendous distance before landing gracefully on the roof of a nearby house. Chapter 3, Changes. With a crowd of people blocking his path, Issei's desperation propelled him to veer sharply to the right and leap over them, his body defying gravity in a breathtaking display. To his utter astonishment, he soared through the air, covering a tremendous distance before landing gracefully on the roof of a nearby house. What in the world? Issei gasped, his voice filled with disbelief, as he surveyed his surroundings, his chest heaving with exertion. Sensing the imminent resurgence of his awakened powers, Issei instinctively followed Ddraig's earlier guidance, successfully averting their manifestation once again. Relief washed over him, his weary body sinking onto the rooftop as he gazed up at the twinkling stars adorning the night sky. "I can't believe what I just witnessed," he murmured, his voice filled with a mix of wonder and bewilderment, his eyes fixed on the vast expanse above. Ddraig's voice echoed within Issei's mind, his words carrying a sense of profound realization. "Your physical attributes will undergo remarkable enhancements now that your dragon powers have awakened. Your intellect, speed, strength, agility, stature, and even your charisma will far surpass those of ordinary humans, angels, or devils. It's quite extraordinary to witness this manifestation in someone as young as you. Undoubtedly, it will profoundly shape your development into adulthood," Ddraig rambled, his tone a blend of fascination and contemplation. Issei's confusion lingered, and he voiced his uncertainty to Ddraig. "I don't understand, Ddraig. What are you trying to say?" Ddraig paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts before responding. "Forgive me, boy. I was merely contemplating aloud. What you should know is that as a dragon, you possess an inherent dominance that influences everything around you. But you must exercise caution with such power. It draws not only enemies but also potential mates and those who seek to venerate you as if you were a god. History has shown that some of my past hosts succumbed to the allure of their dominance, only to meet a tragic end. You must grasp this truth if you wish to master your own powers." Issei's brow furrowed as he absorbed Ddraig's words, the weight of their implications sinking in. "So, what happens now?" he pondered aloud, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "For now, you must continue living your life. At your current age, you remain vulnerable to angels, demons, and other mythological beings. It is wise to keep your newfound power a secret until you are older and stronger. I will be your guide and mentor, training you daily until I am confident in your abilities and readiness to reveal yourself," Ddraig explained, his tone carrying a sense of responsibility and determination. "All right, then let's start from the beginning. If angels, demons, and dragons are all real, what else exists in this world?" Issei inquired, his curiosity piqued by the revelations unfolding before him. "Prepare yourself, for this will be a lengthy explanation," Ddraig sighed wearily, fully aware of the extensive knowledge he needed to impart. 4 years later, Issei, now 14 years old, underwent an incredible transformation. Within that span, he experienced unprecedented growth, progressing at an astonishing pace that left even Ddraig impressed. The dragon found solace in the fact that training a child proved far more effortless than guiding a teenager or an adult. Issei's youthful mind possessed an eagerness to learn that surpassed any of Ddraig's previous hosts. Surprisingly, a bond of genuine fondness developed between them, despite the relatively short duration of their companionship. Over those 4 years, Ddraig painstakingly acquainted Issei with the intricacies of various mythologies and the existence of perilous entities that inhabited their world. He diligently trained Issei in harnessing the powers of the boosted gear, witnessing the young boy's remarkable progression. Issei had not only mastered the balance breaker, but had even achieved the ability to activate his juggernaut drive, a feat that left Ddraig astounded. Regrettably, the full utilization of juggernaut drive remained elusive, as its immense power risked attracting undesired attention through its destructive potential. After months of deliberation and contemplation, an idea finally dawned upon Issei as he perched on the edge of a towering skyscraper, the bustling cityscape stretching out beneath him. "I believe I have a solution for training the juggernaut drive, Ddraig," the brown-haired boy spoke with a determined glint in his eyes. Curiosity piqued, Ddraig inquired, "Pray tell, what is your plan? Remember when you mentioned the dimensional gap, where the great red dragon resides? I've been thinking, perhaps we could utilize that realm. It exists apart from Earth, Heaven, and Hell, providing an ideal environment for honing my abilities without constantly restraining my power," Issei proposed, his reasoning taking shape. Ddraig emitted a deep, disapproving growl, his skepticism evident. "That is an ill-advised notion. The dimensional gap is a domain fraught with chaos and entropy. Without adequate protection, it would rend you asunder. Moreover, even we pale in comparison to the dragon of dragons. If he were to catch sight of you within those depths, he would not hesitate to end your life." Issei's curiosity burned brighter as he questioned further, "But why would the dragon of dragons wish to harm us? We are both dragons, after all. And if he can navigate through the dimensional gap, why can't I? Is there no way to safely traverse that realm?" Ddraig contemplated for a moment, realizing the young boy's tenacity. "Well, in theory, it is possible, but it demands a tremendous amount of effort to breach the dimensional gap's barriers and withstand its entropic forces for prolonged periods," Ddraig reluctantly admitted. Issei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pressed his case. "That's precisely why it would be an ideal training ground. If I am constantly battling to maintain my form, it will push me to the limits and allow me to truly test the extent of my powers. Besides, it could also serve as a perfect hideaway for my after-school hours, don't you think?" Chapter 4, Dimensional Gap. Issei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pressed his case. "That's precisely why it would be an ideal training ground. If I am constantly battling to maintain my form, it will push me to the limits and allow me to truly test the extent of my powers. Besides, it could also serve as a perfect hideaway for my after-school hours, don't you think?" Ddraig chuckled softly, appreciating Issei's unwavering determination. "Your willingness to explore all possibilities is commendable, Issei. As for entering the dimensional gap, it's not a matter of capability but rather a question of risks and consequences. The dimensional gap is an unpredictable realm of chaos, and even I, as a heavenly dragon, must exercise caution. Venturing into such a realm without proper safeguards could lead to dire consequences." Issei leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Ddraig, eager for more information. "So, what other options do we have? How can we make our way into the dimensional gap safely?" Ddraig paused, considering his words carefully before responding. "There is another method, a complex ritual involving ancient spells and artifacts. It requires meticulous preparation and knowledge of dimensional magic. However, it's an arduous and risky process. One mistake could have catastrophic consequences." Issei's face lit up with excitement, undeterred by the risks. "Then that's the path we should take. I'm willing to put in the effort and take the necessary precautions. With your guidance, we can make it happen, Ddraig." Ddraig considered Issei's question for a moment before responding. "The need for secrecy, Issei, stems from the delicate balance of power between the various supernatural factions. Angels, devils, and other mythological beings are constantly vying for supremacy, and your existence as the Red Dragon Emperor could upset that balance. Revealing your powers prematurely would attract unwanted attention and potentially endanger yourself and those close to you." Issei nodded, absorbing the explanation. "I understand the need for caution. So, until I'm stronger and better prepared, I'll continue living my life as inconspicuously as possible. It's just frustrating sometimes, you know." Ddraig sympathized with Issei's sentiment. "I understand your frustration, Issei. But remember, this period of concealment serves as an opportunity for you to refine your abilities and master your power. When the time is right, you'll have the strength and knowledge to face the challenges ahead." Issei took a deep breath, determination flickering in his eyes. "I won't let these limitations hold me back, Ddraig. I'll use this time wisely and become stronger. We'll find a way into the dimensional gap and unlock the full potential of the boosted gear together." I am taking extra precautions with you, Issei. The different factions possess ways to track down dragon hosts during their early stages of life. Many individuals become their allies or pawns. I have witnessed this happen repeatedly, and it has always vexed me. You must choose the right time to reveal yourself. Once you do, the white dragon will come searching for you. Enjoy this peaceful period while it endures, as it will be the only semblance of tranquility you'll ever experience, the dragon asserted with authority. Well then, let us commence our training. I will find a way to create a rift into the dimensional gap, Issei declared, his eagerness evident in his stance. Several weeks later. Boost, 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 transfer. Ddraig announced as Issei condensed a great deal of boosted power into the very tip of his gauntlet's claw. After weeks of relentless training and countless attempts, Issei finally achieved a breakthrough. With a series of repeated chants, he focused his boosted power, compressing it to an intense concentration at the tip of his gauntlet's claw. In one swift, precise motion, he unleashed the power, successfully slicing open a rift into the elusive dimensional gap. Finale! Issei exclaimed with a triumphant grin, his voice filled with a mix of satisfaction and excitement. Without wasting a moment, he activated his balance breaker, his body enveloped in a radiant aura, and boldly soared into the newly opened portal before it could seal shut. Remarkable, my boy! I underestimated your capabilities. It's truly impressive how you managed to accomplish this with such limited power, Ddraig praised, his voice brimming with genuine admiration as Issei ventured further into the enigmatic realm of the dimensional gap. Just as I mentioned before, the immense power you channeled into a concentrated point allowed you to create a force strong enough to rupture the barrier. Your persistence and ingenuity have paid off, Issei explained, revealing the strategy behind his achievement. As Issei ventured further into the dimensional gap, he couldn't help but be captivated by the surreal landscape that surrounded him. It deviated greatly from his previous imaginings, offering a mesmerizing display of otherworldly sights. Wow, this place is beyond anything I could have imagined. Its disarray and peculiarities give it an indescribable charm, Issei marveled, his eyes wide with amazement, taking in the unique and chaotic nature of the realm. In this realm, you can freely unleash your full juggernaut drive without worrying about unwanted attention. However, remember to exercise caution and not overextend yourself, as the chaotic nature of this place can pose risks to your physical well-being. I advise limiting your stay to a few hours at most, Ddraig cautioned, noticing Issei's eagerness to begin. Overflowing with anticipation, Issei eagerly embraced the transformation, embracing the overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With unrestrained joy, he unleashed his amplified might in every direction, his emotions fueling the display of raw strength. Several days later, after following a rigorous training routine, Issei had established a consistent habit of venturing into the dimensional gap after school, immersing himself in intensive sessions that lasted for hours. Chapter 5, Great Red. Several days later, after following a rigorous training routine, Issei had established a consistent habit of venturing into the dimensional gap after school, immersing himself in intensive sessions that lasted for hours. Occasionally, he even remained there overnight, causing mild concern for his parents, who had grown accustomed to his prolonged absences. However, Issei found solace in the seclusion and liberation offered by this otherworldly realm, fostering a deep affection for its tranquil isolation. Now embarking on his 6th day of training, Issei dedicated himself to mastering the technique known as the Longinus Smasher, as recommended by Ddraig. After relentless hours of effort, he achieved a breakthrough, successfully unleashing the devastating blast into the distance. Astonishingly, as his attack surged forward, a rift materialized before it, seemingly responding to the immense power released by Issei's technique. Issei and Ddraig stood in a state of sheer terror, their eyes fixed upon the catastrophic events unfolding before them. The colossal beam of green energy, unleashed by the Longinus Smasher, surged towards the rift with unstoppable force. Emerging from the rift, a gargantuan red dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length, soared into view. Its majestic wings, 4 in number, spanned wide, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. Resembling a classic Western dragon, its golden eyes blazed with intensity as it executed a nimble barrel roll, skillfully evading the path of the Longinus Smasher's beam. Issei stood dumbfounded, his mind struggling to process the unbelievable sight before him. The colossal red dragon flew gracefully above him, emitting a resounding, thunderous screech. Great Red circled around him in a mesmerizing pattern, its piercing gaze fixated upon Issei in his formidable juggernaut drive. Filled with a mix of fear and urgency, Issei turned to Ddraig, his voice laced with gravity. "Ddraig, what on earth are we supposed to do in this situation?" he questioned, his tone reflecting the immense challenge they now faced. Great Red's commanding presence loomed over Issei, his intense gaze piercing through the young dragon's soul. Issei was overwhelmed by a mix of fear and awe, finding himself at a loss for words. However, Ddraig stepped in, speaking on behalf of his partner. "We were merely engaged in training, Great Red. Please forgive Issei for any intrusion," Ddraig respectfully addressed the mighty dragon. Great Red's piercing gaze shifted towards Ddraig, recognition flickering in his eyes. With a tinge of hostility, he spoke in a gruff tone, "Ddraig, hey? I thought I made it clear last time that we're not comrades simply because we share the same crimson hue. Leave this place unless you're itching for a confrontation. This territory belongs to me." To Issei, the dragon's demeanor seemed reminiscent of a rebellious biker gang member, an unexpected contrast for a legendary mythical creature. "We will heed your words, Great Red," Ddraig announced, relief evident in his voice. Red's imposing presence lingered as he questioned their presence within the dimensional gap. He expressed his disdain for any dubious activities. "We were engaged in training, Red. I chose this place to ensure the secrecy of my identity as the Red Dragon Emperor," Issei clarified, his voice respectful yet firm. "Forget the pompous titles like Great Red God Emperor or Dragon of Dragons. Just call me Red. I'm no divine figure for you youngsters to worship," Red growled, his tone menacing. "Understood, Red. We mean no disrespect," Issei replied, careful to maintain a respectful tone. "Ddraig and I require this secluded space for our training. I never anticipated encountering you here. I always believed the dimensional gap to be boundless." "Humph. So you seek refuge here to evade the scrutiny of angels, devils, and gods?" Red inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. Issei nodded with conviction, his eyes filled with determination. "Absolutely. My primary goal is to safeguard the secrecy of my powers until I have honed them to their fullest potential. When the fated encounter with the White Dragon arises, I aim to surpass him and triumph over any adversaries that cross my path. My ultimate aspiration is to forge a life of unrestrained freedom, untethered by the burdens of others' expectations or constraints. And, of course, I wouldn't mind enjoying the company of a few special individuals along the way." Red's laughter echoed through the dimensional gap, his imposing figure now exuding a sense of camaraderie. "Ah ha ha ha! That's quite the unique drive you have, kid. It's refreshing to see someone who doesn't crave dominion or destruction. Your quest is one of personal liberation and invincibility. I must admit, I find your spirit quite appealing. You and I share a similar outlook." Issei nodded, acknowledging Red's preference for solitude. "I understand your desire for solitude, Red. But I believe that learning from a dragon as formidable as yourself would greatly benefit my training. Your experience and power are unparalleled, and I wish to absorb as much knowledge as I can to become stronger. Besides, having you as a mentor would be an incredible honor. Red considered Issei's request for a moment, his piercing gaze fixed upon the determined young man. You've got guts, kid. All right, if you're truly willing to learn and don't get in my way, I suppose I can tolerate your presence. Just don't expect any special treatment. We'll train together, but you'll have to keep up with me. A sense of gratitude filled Issei as he bowed respectfully. Thank you, Red. I won't disappoint you. I'll do my best to keep up and prove my worth. Red grunted, a hint of approval in his voice. We'll see, kid. Show me what you're made of, and we might just have ourselves an interesting partnership. Chapter 6, A Gang. Issei, despite being aware of Red's reputation as a formidable and independent dragon, couldn't resist the temptation to propose an unconventional idea. I understand you're a legendary figure, with your own agenda and all, but wouldn't it be amazing if we could train together? Imagine the power we could unlock as a team of dragons. Red raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Issei's suggestion. Training together, hey? That's an interesting proposition, kid. But I prefer my solitary path. Issei's expression fell, disappointed by Red's response. I see. I thought it would be incredible to form a group, a dragon gang, where we could support each other and become stronger together. Dragon gang, you say? Ha ha ha, now that's something I've never heard before. Great Red laughed heartily, his booming voice reverberating in the dimensional gap. Ddraig interjected with a note of caution, Issei, be careful. Great Red has granted us the freedom to train here, but let's not push our luck further. Dragons are known to be solitary creatures, driven by their own desires and territorial instincts. The concept of a dragon gang goes against their nature. Undeterred, Issei remained determined to pursue his idea. I understand, Ddraig, but there's something intriguing about the idea of dragons joining forces, standing together as a formidable group. We could be a force to be reckoned with. Red's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he directed his attention towards Issei. What's your name, wielder of the boosted gear and host of Ddraig? Without hesitation, Issei replied, I'm Issei-haired. Red's expression shifted, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. Issei-haired, hey? I must admit, your audacity and unconventional thinking impress me. The notion of dragons forming a gang to challenge the status quo is rather appealing. It could be a powerful statement, shaking the foundations of those who underestimate us. Now, we need a name that befits such a legendary group. Ddraig, astounded by Issei's ability to sway Great Red, couldn't hide his surprise. I can't believe Issei is actually convincing him to train us. Issei pondered for a moment, searching for a fitting name. How about Dragons of Discord? It has a rebellious and edgy vibe to it. Ha ha ha. I like your style, kid. Looks like we're going to get along just fine. Let's take to the skies, and I'll give you some training. If you're going to be my wingman, you better be as tough as nails. Red exclaimed with infectious enthusiasm. And so, the Dragons of Discord took flight, embarking on a journey of training, camaraderie, and forging a bond that would defy expectations. With Issei's determination and Red's unmatched strength, they would become a force to be reckoned with, shaking the foundations of the supernatural world and leaving a legacy that would be remembered for generations to come. And so, the idea of a dragon gang began to take shape, with Issei and Red contemplating the possibilities. Together, they would challenge the norms, forge their own path, and redefine the perception of dragons. As they delved deeper into the concept, their enthusiasm grew, fueled by the potential and camaraderie that awaited them. 3 years later. Over the course of 3 years, Issei and Ddraig established a routine of venturing into the dimensional gap to train and spend time with Great Red. Despite the unusual circumstances, Ddraig found himself embracing the situation as Issei thrived under the mentorship of the mighty dragon. Under Great Red's tutelage, Issei delved into forbidden and secret techniques that would prove invaluable in his encounters with the White Dragon Emperor and other formidable adversaries. Not only did his power skyrocket to unimaginable heights, but he also underwent a remarkable transformation, sprouting an additional pair of dragon wings, mirroring the majestic appearance of his mentor. As their bond grew stronger and their training intensified, Issei's evolution into a force to be reckoned with became undeniable. With his newfound abilities and unwavering determination, he stood poised to face any challenge that crossed his path, his destiny intertwined with the dragons of discord and their indomitable spirit. After years of arduous training and rigorous mental conditioning, Issei had transformed into a rugged and formidable individual, possessing a chiseled, muscular physique that exuded an irresistible aura. Great Red's guidance and mentorship had left a lasting imprint on the now 17-year-old Issei, shaping not only his physical prowess but also instilling in him a unique blend of delinquent personality traits. As Issei's transformation became apparent, his parents couldn't help but notice the changes in their son's demeanor. Concerned about his newfound lifestyle, they often attempted to engage him in discussions about his activities and the direction of his life. Throughout these years of intensive training, Issei frequently found himself spending countless nights away from home, leading his parents to speculate that he was involved with a gang or engaged in illicit activities. Their suspicions grew when he acquired a motorcycle with unexplained funds and adopted a constant attire of a leather jacket, solidifying their belief that their son had fallen into a life of crime. While it pained Issei to witness his parents' distress over his perceived behavior, he recognized the necessity of allowing them to believe he was nothing more than a troublemaking delinquent, rather than revealing his true identity as a formidable dragon emperor capable of cataclysmic destruction. Issei's first year of high school proved to be a rather unconventional experience, as he rarely set foot in the classroom. Employing his resourcefulness, he adeptly fabricated documentation indicating that he was confined to a hospital, thus enabling him to complete his schoolwork remotely. Only appearing for exams, he astoundingly achieved perfect scores despite his apparent disinterest in the academic subjects taught. However, all good things eventually come to an end, and Issei's excuses and forgery were no exception. Despite his lack of genuine interest in school, he felt a sense of pride in completing his academic obligations to prevent his parents from descending into despair. With a resigned sigh, he prepared himself for the start of his second year at Kuoh Academy. Chapter 7, Is That a Threat? However, all good things eventually come to an end, and Issei's excuses and forgery were no exception. Despite his lack of genuine interest in school, he felt a sense of pride in completing his academic obligations to prevent his parents from descending into despair. With a resigned sigh, he prepared himself for the start of his second year at Kuoh Academy. As he approached the school, Issei arrived in style on his custom red motorcycle, effortlessly popping a wheelie as he entered the campus gates. The absence of a muffler resulted in the bike emitting a thunderous roar, causing several students to jump out of his way in fear as he sped past them. Parking his sleek red motorcycle by the sidewalk, Issei dismounted with a confident swagger. He casually left his signature leather jacket resting on the bike's handlebars, knowing that its presence alone was enough to make onlookers think twice before tampering with it. As a self-proclaimed delinquent, he had developed a reputation that preceded him. Embracing his rebellious persona, Issei didn't bother with the inconvenience of wearing a helmet, even though it was technically illegal. To his surprise, no one had ever stopped him, and he relished in the thrill of defying the rules, finding amusement in the lack of consequences. Stepping into the school's main building, Issei's annoyance grew with each passing glance. He strolled down the hallways, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, projecting an air of nonchalance. However, instead of avoiding him out of fear, the students seemed to be staring at him intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and fascination. Issei's usual apathetic glare deepened as he realized he had unintentionally become the center of attention. It irked him that his attempts to blend in with the crowd had backfired, making him the object of everyone's interest. His desire for a low-profile existence clashed with the reality of his newfound notoriety within the school walls. Despite his annoyance, Issei couldn't help but feel a sliver of satisfaction deep down. Being noticed, even if it was for all the wrong reasons, was a stark contrast to the anonymity he had grown accustomed to during his training with Great Red. Perhaps this unexpected attention would pave the way for new alliances or even a chance to test his newfound strength. Despite growing up alongside some of these individuals, Issei's transformation and increasing detachment over the past few years had effectively cast him as an outlaw among his peers. His aloofness and personal growth had fostered an aura of mystery, leaving his classmates with little knowledge of the person he had become. Instead, they resorted to fueling rumors and speculations about the enigmatic and intimidating figure he had morphed into. Those who dared to make eye contact with Issei were met with a piercing gaze that radiated rebellious apathy, serving as a clear warning: approach at your own risk. Brimming with an air of defiance, he projected an unspoken message to the world: he was not to be messed with. Yet, it wasn't just his formidable demeanor that commanded attention. Issei's reputation as the school's toughest delinquent preceded him, causing most to instinctively part ways in fear. With his imposing stature and well-built physique, he held an almost legendary status, despite his scarce presence during his first year at Kuoh Academy. Issei couldn't help but find it peculiar how notorious he had become among the student body, given his infrequent appearances. The fact that his mere presence instilled a mix of unease, intrigue, and whispers of awe was both amusing and perplexing to him. Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to this reputation and embraced it as a necessary facade to protect his true identity and the immense power that lay within him. As Issei maneuvered through the crowded hallways, he observed the reactions of his peers with a hint of detached curiosity. It was a peculiar feeling, being both feared and respected, while still remaining an enigma to those around him. As Issei made his way through the hallways, he couldn't help but notice the reactions of the female students. Some froze in their tracks, their eyes widening with a mix of intimidation and unabashed desire. It seemed that his bad boy persona had its undeniable allure, captivating the attention of those around him. According to the whispers that echoed through the school corridors, he had earned a reputation as the epitome of a troublemaker. One particularly vocal girl couldn't contain her surprise, blurting out, "Issei-kun actually came to class today." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as Issei's gaze briefly flickered in her direction. "Haidu-san gracing us with his presence on the first day of school, how unusual," he overheard one of the girls remark to the student council president. The student council president, a composed young woman with dark hair, adjusted her glasses as their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. There was an unspoken tension in the air as their gazes connected. Interrupting his stride, Issei turned to face her, his voice laced with a mix of curiosity and defiance. "What are you looking at, Bucko?" Sana's passive remark cut through the air, acknowledging Issei's presence in a seemingly indifferent manner. It was evident that she knew he had feigned illness during his time away from school. Issei responded nonchalantly, confirming his restored well-being. "So, all healed up now," he replied with a dismissive tone. Rumors about Issei being a troublemaker had spread throughout the school, reaching the ears of the student council president. Sana's words carried a subtle warning as she emphasized the need for him to stay out of trouble, her fearless demeanor underscoring her authority. "I've heard plenty of rumors about your misbehavior. Ensure you keep your nose clean, Haidu-san, or I won't hesitate to initiate your expulsion," Sana warned, her voice resolute. Issei stared down at her, a mix of disbelief and defiance coloring his expression. "Is that supposed to be a threat?" he retorted, his tone laced with defiance. Chapter 8, What Are You? All eyes were fixed on Issei as he took a decisive step toward Sana, his gaze exuding a commanding presence. Unfazed, she maintained her composure and met his intense stare with an impassive expression. "Indeed, it was. I suggest you proceed to your class. It would be in your best interest not to make an enemy out of me. Keep your delinquent behavior confined to off-campus, if you please," she calmly advised. "And what if I don't?" Issei countered, his tone tinged with defiance. Sana responded with a piercing death glare, attempting to assert her authority. However, Issei remained unfazed, turning his back on her dismissively. Sure thing, Bucko. You stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours. As Issei continued his stride, a blonde boy named Saji angrily called out to him, "Hey, asshole! You can't talk to the president like that. Get your ass back here and apologize." Saji's attempt to restrain Issei ended in a disastrous outcome. Issei swiftly seized Saji's wrist, exerting a vice-like grip that brought the blonde boy to his knees, writhing in pain. The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes wide with apprehension. Issei's voice dripped with an eerie calmness as he issued a warning, his tone barely above a whisper. "Never lay your hands on me again, or you'll regret it," he uttered, his words laced with a palpable threat. With that, Issei released his grip, causing Saji to collapse to the ground, clutching his injured wrist. Tsubaki voiced her concern to Sana, her voice tinged with worry. "Should we intervene or address his behavior?" she questioned, the uncertainty evident in her words, as everyone watched Issei walk away. Sana's expression betrayed her concern as she leaned in closer to Tsubaki, her voice hushed. Saji's vulnerability as a devil notwithstanding, an ordinary human shouldn't possess such strength over him. "I had my suspicions about Hyudu, but this is truly unexpected. We should consult Rias' peerage and gather information on him. It seems unlikely that he would allow any member of the student council to approach him without causing a scene." As Issei strode away, he couldn't ignore the penetrating gaze of the onlookers. His effortless dominance over Saji only served to solidify his reputation, causing an uproar of gossip and curious stares from all directions. Annoyance welled up inside Issei as he thought to himself, "This is exactly what I expected. These spineless cowards need to stop staring at me. It's getting unbearable." With a heavy sigh, he continued his walk until he reached his second-year classroom. Upon entering, he found his teacher and classmates waiting for him. The teacher turned her stern gaze towards him and addressed him firmly, "Hyudu-san." With a nonchalant tone, Issei replied, "Yeah. You're late, but since it's the first day, I'll overlook it." "Take your seat," she said, turning her attention back to the rest of the class. As Issei settled into his corner seat by the window, his attention was drawn to the entrance of the classroom. Two girls walked in, exuding an undeniable aura of beauty, yet Issei's instincts immediately kicked in, sensing a potential threat. The girls exchanged a few words with the teacher in hushed tones before she turned her gaze back to the class. "Well, it seems we have 2 new transfer students joining us this year. Please introduce yourselves, ladies," she announced. One of the male students couldn't contain his disbelief, blurting out, "2 new transfers on the same day? That's insane. At least these 2 are attractive and not some arrogant pretty boys." With a shaved head, the outspoken student engaged in a conversation with his bespectacled friend beside him, discussing the physical attributes of the newcomers. Issei acknowledged their banter on some level, but his detachment from their antics made him uninterested in engaging with the 2 class perverts. The first to introduce herself was a girl with pale blue hair named Tiamat Draconis, hailing from Eastern Europe. Issei couldn't help but notice her apparent annoyance and aloofness towards the class, mirroring his own disposition. It intrigued him that she had no desire to come across as friendly or approachable. Following her was a silver-haired girl named Valeria Ddraig, preferring to be addressed as Vali. Coming from Northern Europe, she exuded a sense of authority and confidence, making her presence known. "Wow, their Japanese is flawless," one of the girls in the class marveled, gazing in admiration at the 2 stunning transfer students. The teacher instructed them to take the vacant seats next to Issei, pointing to the empty desks on his right. As the 2 girls settled into their seats, their gazes immediately fixed upon Issei. Normally, he would have found such attention bothersome, but there was something intriguing about these girls that piqued his interest. It wasn't just their foreign backgrounds that set them apart from typical high school girls. Despite his curiosity, Issei made a conscious decision to avoid looking at them for too long. He sensed that there was something otherworldly about them, perhaps non-human in nature. However, this fact held little significance to him, given his familiarity with detecting devils in the school. As long as he maintained a low profile, they would remain unaware of his true identity as a dragon. During lunchtime, Issei's senses were alerted by a peculiar scent that filled the air. His mind immediately jumped to the presence of more devils in the school, causing him to wonder if the recently arrived transfer students were also devils. As Issei purchased his lunch, he sought out a secluded spot on the rooftop where he could enjoy his meal in solitude. Lost in his own thoughts about his upcoming visit to see Great Red, he absent-mindedly consumed his food. However, his moment of contemplation was interrupted when the pale blue-haired girl from his class approached him. Issei was taken aback by her solitary presence, fueling his curiosity even further. He looked at her with a mix of confusion and intrigue as she stood there, sniffing the air. Breaking the silence, she uttered a perplexing statement, "You're not human, you're not a devil, you're not an angel, you don't smell like anything. What are you?" Chapter 9, Tiamat and Vali. Issei was taken aback by her solitary presence, fueling his curiosity even further. He looked at her with a mix of confusion and intrigue as she stood there, sniffing the air. Breaking the silence, she uttered a perplexing statement, "You're not human, you're not a devil, you're not an angel, you don't smell like anything. What are you?" Issei abruptly rose to his feet, casting an indifferent gaze at the girl before him. "I'm not someone you need to worry about," he retorted dismissively. "Is that so? But do you even know what I am?" she inquired, her tone carrying a serious undertone. He chuckled in response, delivering a flippant remark, "A beautiful girl asking me out on a date." Tiamat couldn't help but crack a smile at his audacity. "Consider yourself fortunate that I found that amusing, or else you would have faced dire consequences. Ddraig, she's one of the 5 dragon kings, Tiamat. Please, don't let her discover your identity," Ddraig communicated telepathically. "Why? Is she a formidable opponent?" Issei inquired through their mental link. "Compared to you? Not really. However, I owe her a debt, and I'd prefer she remains unaware of your true identity unless you want her to stalk you for the rest of your life," Ddraig responded. "Is she your ex or something?" Issei inquired further. "Not exactly, but I sort of owe her for breaking one of her treasures. Ever since then, she's been pursuing me and my hosts relentlessly. Trust me, she's the kind of trouble you don't want to invite," Ddraig expressed his concern. "Well, you're quite the enigma, aren't you? How intriguing. You must be a devil, considering how deep you've infiltrated their territory without facing any consequences. Or perhaps an undercover angel masking your powers and scent. Whatever you are, I will uncover the truth," Tiamat asserted, leaning in close to Issei and resuming her scrutiny. Her investigation abruptly halted as another voice interjected, "Tiamat, leave him be. I'll handle this." "Understood, Vali," Tiamat replied curtly, stepping back. Vali approached Issei, his gaze scanning him intently. "I don't care about your identity. Angel, devil, it doesn't matter to me. I'm half human myself, by the way. The name's Vala Lucifer. Nice to meet you, Issei Hyudu. Rumor has it that you're quite a badass here at Kuoh Academy. I heard you had a little encounter with one of the student council members earlier." Curious, Issei asked, "Is there a specific reason you're introducing yourself to me?" Vala shrugged nonchalantly. "Not really. I simply wanted to touch base with you before anything else unfolds at this school. Unlike Tiamat, I don't go around approaching people or intruding on their privacy. I just wanted you to know that we're not affiliated with the devil factions in this school." "Same here," Issei replied with a casual tone. Vala nodded, expressing her approval. "That's quite surprising, but it's good to know. If you're interested, you can join forces with us. You seem like the kind of person worth having around. Curiosity piqued, Issei asked, Vala Lucifer, are you a devil? Yep, I'm a high-class devil heir, she replied confidently, revealing 8 black demonic wings before swiftly retracting them. Issei took a moment to appreciate her appearance, noticing her captivating blue eyes, long silver hair, and an overall aesthetically pleasing face. Her well-toned arms and legs, along with her athletic build, showcased a commendable bust and an appealing figure. Issei found himself genuinely surprised by the revelation of Vala's devil wings as he stared at her, uncertain. So, you're a powerful devil. What about her? He pointed towards Tiamat. Tiamat is a dragon, one of the dragon kings. Specifically, she is the Chaos Karma dragon. We've been allies for several years now, Vala explained. Why are you both here at Kuoh Academy? What brings a powerful devil like you and a dragon king to this place? And why did you choose to reveal yourselves to me? Issei inquired with curiosity. I am here to find potential allies for the Chaos Brigade. Kuoh Academy and this town are teeming with paranormal activity, making it a prime location for scouting. While this city falls mostly within the Gremory and Issei territories, there are other variables at play, including individuals like yourself. I didn't expect to come across a promising recruit on our very first day, Vala responded. That makes sense, but what exactly is the Chaos Brigade? Issei sought clarification. The Chaos Brigade is a collective of individuals united against the angels of heaven, the fallen angels, and the devils of the underworld. We serve under the command of the infinite dragon god Ophis, Vala explained. Ophis, the dragon god, is actually your superior. Issei exclaimed, finding it hard to believe. Yes, she is. And according to her, there's another dragon in this town. I assume that would be you, Vala deduced. Oh no. I need to downplay my true identity. She mustn't discover that I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. Maybe I can pretend to be just another ordinary dragon, Issei quickly thought. Well, you made a good guess. I am indeed a dragon. Not as impressive as a dragon king like Tiamat, though, Issei gestured towards Tiamat. A dragon? It's strange that I couldn't sense it. Curious, Tiamat remarked, shaking her head. One of my unique abilities is the power to conceal my presence from others. I prefer to keep it that way, especially since angels and devils tend to hold a disdain towards dragons unless we're serving them, Issei explained. I suppose you have a point. You do appear more formidable than an ordinary dragon, and your scent is unlike that of a human. Moreover, I am familiar with all the renowned dragons, and you are unknown to me, Tiamat expressed her skepticism. I guess that means I'm not particularly renowned or powerful, Issei nonchalantly responded, shrugging his shoulders. Nevertheless, we could use another member in the Chaos Brigade. Plus, Tiamat can certainly train you and help you improve, Vala proposed. Chapter 10, Red Hair. Vala Lucifer and Dragon King Tiamat, no offense, but I prefer to operate independently and make my own choices. I don't align myself with causes or follow the commands of self-righteous individuals, Issei calmly stated his position. Tiamat expressed her concern, so, you plan to remain neutral? That's absurd. If the devils in this school discover your true nature, they will either attempt to recruit you or eliminate you. Even if you aren't exceptionally powerful, facing entire devil clans alone would be a daunting task. You need allies in this world if you wish to survive. You can't continue hiding in plain sight indefinitely. What draws you to the human world anyway? I find peace and relaxation in the human world. To be honest, I see little distinction between your faction, the angels, the devils, the gods, and the dragons. It all seems like meaningless politics to me. I have no interest in angels, devils, gods, or any other group. My priority is enjoying my life, riding my motorcycle, and being free from the control of higher UPS. I've managed just fine living in this town, Issei stated firmly. You're undeniably a dragon, uninterested in being subservient to others. Very well, Issei-haired, we won't impose our decision on you. I give you my word on that. However, I am open to the idea of being friends, Vala said, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Friends? When did I ever express a desire to be friends with them? Being on good terms doesn't automatically mean friendship. Well, at least they're not overly insistent on recruiting me. Besides, both of them seem attractive and formidable. If playing along keeps them off my back, so be it, Issei thought as he discreetly observed Vala and Tiamat. There's something off about Vala. I can't put my finger on it, but she gives me an uneasy feeling. Stay vigilant around her, Issei. Tiamat must hold her in high regard if she's taking orders from her. I'm curious about their connection to Ophis, Ddraig conveyed through telepathy. I think Red mentioned something about Ophis challenging him a while back. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. We could always ask him when we go back, Issei replied to Ddraig. Issei contemplated Draig's mention of Ophis and made a mental note to inquire further from Red when they met again. Friends? That's stretching it. Here's a compromise, I'll keep my distance and acknowledge your presence with a nod if we cross paths. If you feel like joining me for lunch, you can tag along, but that's the extent of it. I won't be your lackey, ally, or friend. So, don't expect any special treatment, Issei asserted firmly. Despite Issei's lack of renown, he stood his ground boldly in the face of Tiamat's confrontation. Perhaps, but I don't submit to anyone, be it a dragon king or a Satan, Issei retorted, undeterred. Tiamat's smile revealed her admiration for his fearlessness. You certainly possess the right attitude for strength. If you ever change your mind, I can offer you training. Dragons like us are a rare sight these days. No thanks. I'd prefer to keep my distance from both of you if possible. However, you're welcome to join me for lunch, Issei responded dryly. Suit yourself, foolish one. I've never extended such an offer to another dragon before, but I find you intriguing. If you ever change your mind, know that I'm willing to train you, Tiamat stated, getting uncomfortably close to Issei and licking his cheek. After Tiamat departed, Vala and Issei were left alone. Vala tilted her head, seemingly lost in thought. By the way, that red motorcycle at the front of the school, is it yours? Yeah, it's mine. What about it? Issei replied. It caught my eye. It appears to be quite impressive, even comparable to mine in terms of speed, Vala observed. You ride as well? Issei asked, genuinely surprised. Absolutely. I've recently imported my own bike, and if you're willing, we can go riding together sometime, Vala proposed before walking away. Issei's gaze lingered on her enticing figure for a moment, but he quickly shook off his distraction and refocused. Returning to class, he descended the staircase and crossed paths with a stunning girl adorned with crimson-red hair. As Issei walked past the girl with crimson-red hair, their eyes briefly met, creating an unexpected connection. Curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to steal a glance back at her, only to find her fixated on him. Her piercing sapphire gaze seemed to penetrate deep into his soul, yet strangely, he didn't feel discomfort by her intense stare. With a lingering sense of intrigue, Issei reluctantly tore his gaze away and continued on his way. His mind was consumed by questions, attempting to unravel the enigma of the girl he had just encountered. Her vibrant red hair, more intense than freshly spilled blood, had caught his attention. The way she looked at him hinted at a familiarity, yet he couldn't recall ever seeing her before. He pondered over the possibilities, speculating if she could be the renowned Gremory devil girl who ran the occult club at the academy. Her distinct aura carried the scent of a devil, adding to his suspicion. However, the fact that he couldn't recall any previous encounters with her only deepened the mystery. Lost in his thoughts, Issei's lack of awareness led him to collide with an unfamiliar blonde young man who exuded an air of handsomeness and meticulous grooming. Unaware of the guy's identity, Issei unintentionally knocked him down in the process. The sudden commotion attracted the attention of several girls in the vicinity, who reacted with a mixture of astonishment and fascination. "Oh my god! Hyudo knocked down Kaiba-sama!" One of the girls exclaimed, the volume of her proclamation resonating throughout the area. Promptly regaining his footing, the blonde boy regarded Issei with surprise, his eyes narrowing as he caught a whiff of a devil's presence emanating from him. "Damn, just how many of these creatures are lurking in this school?" Issei muttered inwardly, feeling exasperated by the seemingly abundant presence of devils around him. Chapter 11, Worries. Kaiba, the blonde boy, appeared genuinely taken aback by Issei's ability to unintentionally knock him down with his absent-minded collision. Massaging the back of his head, Kaiba offered a friendly smile and spoke in a respectful tone, acknowledging Issei, "You're a lot stronger than you look. My apologies if I obstructed your path, Hyudo-kun." Curiosity sparked within Issei, wondering about the identity of this amiable individual named Kaiba. He recalled the earlier mention of Kaiba's name by one of the girls witnessing the incident. "Ah, no worries. It was my fault for not paying attention," Issei responded calmly, opting not to harbor any ill will towards the guy. Kaiba seemed pleasantly surprised by Issei's lack of hostility, and even the surrounding Fang girls of Kaiba noticed the unexpected exchange. "Well, my apologies once again, Hyudo-kun. Take care," Kaiba bid farewell with a smile before departing. "I guess he must be affiliated with the Gremory clan." Surprisingly, he didn't come off as a total jerk for a devil, Issei contemplated as he made his way back to class. End of the day. As Issei made his way towards his motorcycle parked at the front of the school, preparing to head home, he was taken aback by the sight of Volley, positioned on a striking white motorcycle right next to his own. Casting a glance in his direction, Volley addressed him, "Hey Issei, why don't you show me what that bike of yours can do?" Before Issei could formulate a response, Volley revved up her motorcycle, generating a thunderous roar that instantly drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity. With a determined expression, Issei swiftly mounted his own bike, starting the engine and revving it in response. Amidst the shocked onlookers, Volley, Tiamat, donning a blue motorcycle, arrived on the scene, skillfully maneuvering her way through the gathering crowd, narrowly avoiding collisions with curious students. "Nice bikes," Issei exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. Tiamat, chuckling, responded, "Yours is impressive too," before engaging in a spirited display of skill by executing a spinning maneuver on the street. With enthusiasm pulsing through him, the Sekiruti promptly popped a wheelie, launching himself forward with a burst of speed. However, to his surprise, both Tiamat and Volley, riding their respective blue and white motorcycles, gradually caught up with him, keeping pace effortlessly. Riding with exhilaration coursing through their veins, Issei found himself flanked by Tiamat and Volley, engaged in an impromptu race through the bustling town. Their motorcycles sliced through the streets, evading the pursuing police cars that attempted to apprehend them. However, the Dragon trio proved to be elusive, their speed and agility outmatching the authorities' efforts. The adrenaline-fueled race continued unabated for nearly 2 hours, the trio reveling in the thrill of the chase. As Issei's residence came into view, he realized that Tiamat and Volley had trailed him all the way to his home, likely driven by curiosity or a desire to gather information. Momentary thoughts of their intentions flickered in his mind, contemplating the possibility of his family becoming targets. Yet, his determination to protect his loved ones burned fiercely, dispelling any notion of vulnerability. "Finished already, Issei? That was incredible." Tiamat's voice brimmed with excitement. Issei couldn't help but note their casual use of his name, as if they were already on friendly terms, a presumption he promptly dismissed. "You didn't ask for permission to address me by my name." "I thought I made it clear that we aren't friends," Issei retorted, his tone firm. Valia and Tiamat exchanged a meaningful glance, seemingly unfazed by Issei's statement. Great race, Issei. But remember, you won't emerge victorious in our next encounter. Take care. Vala's voice carried a seductive undertone as she bestowed upon Issei a sly grin. Without further delay, both Vala and Tiamat swiftly departed, leaving Issei standing alone in front of his house. Letting out a sigh, he proceeded to park his motorcycle, contemplating the encounters and the enigmatic individuals who had entered his life. A sudden realization gripped Issei's mind, a wave of fear washing over him. Hold on a second. If they believe I'm an actual dragon and not a human, and they happen to see my human parents, they'll assume I'm just a regular human as well. Then they'll suspect that I possess a sacred gear. Oh, damn! I need to make sure they don't come to my house. It wouldn't hurt to come up with a plausible excuse when they eventually inquire about it, Issei pondered, his thoughts racing. Don't worry too much, Issei. You're ready to reveal your true self now that you've honed your powers, Ddraig's reassuring voice echoed in Issei's mind. Yeah, but as you said, once I do, chaos will ensue. I had hoped to make it through high school without all that madness. At this rate, it seems highly unlikely, Issei replied to Ddraig telepathically. He let out a deep sigh as he entered his house, his mind consumed by contemplation. As Issei announced his return, both of his parents perked up, their expressions filled with surprise and concern. We heard you drive up, Issei. We hope everything is going well. Can we talk, son? His father cautiously inquired. Sure, I guess. What is it about? Issei responded, curious yet apprehensive about the nature of their conversation. Well, your mother and I have been discussing some things, and. Well, we're worried about your recent behavior, his father continued, his tone tinged with concern. This again? Issei sighed, his eyes rolling in exasperation. We initially thought it was just a passing phase, but your recent behavior is becoming a concern, son. We can't help but worry. Do you have any involvement with the Yakuza? His father asked, his worry palpable. No, not at all. I simply ride my motorcycle and work. You two fret too much over me, Issei replied nonchalantly, dismissing their worries. Chapter 12, Parents' Worries. His mother's expression turned into a frown. We rarely see you with friends or hear about what's happening in your life. It's as if you're never here, as if you don't want to be here. Why is that, Issei? Are we the problem? Is there a girl or some other issue? Are you in trouble? Please, son, you can confide in us. We're just concerned about your well-being. I'm honestly fine. I have various hobbies and interests, Issei attempted to explain vaguely, evading the specifics. What hobbies? Where do you go? We haven't heard of any clubs or activities you're involved in, and there have been rumors circulating that you're causing trouble at school. One of your teachers even inquired if you were recovering from an illness. Have you been skipping classes as well? His mother inquired, her concern deepening. I'm not skipping. I still maintain the highest grades in my class, I believe. I simply engage in activities around town, like working on motorcycles and practicing martial arts. You know, typical hobbies. I assure you, it's nothing detrimental, Issei reassured them. His father's brows furrowed in concern. But where do you acquire all this money? How can you afford that motorcycle and all the things you generously purchase for us? It's not as extravagant as it seems, Issei replied, shrugging nonchalantly. His father shook his head and held up 2 plane tickets. You bought us round-trip tickets to a resort in Europe and even paid off my car. It's not something kids usually do for their parents. What your father is trying to express is our gratitude for the things you've done, but it's difficult for us to fully accept them when we hardly have a chance to connect with you, Issei. You don't need to buy us gifts to earn our love. We simply want to spend more time with you, his mother said softly. Issei's relief washed over him as he realized the opportunity the tickets presented. I understand, Mom. I just thought it would be a nice anniversary gift for both of you. Please, take the tickets and enjoy the vacation. We can't accept them unless we know how you were able to afford such a gesture, his father insisted. I've been working with an international group lately, repairing motorcycles for them. They compensate me generously for my services. Just take the tickets and enjoy your trip, Issei replied firmly. His father sighed, seemingly resigned. Well, if you insist. But why didn't you purchase a ticket for yourself? I have my hands full with school and work. Speaking of which, I should get started on my homework, Issei replied, trying to divert the conversation. All right, we love you, son. It's okay if you ever want to talk to us. We just want you to know we're here for you, his mother said somewhat emotionally as she moved to hug him. After his heartfelt conversation with his parents, Issei felt a mix of emotions. He appreciated their concern and love, but he also yearned for the freedom to pursue his own path. Closing his bedroom door, he found solace in the privacy of his room. I should consult with Red about the Cow's Brigade, Issei contemplated, his thoughts turning to the mysterious organization. He sat down on his bed, contemplating his next move. Be cautious, Issei. It's best to wait until the attention from Tiamat and Vala subsides before making any moves. You wouldn't want Tiamat to discover your identity as the Red Dragon Emperor, Ddraig cautioned. Damn it, I'm tired of all this. I miss the freedom of the dimensional gap, where I could release my frustrations without worry, Issei grumbled, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. The next day arrived, and Issei's parents departed for their vacation. Though they initially expressed some reluctance due to the suddenness of the trip, Issei knew they would eventually enjoy their time away. Riding his motorcycle to school, Issei decided to park it in a more appropriate spot. To his surprise, Tiamat and Vala were waiting near their own bikes as he arrived. Are they actually waiting for me? Issei wondered, feeling a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Hey, Issei, took you long enough. Do you always have a habit of arriving 5 minutes before class? Vala teased, letting out a laugh. Issei shrugged nonchalantly. Pretty much. I prefer to spend as little time as possible in this place. By the way, Issei, I meant to ask you yesterday, what kind of dragon are you? Tiamat inquired as the three of them began walking towards the school building. Just a high-level flame dragon, nothing too extraordinary, Issei responded casually. Tiamat looked at Issei curiously, her eyes narrowing slightly. Is Issei your real name? He nodded, not offering any further explanation. Pretty much. I find it hard to believe that a flame dragon possesses the ability to transform and conceal their power. You're stronger than you let on, Tiamat commented, shaking her head in mild disbelief. Issei shrugged, trying to downplay his significance. Well, I'm just a nobody, really. Vala observed him intently, her gaze piercing. Hey, Issei. How would you like to meet Ophis? She has the power to make you even stronger, if you're interested. Here they go again, trying to entice me into joining the Cow's Brigade. They're really persistent, Issei thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and caution. Technically, they haven't explicitly asked you to join, but their intentions are quite clear. And with Tiamat's personality, I'm not surprised at their persistence, Ddraig remarked. It's not surprising that they're trying to recruit people for their faction, especially since Ophis sent them here to find a dragon. But if we meet Ophis, she'll immediately recognize me as the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei contemplated, a sense of unease creeping in. Chapter 13, Rumors. It's not surprising that they're trying to recruit people for their faction, especially since Ophis sent them here to find a dragon. But if we meet Ophis, she'll immediately recognize me as the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei contemplated, a sense of unease creeping in. I don't really have much of a reason to become more powerful. I'm trying to stay out of all these conflicts and complications, you know. Issei attempted to deflect their proposition. Vala's expression soured slightly. Yeah, but you're a dragon. It's in a dragon's nature to seek power, fame, and wealth. Greed runs through their veins. It's hard to believe that you have no ambition or desire to become stronger. What do you know about dragons, devil? Issei retorted with a hint of anger in his voice. Vala let out a sigh. There's no need to get angry. I'm just drawing from my observations of Tiamat. Ha, she's got a point, Issei, Tiamat chimed in, her voice laced with amusement. As the three entered Kuoh Academy through the front doors, they were met with wide-eyed stares from everyone present. Every guy in the room exuded envy at the sight of the two alluring transfer students accompanying Issei. The girls buzzed with excitement, chattering and gossiping like a flock of hyperactive hens. Issei-kun is hanging out with the transfer students. One of them exclaimed. They're incredibly beautiful, why would they be following that jerk? A disappointed guy muttered. With the two stunning beauties accompanying him to their classroom, Issei's desirability skyrocketed among the girls in the school. Is he dating one of them? Maybe both. Gasped a girl in awe. I saw them riding motorcycles away from school yesterday. Are they part of a gang or something? Speculated another. Issei-kun is already taken? How will he ever notice me with girls like that around him? Whispered a girl to her friends, her voice filled with longing. Merely walking to class had ignited a wildfire of rumors, spreading like rapid contagion, suggesting romantic involvements between Issei and the two girls. Issei found it amusing, albeit slightly embarrassed, as he knew Vala and Tiamat were undoubtedly privy to all the gossip as well. Just as they were about to enter the classroom, Issei caught sight of Sana and the stunning red-haired girl from the other day engaged in a conversation further down the hallway. As their gazes locked onto Issei, Vala, and Tiamat walking together, Issei couldn't help but anticipate the potential drama that would ensue. Great, now the devil crew will think I'm involved with them. This school is a never-ending soap opera, Issei lamented with a heavy sigh. As the school day finally came to an end, Issei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He eagerly made his way out of the classroom. Tiamat, who appeared equally bored, let out a dramatically exaggerated sigh. Finally, it's over. I can't believe people actually endure this school stuff every day in this world. Issei glanced at her and nonchalantly shrugged. Yeah, it's pretty dull. Half of the things they teach here have no relevance to me. Good to know I'm not the only one who thinks so, Tiamat responded with a mischievous grin. Vala shook her head in disapproval at their lack of appreciation for education. No knowledge is ever wasted, no matter how seemingly insignificant or tedious it may appear. Some of the things I learned in my youth ended up saving my life in unexpected situations. You should learn to value all knowledge because, ultimately, knowledge is power. Tiamat responded to Vala's speech with a deadpan expression. Nice speech, Vala, but do you honestly think learning about Japanese history is a worthwhile endeavor? I already know enough about them. I couldn't care less about some deity or shrine that the boring teacher was droning on about. She lost me the moment she stopped talking about Orokai. Why can't she talk about me and my glorious days terrorizing Eurasia and Mesopotamia? Ah, Babylon, those were truly the good old days. I can imagine how having such ancient knowledge would make life around here seem dull in comparison, Issei nodded in understanding. Humph, it could be worse. At least you managed to be somewhat entertaining, Tiamat said with a casual shrug. I'm not here to entertain you, Your Majesty. I've already made it clear that I'm not your servant or lackey, Issei stated firmly. At that moment, Tiamat turned towards Issei, her gaze serious. They locked eyes for a brief moment, allowing Issei to appreciate her striking beauty. Her pale blue hair and tan complexion gave her an exotic allure. Though slightly shorter than him, she still stood taller than Vala and most others around them. but it was her eyes that captivated him the most. They had a subtle reptilian quality, with barely discernible slits and a mesmerizing golden-green color, accented by a bluish ring around the pupils. After a moment of being lost in his thoughts, Issei snapped back to reality when Tiamat spoke. "What?" he asked, slightly confused. Tiamat smiled, amused by Issei's reaction. "You're not afraid of me?" "I find that both intriguing and confusing. Most dragons would look away if I stared at them like that." "He, I admire your bravery," she said, her tone filled with approval. "Oh," Issei replied, unsure of how to respond. "What was that all about, Ddraig?" Issei silently asked his partner. "That look she just gave you was a territorial stare. By staring back at her, you conveyed dominance and showed no fear. Most dragons would have averted their gaze, which would indicate submission to her. Now she might think you're more powerful than you're pretending to be, or assume you're trying to impress her. Both scenarios are problematic, especially the latter," Ddraig explained. "Hey, Issei, why do you even attend this school? What's the point of going to school in this world?" Tiamat asked curiously as the three continued walking down the hallway. Thankfully, their conversation remained quiet enough not to be overheard, although their presence still attracted another crowd of onlookers. Chapter 14, Half-Breed. "Hey, Issei, why do you even attend this school? What's the point of going to school in this world?" Tiamat asked curiously as the three continued walking down the hallway. Thankfully, their conversation remained quiet enough not to be overheard, although their presence still attracted another crowd of onlookers. Vala's curiosity got the best of her as she asked, "You seem like you belong here. Why did you choose to live in Kuoh? And your house didn't look quite like what I would expect for a dragon's dwelling. Do you live with anyone?" "I live with my family in Kuoh," Issei replied, keeping his answer brief. Vala's sapphire eyes locked onto Issei for a moment, and she continued, "Your family? So, are you only half-dragon, then?" "Why did I blurt that out without thinking? Well, I might as well go along with it. They'll find out about my parents and my past sooner or later," Issei thought to himself, resigning to the situation. "Half? He doesn't even smell human to me. And he never claimed to be one," Tiamat interjected, her doubt evident as she glanced at Issei. "Yes and no." Issei sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment. "Ha! So that's what you meant by being unique," Tiamat chuckled. "You're just embarrassed about being a half-breed? Ha 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 ha." Issei shot her a sharp glare but remained silent, averting his gaze. "Don't take it to heart. You're still a dragon," Tiamat said, delivering a punch to Issei's arm. To his surprise, the impact was much stronger than he anticipated, but he managed to maintain his composure and showed no reaction to the hit. Tiamat couldn't help but notice his painless expression, and a mischievous grin formed on her face. "She's testing you," Ddraig warned with a tone of horror. "Testing me? For what?" Issei asked, frustrated that Ddraig didn't provide a more detailed explanation. Vala gave Issei a comforting pat on the back as they continued walking. "Don't pay attention to Tiamat. Being a half-breed is nothing to be ashamed of, Issei." "Yeah," Issei responded quietly, fixing his gaze forward. "We don't hold it against you for keeping it a secret. Half-breeds face prejudice everywhere. Trust me, if anyone can understand, it's me," Vala said with sincerity. "I'm done discussing this," Issei said bluntly, his expression turning cold. Vala nodded in understanding, empathizing with his demeanor. Meanwhile, Tiamat couldn't help but let out another chuckle of amusement. "I don't think any less of you for being a half-breed, Issei. So, cheer up already, will ya? At least you're not a half-devil like Vala." Vala shot Tiamat a fierce glare, her eyes burning with anger. "What did you just say? Hey? What? Tiamat feigned innocence, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Vala shook her head, her voice dripping with warning. Don't push me, Tia. I won't hesitate to put you in your place. Hey, whoa. Take it easy, Ms. Lucifer. Spare me the attitude, will ya? Geez, I thought you could take a joke by now, Tiamat responded quickly. Issei felt somewhat relieved, realizing that his cover story wasn't as compromised as he had feared. At least now he didn't have to worry about them coming to his house or discovering information about his parents. As they walked outside, heading towards the parking lot, Vala checked the time and looked serious. Oh no! We're running late, Tiamat. Late for what? Oh, the meeting with the brigade, Tiamat interrupted herself, recalling their prior engagement. Sorry, Issei, but we don't have time to ride with you today, Vala explained as the trio approached their motorcycles. No need to explain, I couldn't care less about your plans, Issei replied nonchalantly. Vala rolled her eyes at his dismissive remark. You're lucky we're in a hurry, or I'd show you who's really tough in a race. I guess we'll see you around. Take care, Issei waved as Vala revved up her engine and drove off. As Tiamat rode past him, she unexpectedly punched him in the arm again. Issei couldn't fathom why, but the dragon lady stuck her tongue out at him before speeding off to catch up with Vala. Once they were gone, Issei let out a heavy sigh of relief. Well, that was close. I hope they don't stick around for the rest of my high school life. Dealing with those girls is such a hassle, and I've only known them for a few days. Issei decided not to dwell on the matter and hopped on his bike, intending to head home. However, after only a block, hunger got the better of him, prompting him to find a nearby restaurant. As he entered the establishment, the workers and customers froze in their tracks, clearly intimidated by his presence. Issei was accustomed to such reactions, as people often mistook him for a trouble-causing gangster or an extortionist. Approaching the counter, Issei observed with surprise as the entire line willingly allowed him to bypass them. Do I really scare people that much? He pondered, finding some amusement in the situation. He placed his order and received his food, then settled at a table to eat. While he consumed his meal, Issei's thoughts wandered to how he would handle his current predicament. He wasn't afraid, but he dreaded the inevitable turmoil that would ensue once the devils at Kuoh Academy discovered his true identity and nature. Vala and Tiamat added another layer of complexity to the situation. Issei couldn't help but wonder if he would eventually have to eliminate everyone at the school. Lost in his thoughts, he barely noticed someone approaching his table. Excuse me, are you Hyudu-san? A nervous voice inquired. Issei snapped out of his inner musings upon noticing a fellow student wearing the school uniform approaching him. He tilted his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. The girl had shoulder-length blue hair, blue eyes, and a slightly androgynous appearance. Within moments, Issei detected the unmistakable scent of a devil on her, causing his expression to sour. What? He replied, his tone laced with annoyance. Chapter 15, Surtsk. Snapping out of his daze, Issei realized it must be the student council president wanting to talk to him. Without uttering a word, he left his classroom and swiftly made his way to the student council room, where he found Sana Satrai waiting for him. As Issei entered the room, Sana adjusted her glasses and greeted him. Ah, Hyudu-san, thank you for coming. I apologize for pulling you out of class, but I've been trying to catch up with you after school to talk in private. Why are the lights off in here? Issei inquired, glancing around the dimly lit room. His heightened senses assured him they were alone and that the room was soundproof. Sana raised her hand, motioning for him to take a seat. Please, have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Issei complied, crossing his arms and casually resting his feet on her desk. Ignoring his impolite gesture, Sana began speaking. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you here. Yes, your blue-haired acquaintance mentioned that you would be contacting me soon, Issei replied casually. Blue-haired acquaintance. Sana furrowed her brow in confusion. Yeah, the tall girl, kind of a tomboy. Blue hair, blue eyes, apparently associated with you, Issei clarified. Are you referring to Tsubasa? She approached you? When did this happen? Sana asked, puzzled. Issei tilted his head, slightly perplexed by her reaction. Yesterday after school. I assumed you were aware. She claimed that you sent her to inform me about an important matter. I never authorized her to approach you. In fact, I instructed all members of my peerage to avoid any interactions with you after the incident with Saji, Sana explained, surprised by the news. Well, you'll have to discuss that with her. Anyway, what is it that you want? Issei cut to the chase. I assume you're already aware, but I am not human, Sana began. No kidding. Issei replied sarcastically. Yes, your blue-haired acquaintance mentioned that you would be contacting me soon, Issei replied casually. Blue-haired acquaintance? Sana furrowed her brow in confusion. Yeah, the tall girl, kind of a tomboy. Blue hair, blue eyes, apparently associated with you, Issei clarified. Are you referring to Tsubasa? She approached you? When did this happen? Sana asked, puzzled. Issei tilted his head, slightly perplexed by her reaction. Yesterday after school. I assumed you were aware. She claimed that you sent her to inform me about an important matter. I never authorized her to approach you. In fact, I instructed all members of my peerage to avoid any interactions with you after the incident with Saji, Sana explained, surprised by the news. Well, you'll have to discuss that with her. Anyway, what is it that you want? Issei cut to the chase. I assume you're already aware, but I am not human, Sana began. No kidding. Issei replied sarcastically. Ignoring his sarcastic remark, Sana proceeded, I am a high-class devil from the Satrai family, the heir to the family's legacy. My peerage consists mostly of members of the school council and a few other individuals within the school. The Occult Research Club is part of the Gremory peerage, led by Rias Gremory, whom you may have noticed as the popular girl with long red hair. Cut to the chase, Issei interjected, growing impatient. Very well. Before we delve into other matters, I would like to know what your relationship is with those new girls in the school, Sana inquired. You mean Tiamat and Vali? I don't really know. Maybe friends, but I barely know them, so it's hard to say, Issei responded with uncertainty. Tiamat's presence has caused significant political tension recently, raising concerns for Lord Surtsk's, Sana explained. Okay, but what does that have to do with me? Issei questioned. Listen, Hyudu-san, while I have been lenient in allowing you to navigate freely within this school, if I am to continue granting you that privilege, I believe it's reasonable to ask for a certain level of trust from you, Sana calmly expressed. Sana then proceeded to make an offer, but before she could finish, Issei interjected firmly, no thanks. I mean, you're not too bad for a spoiled devil princess, but I have no interest in becoming anyone's servant. Sana sighed, well, that complicates matters. If I can't ensure your protection, then you become fair game. Fair game? For whom? Issei questioned, puzzled by her statement. Lord Surtsk is concerned about the situation and has decided to send someone to monitor the school until Tiamat departs. I don't know who it will be or when they will arrive. It would be wise for you to avoid trouble during this time, Sana explained. Chapter 16, Worried. Lord Surtsk is concerned about the situation and has decided to send someone to monitor the school until Tiamat departs. I don't know who it will be or when they will arrive. It would be wise for you to avoid trouble during this time, Sana explained. Thanks for the heads up, Issei acknowledged as he rose from his seat. Before you leave, may I ask you a question? Sana requested. All right, shoot, he said, looking down at her. Sana appeared somewhat puzzled as she asked, is there a specific reason you are so resistant to joining my peerage, other than your aversion to taking orders? Do you hold some inherent bias against devils? What's the point? I'm half dragon and half human. What would I gain by aligning with your side or any side? He countered. Power, influence, allies, these are just a few benefits. Eventually, someone will target you if you lack political backing. Without support, you'll be on your own, she responded sharply. I'll take my chances, Issei replied curtly, before making his way towards the exit. Before opening the door, he glanced back at Sana and stated, by the way, tell that Gremory girl to stay away from my house. Sana's eyes widened in surprise, but before she could respond, Issei closed the door and left. After his conversation with Sana, Issei reluctantly decided to return to class. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, with no one bothering him. As the day came to an end, Issei felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stepped out of the school. He was growing tired of spending his days confined to classrooms. Today would be a perfect day to visit Red. I'm sure the big guy is wondering where I've been, Issei thought to himself as he hopped on his motorcycle and set off. With a sense of eagerness and excitement, he rode as fast as he could towards home. However, his progress was impeded by heavy traffic about 2/3 of the way there. Annoyed, he growled and aggressively revved his motorcycle, urging the vehicles in front to move aside. Move it! He exclaimed in frustration. Issei's attention shifted towards the sidewalk, where he noticed a crowd of people dressed in vibrant cosplays, all moving in the direction of the gridlocked traffic. His eye twitched in frustration. Is there some kind of convention going on or something? What the hell is this? Several seconds elapsed as his anger simmered. I hate traffic. Without the slightest concern for the potential repercussions, he impulsively revved up his bike and veered onto the sidewalk, bypassing the countless stationary cars. Gasps and screams filled the air as he sped past the pedestrians with relentless speed and aggression. Displaying masterful riding skills, Issei skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, effortlessly weaving between people. Upon reaching the main intersection where the convention was taking place, he effortlessly popped a wheelie, lifting his bike's front tire off the ground, and revved the engine to its maximum, creating a deafening roar. Flames erupted from the exhaust, further intensifying the spectacle. His abrupt arrival startled almost everyone nearby as he pulled up triumphantly in front of the convention building, bringing his bike to a halt. Determined to discover the nature of the event, he dismounted his bike and stepped closer to the entrance. Curiosity piqued, Issei's mind raced with questions. Kuoh Anime Convention, hey? When did this town start hosting these events? And why is the traffic so horrendous? Gradually, his frustration began to subside. A voice filled with excitement interrupted his thoughts, prompting Issei to turn towards its source. Standing before him was a girl with black pigtails and dark violet eyes. Her energy was contagious, as if she were experiencing the most incredible day of her life. Are you heading to the convention? The girl asked, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Issei couldn't help but feel a hint of intrigue. If I had known about it, I might have given you a ride, she continued cheerfully. I saw you zoom past on the sidewalk. That was so cool. Issei's glare intensified as he noticed the girl's magical girl cosplay. In an attempt to intimidate her, he revved his bike, hoping she would retreat. To his surprise, she remained unfazed. I'm not here for the convention. I'm just trying to get home, but this ridiculous traffic is making it impossible, he grumbled, annoyance seeping into his tone. Issei contemplated his options silently. Not unless I want to abandon my bike here and risk being seen carrying it, he added mentally, dismissing the idea of escaping the traffic by unconventional means. Well, that's a bummer. But since you're stuck here, why not just go to the convention? The girl suggested, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Issei shot her a glare. I don't have a ticket, and I sure as hell won't be wasting my time waiting in line, he retorted, his annoyance evident. Undeterred by his response, the girl's excitement seemed to intensify. Well, I'm here alone. My sister didn't want to come with me, so I happen to have an extra ticket. Want to join me? You seem like a lot of fun, she offered, holding up a VIP ticket to the convention. Issei stared at her, momentarily captivated by her beauty despite her penchant for magical girl fashion. There was something oddly familiar about her. However, her overpowering perfume was an assault on his senses, leaving him less than thrilled. I kind of have somewhere to be. He hesitated, his eyes scanning the traffic for any sign of movement. A growing crowd watched their interaction, making Issei increasingly uncomfortable. He despised being the center of attention. Playoffs. She pleaded, her voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. Ugh. It doesn't seem like the traffic is going to clear up until all these damn cosplayers get to the convention anyway. And that's a VIP ticket, it looks like. Ah, screw it. I guess the dimensional gap can wait a few more hours, Issei contemplated begrudgingly. With a heavy sigh, Issei dismounted his motorcycle and reluctantly agreed, fine, I'll hang out for a little bit, but only until the traffic clears. Chapter 17, Milkyheim. With a heavy sigh, Issei dismounted his motorcycle and reluctantly agreed, fine, I'll hang out for a little bit, but only until the traffic clears. Yay! The girl cheered with uncontainable excitement, waving her cosplay wand around. Sparkle shine, your command is mine. Issei couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him as the crowd erupted in applause and began snapping pictures of both the girl and him. Thankfully, most of them seemed apprehensive about approaching the delinquent biker. Rolling his eyes at her antics, Issei took the spare VIP ticket she offered and promptly started walking away from her, making his way to the front of the line. A sea of envious onlookers watched in disbelief as the guy who had just arrived on a motorcycle bypassed the line, earning himself an expedited entry into the convention. Hey, wait up! Called out the pig-tailed magical girl as she hurriedly chased after Issei. The male attendees in the crowd seemed to be burning with envy at the sight of Issei not only cutting the line but also being accompanied by the sexiest cosplayer there. Who does that pretty boy douche think he is? And why is such a stunning magical girl following a punk like him? Muttered one disgruntled guy. Milkyheim, can we please have a picture? Pleaded an anxious otaku. You look absolutely amazing! Shouted another excited fan. With a friendly smile, the girl graciously waved at the onlookers and struck a brief pose before catching up to Issei. As they entered the convention hall, they quickly realized that it was packed with attendees. The pig-tailed girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed towards a display, exclaiming, Look, look! They have Milky Spiral 7 figurines. Let's go check them out. Before Issei could voice his objections, the overly excited girl grabbed his hand and enthusiastically pulled him towards a section on the convention floor dedicated to merchandise from the anime she was cosplaying. All eyes within a 200-meter radius were fixated on them as if they were celebrities. Issei started to feel increasingly uncomfortable as strangers approached, requesting pictures with the girl. I should just slip away and check out the Ddraig so ballsy section, Issei thought, contemplating leaving the girl behind and blending into the bustling crowd. After about 15 minutes, Issei managed to distance himself from the girl and explore an area that aligned more with his interests. He surveyed the surroundings, considering the items available. I've got enough money, but I don't want to lug a bunch of stuff back home. That banner would look great in the garage, next to my toolbox. There you are! A loud and excited voice exclaimed, causing Issei to startle as he felt someone jump onto his back. What the? He uttered, momentarily confused until he recognized it was the black pig-tailed girl once again. Why did you leave me? I was so sad when I couldn't find you, she melodramatically expressed in a cutesy manner. The crowd of fervent fanboys and fangirls who had been following the girl froze in place as Issei turned around to face them. Is that her boyfriend? I'm so jealous! An overly animated man exclaimed. Milkyheim, can we take a picture? Milkyheim! Echoed throughout the crowd. Issei's frustration grew, and his anger surged. He growled through gritted teeth, back off right now. An eerie silence fell over the area as the crowd of people pursuing the girl on Issei's back became frightened. Issei clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath, his voice resonating with authority, get lost. She's had enough goddamn pictures for all of you. If you want another photo, you'll have to go through me. No one dared to challenge Issei's fury as the crowd dispersed in all directions, scattering like startled roaches. Although the pigtail girl had always been gracious to her fans, she seemed somewhat relieved that Issei had effectively sent them away. Are you going to get off me or what? Issei asked, his gaze fixed on the girl still clinging onto his back. She beamed and shook her head, refusing to let go. No. I don't want to lose you again in here. Especially if you're going to protect me. Why are you still hanging out with me anyway? He asked, his confusion evident. Because I think you're cool. She replied, tightening her grip on him. The feeling is not mutual, he retorted, shaking his head. Ah, you're so mean! She exclaimed dramatically. Man, that perfume she's wearing is overpowering this clothes, Issei thought, finding himself distracted by the strong scent. Ooh, is that Ddraig so ballsy? We should go check that out. She suddenly pointed towards a nearby stand. Issei looked back at her, surprised by her interest. You like Ddraig so ballsy? Who doesn't? She countered, her excitement shining through. Well, maybe she's not as bad as I originally thought, Issei pondered, realizing that there might be more to her than meets the eye. With that thought, the two of them headed towards the booth to explore more merchandise. The two of them found themselves immersed in the convention atmosphere, laughing and indulging in impulsive purchases. Time seemed to slip away, and before Issei knew it, they were attending various panels and events, losing track of the hours. As the convention was winding down and they stepped outside into the darkening sky, Issei was taken aback by the realization of how much time had passed. He shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself, I can't believe I spent the entire afternoon here. That was so fuyun. The girl exclaimed, her excitement resonating through her voice as she clung onto his arm during their walk. Yet, I actually had a good time, surprisingly, Issei admitted, a hint of surprise coloring his words. Did I seriously spend the whole day with a quirky otaku magical girl? This has been the weirdest week ever. Issei pondered to himself. I never get to do so many things at conventions because everyone always wants to take pictures of me. Going with you was a brilliant idea. Your mean, grumpy face scared everyone away. She giggled. Chapter 18, Sira-fall. I never get to do so many things at conventions because everyone always wants to take pictures of me. Going with you was a brilliant idea. Your mean, grumpy face scared everyone away. She giggled. Well, thanks for the ticket, Milkyheim. This turned out to be a rather pleasant surprise, Issei expressed more sincerely than he had anticipated. Oh. I never told you my name, did I? The girl suddenly realized, placing a hand on her chin. Come to think of it. I was so caught up in the excitement that I never bothered to ask your name either, Issei admitted, looking at her with a touch of curiosity. Issei Hyudu, but don't bother remembering it. We'll probably never see each other again, he responded with skepticism, not expecting any further encounters. But what if I want to see you again? She retorted in a childish manner. Issei couldn't help but laugh at her playful persistence. At this point, he had grown accustomed to her energetic innocence. I'm Sira-fall. She declared with a bright smile, awaiting his reaction. He looked at her curiously. No surname. Since you and I are on a first-name basis, just call me Sira-fall. And I'll call you Issei-chan, all right? She chirped with enthusiasm. All right, nice meeting you then, Sira-fall, Issei waved as he made his way towards his motorcycle. To his surprise, his motorcycle hadn't been towed, and he couldn't help but feel a stroke of luck. As he balanced his souvenir bags and prepared to mount his motorcycle, he looked up and saw Sira-fall standing right beside him. She fidgeted for a moment, her gaze fixed on him. Issei-chan, can I go for a ride on your bike? Please. She pleaded, her eyes filled with hope. Don't you have to go home or something? He asked, his confusion evident. Yeah, but maybe you could give me a ride. She suggested with a suggestive smile. Issei let out a sigh, contemplating the consequences. I'm going to lose all my street cred if people see some otaku magical girl riding with me. The girl locked her fingers and gave him the most adorable expression she could muster. Issei-chan, don't make me beg you. All right, fine, get on, he relented. In a split second, the energetic Sira-fall found herself on the back seat of the bike. She securely tied her bags to the back and immediately wrapped her arms around Issei's waist. Come on, let's go fast! She exclaimed, her happiness palpable. Are you sure you can handle it? This thing is the fastest motorcycle in the world, custom built, Issei cautioned. Go go go! She cheered, her excitement leaving no room for doubt. Issei took it as a resounding yes. Deciding to test the limits of the girl's resolve, Issei began driving recklessly and dangerously at high speed through the city. I'll take her over the bridge, Issei chuckled to himself as he approached a large bridge with elegant arches. Swiftly, he veered off the road and onto the arch, ascending to the beam above the bridge. With a mischievous grin, he popped a wheelie, half expecting Sira-fall to freak out or scream. To his surprise, she seemed ecstatic, enjoying the thrill of his daredevil stunt. Do you still think I can't handle it? Sira-fall asked, spreading her arms wide and relishing the view from the bridge arch. We're about to find out, Issei grinned, pressing a switch in front of him. Flames erupted from the exhaust, and Sira-fall instinctively clung onto his waist as the bike surged forward, gaining even more speed. Issei raced at an exhilarating pace until they reached the top of the bridge arch, then launched off the side. Their motorcycle soared through the air, covering a considerable distance before gracefully landing on top of a nearby parking garage. Throughout the daring feat, Sira-fall's joyous shrieks filled the air, echoing her exhilaration, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. As they slowed down after the landing, Issei glanced back to check on Sira-fall. She appeared overjoyed and showed no signs of fear. Issei was genuinely impressed by her unwavering spirit and couldn't help but laugh. You're the first girl I've ever taken on that stunt. I'm amazed you didn't scream or cry. Are you kidding me? That was incredible. You're incredible! She exclaimed, a bright smile gracing her face. I never thought I'd meet such a cool human girl who shares my interests in drag so ballsy and daredevil motorcycle rides. She's a real gem. If she weren't a magical girl, she'd definitely be my type, Issei thought, momentarily captivated by her presence. Where do you live, Sira-fall? It's getting late, and I should probably take you back, Issei said, shaking off his distraction. Oh, I live in a small house nearby, hosted by some really nice people. It's close to Kuoh Academy, on 3rd Street, she replied. Issei nodded and drove down the parking garage, heading towards the specified location. As they stopped at a red light, he glanced back at her. Sira-fall is a unique name. Are you from another country or something? Something like that. I came to take care of my sister who lives here, Sira-fall explained. That's kind of you, Issei replied as the light turned green. After driving for a while, they finally arrived on her street. Sira-fall pointed at a grand mansion and exclaimed, there it is, the little house I stay in. Issei raised an eyebrow, thinking, little house. This is where all the wealthy people in town live. And isn't this area known for devil activity? I hope she stays safe while she's here. After dropping Sira-fall off, Issei was taken aback when she unexpectedly hugged him. Today was so much fun, Issei-chan. We should hang out again soon, okay? Sure thing, he replied, meeting her gaze for a brief moment. She smiled warmly as she hugged him. Oh, by the way, do you have a cell phone? I'd love to have your email. Issei hesitated for a moment before realizing that exchanging contact information wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I have a cell phone. Let's exchange emails, he agreed, exchanging information with her. As he watched Sira-fall wave goodbye and walk towards the grand mansion, Issei couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and intrigue about this extraordinary girl he had met at the convention. Little did he know that their encounter would mark the beginning of an unexpected and thrilling chapter in his life. Chapter 19, Spam. As he watched Sira-fall wave goodbye and walk towards the grand mansion, Issei couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and intrigue about this extraordinary girl he had met at the convention. Little did he know that their encounter would mark the beginning of an unexpected and thrilling chapter in his life. Issei reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, a sleek red device. Sira-fall, unsurprisingly, had a pink phone of her own. They exchanged email addresses, their fingers dancing across the screens as they inputted the information. With their digital connection established, Sira-fall stood there for a moment, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. We can do this again, right? She asked, hope lacing her words. Issei smiled, genuinely pleased by her question. I'd be more than happy to do it again, he affirmed, his voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. Sparkle shine, your command is mine. See you around, Issei-chan. She cheered, her vibrant energy filling the air. And with those parting words, Sira-fall picked up her bags, her cosplaying gear still clutched tightly in her grasp. Issei watched as she made her way back towards the grand mansion, where her temporary residence awaited her. Issei was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the blaring alarm clock on his bedside table. Its shrill voice berated him, Baka! Wake up! It's not like I care if you're late or anything, but if you're late, I'll be late too. Baka! Wake up! Groggily, Issei glanced at the clock. Ugh! 7:15 a.m., he muttered to himself. He longed for the days when he could sleep in until 10 without the pressure of attending school. With a swift movement, he silenced the alarm, finding amusement in the fact that it cycled through 24 unique wake-up alarms, the first one being a tsundere character. As he fought off his drowsiness, his mind wandered back to the convention and the thrilling ride with Sira-fall. I still can't believe I ended up taking a magical girl on my bike like that. What a crazy twist of fate, he mused, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The idea of spending the day with a magical girl at a convention would have seemed absurd if someone had told him earlier. With a yawn, Issei swung his legs out of bed and began to prepare for the day ahead. Amidst the routine of getting ready, he heard a faint vibration from his phone. Curiosity piqued, he casually strolled over to see what had caused the interruption. Issei speculated to himself, I'll bet it's my mom and dad updating me on their safe arrival in Europe, as he reached for his phone to check the notification. To his surprise, his eyes widened as he discovered a different reality. 11 unread messages. What the hell? He exclaimed, perplexed by the sudden influx of notifications. It soon became evident that these messages were not from his parents, but rather from a single person who had bombarded him with their texts. At 8:03 p.m., Issei's phone buzzed with a message from none other than Sira-chan. Hey, Issei-chan, this is Sira-chan. It read. Just 7 minutes later, another message from Sira-chan popped up. I just wanted to express my gratitude once again for the amazing day we had together. It was so much fun. I can't wait to see you again. Her excitement was palpable in the subsequent message at 8:12 p.m. I can't contain my excitement. That thrilling ride you gave me still has my heart racing. Feeling a sense of apology, Sira-chan messaged again at 8:16 p.m. I'm sorry if I intruded earlier, but I truly appreciate you driving me home. It means a lot to me that I was the first girl to experience that bridge stunt with you. At 8:20 p.m., she shifted the topic, suggesting, by the way, we should definitely go see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie sometime. What do you think? Curiosity about Issei's schedule and school arose in her message at 8:28 p.m. What are you up to tomorrow? I have the whole day free. Oh, and do you happen to attend Kuoh Academy? Your uniform looked familiar. Anxiety seemed to seep into her message at 9:01 p.m. Issei-chan. Are you there? I assume you must be asleep. Good night, Issei-chan. The late-night restlessness persisted, as reflected in her message at 12:07 a.m. I can't seem to sleep right now. Are you awake? Sira-chan's eagerness for a response resurfaced at 1:14 a.m. So, what do you think about watching the new Milky Spiral 7 movie? I'm really anxious to hear your answer. I promise it'll be fun. Despite the early hour, her impatience became apparent in the message at 7:06 a.m. I guess you don't check your phone often, hey? Please reply as soon as you can. It feels like you're ignoring me. Continuing her quest for plans, she messaged again at 7:16 a.m. If you're not interested in the movie, we can do something else. Just let me know, and I'm up for anything. Every single one of her messages was adorned with an array of emojis and cutesy icons, ranging from winks to exaggerated smiles and frowns. Issei couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. What on earth have I gotten myself into? I've only known her for less than 24 hours, and she's already bombarding my phone with messages. Damn! I guess I should reply before she goes off the deep end. He swiftly typed a response to her, Hey, Sira-fall, I did receive your messages, all 11 of them. Sorry you had trouble sleeping. Adrenaline from riding can keep me awake too sometimes. Almost immediately, he received another text, not even 30 seconds later. Issei-chan. You replied. Yay! Good morning. So, are you busy today? Please let me know soon. The anticipation is driving me crazy. Goodness, this girl is really over the top. I've never met someone so excited to hang out with me, Issei thought, shaking his head. Chapter 20, Proving. Goodness, this girl is really over the top. I've never met someone so excited to hang out with me, Issei thought, shaking his head. Reluctantly, he texted her back, Well, it is Friday. I suppose I'm free this weekend. I'm not particularly interested in seeing that movie, but we can hang out later, I guess. Sira-fall quickly replied, Please. I really want to go see that movie. Then go see it without me, he messaged back. It won't be as fun without you. Please go with me. I don't want to go by myself. My sister is being mean to me and already refused to go. Sira-fall's response came back almost instantly. Alright, fine. I don't understand why you're so insistent on seeing it with me though, he replied. You're the only person I know in this town, and I trust you to keep me safe from all the stalkers, she shot back. He let out a sigh and replied, Am I supposed to be your bodyguard now? Maybe. Winking face, she replied, accompanied by a winking face emoji. With a hint of resignation, he messaged back, I'll pick you up at 6 at the bus stop, then. No. I'd prefer you not come to my house. My sister goes to your school and she's a bit controlling. She probably wouldn't approve of me hanging out with one of her classmates. Let's meet at the bus stop instead. There's an amazing mall right next to the movie theater too. I've already bought our tickets for the movie. We should be there by 9. Can't wait to see you tonight, she responded, adding a flurry of winking and smiling face emojis. She already bought the tickets even before I agreed to this. This girl is something else, but hey, at least she's attractive. Wait a minute, her sister goes to Kuoh? How old is Sira-fall? I should probably ask her about that when I see her later, Issei pondered as he put his phone away and headed to school. Arriving at Kuoh Academy, Issei parked his bike and attracted the usual mix of fearful and admiring glances from onlookers. As he made his way towards the school entrance, he noticed Vala and Tiamat already there. Vala glanced at him and chuckled, "You're early today, just 10 minutes till." Issei shrugged in response to Vala's comment, continuing his stride towards the entrance. Vala and Tiamat followed closely behind him. Tiamat, with her light blue hair, nudged Issei with her elbow as she caught up with him. "No comments today? You're not mad that we weren't here yesterday, are you?" "Nah, yesterday was a pretty chill day," Issei replied absent-mindedly, recalling the peculiar events that took place. Tiamat didn't seem satisfied with his response and scoffed at him. "Yeah, right. Don't lie. You must have been bored out of your mind surrounded by these weak people and uptight devils. I mean, seriously, what kind of dragon wouldn't find this place boring?" "Spot on, Tiamat. I missed you so much yesterday. I spent the day doodling your name with hearts and gazing longingly out the window, awaiting your glorious return," Issei retorted sarcastically. Tiamat rewarded his remark with a playful punch, surprising the onlookers who were taken aback by her action. Their surprise grew even more when Issei refrained from retaliating. Annoyed, Issei shot a glare at Tiamat and warned, "Don't pull that stunt again." She responded with a cocky smirk, taunting him, "Or what? You want to fight me, Issei? Because I'd enjoy that. This situation is tricky. She'll keep pushing until you prove yourself," Ddraig communicated telepathically to Issei, as the delinquent continued to glare at Tiamat. "Damn it, Ddraig, you're right. She's really cornering me here. If I retaliate, it'll expose my true strength, but if I let her get away with this, I'll be at her mercy," Issei thought with frustration. "You could utilize some of your other dragon powers without revealing the full extent of your sacred gear and my existence. Just enough to demonstrate that you're formidable. However, be cautious. Tiamat is extremely powerful, so don't give her a reason to unleash her full strength," Ddraig advised. "Good suggestion," Issei thought as he proceeded into the school building alongside Vala and Tiamat. Shortly after they entered, Tiamat stepped in front of Issei and blocked his path. She halted him and demanded, "I haven't heard your answer yet, Issei. Are you up for the challenge?" "Step aside, Tiamat. We don't need this kind of attention at school. You can settle this later," Vala interjected quietly, aware of the growing crowd gathering to witness the intense confrontation between Issei and Tiamat. She laughed and casually placed her hands behind her head, saying, "Well, if you insist, Vala. I'll catch you two in class. I'm going to grab a snack. Any preferences?" "Whatever you get is fine," Vala responded. Tiamat glanced at Issei and asked, "What about you?" "I don't really mind," Issei shrugged nonchalantly. A mischievous smirk formed on Tiamat's face as she remarked, "Oh, don't worry, I know just what to get for you." She then walked away, leaving Issei and Vala at the entrance of the school. Once Tiamat was out of earshot, Vala sighed and turned to Issei, sharing some advice. "She has this notion that you're incredibly powerful, and you know how dragons get when they hear about someone strong. I'm not suggesting you have to fight her, but it's best to avoid provoking her if possible. Tiamat is still a bit irritated that you won't join us." "Thanks for the heads up," Issei acknowledged as he and Vala ascended the stairs towards their classroom. As they climbed, a large group of devils passed by on the opposite side, heading downstairs. Issei and Vala couldn't help but notice that every single one of them turned their heads unabashedly to look at them. Among the passing devils, Issei recognized a few faces, such as the blonde guy Kaiba, the blue-haired girl Tsubasa, and, of course, Saji. The rest of the peerage and members of the Gremory family were unfamiliar to him. Chapter 21, Discussion. Tsubasa averted her gaze nervously as soon as her eyes met Issei's. Kaiba, on the other hand, offered a friendly wave, while Saji shot Issei a predictable glare. The rest of the devils displayed varying levels of curiosity, but one particular freshman with white hair and yellow eyes stood out. She stared intently at Issei and Vali, even sniffing the air a few times. Vali rolled her eyes at the devils and adopted a sneering expression, clearly unimpressed by their presence. She halted briefly and nudged Issei, remarking, "Look at all that royalty, Issei." Haha. Issei remained silent, continuing to ascend the stairs without engaging further. Vala's gaze lingered on the devils for a moment before she turned and followed Issei, prompting some of the devils to pause on the stairs as the two of them departed. Once Issei and Vala were out of sight, Akeno closed her eyes and spoke calmly with a smile, "She seems quite unpleasant." Rias turned to Sana, seeking clarification, "Who is that girl? Is she also a dragon?" "She's the one who came here with Tiamat-sama, right?" Sana shook her head, replying, "I don't know much about her, but it appears that Tiamat-sama is often in her company. She doesn't strike me as a typical dragon, but her silver hair does seem strangely familiar." Konako chimed in with her usual stoic tone, "She has the scent of a devil to me." Hyudu, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have any distinct scent. It's quite unusual for a dragon not to have a noticeable scent, they're hard to miss. So she is a devil? Then why did she look at us like that? Doesn't she recognize Rias or Sana? Akeno wondered with curiosity. She referred to us as royalty, so I assume she does, Rias replied, visibly annoyed. I don't know who that girl is, but she must be powerful if Tiamat-sama and Hyudu-san are associating with her, Tsubaki interjected. Sana nodded in agreement, addressing Tsubaki, "You raise a valid point. If that girl is indeed a devil, she likely belongs to a high-ranking devil family. No dragon would align themselves with a weak devil, especially not two dragons. The fact that she disregarded us is quite concerning if she knows our identities. She might be affiliated with a lesser-known devil house," Tsubaki speculated. Rias interjected with a serious expression, "Silver-grey hair is predominantly seen in one devil clan, Graphia's clan." Sana adjusted her glasses and gave Rias a stern look, "Silver hair, high-class devil, unknown to the current heirs of the Gremory and Satrai clans, I don't believe this girl is one of ours. She practically sneered at us as well. How can we confirm if she's a high-class devil, though?" Kaiba inquired, displaying his curiosity. Rias expressed her uncertainty, "We cannot be certain, but I have a strong feeling about it." Tsubaki looked at Sana with a serious expression, "What are your thoughts on her identity, Sana?" Sana pondered for a moment before responding, "Although it may be premature, I don't believe she is affiliated with the anti-Satan faction. There is a possibility that she belongs to the Lucifuge clan, one of the surviving high-class devils from the old Satan faction." Tsubaki gasped in surprise at Sana's revelation, "The Lucifuge clan? Are you suggesting that she is part of their lineage?" Rias frowned, questioning the association between Tiamat and a member of the old Satan faction, but why would Tiamat be involved with someone from the faction? As far as I know, she is on good terms with the Mu. Sana adjusted her glasses once again, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, "I can't say for certain, but Tiamat's presence here becomes even more significant if she is indeed associated with a member of the old Satan faction." Rias shifted her focus to Sana's earlier statement, "You mentioned that my brother dispatched someone to monitor the situation here. Did he send Graphia? Have we received any updates on that?" Sana responded regretfully, "Unfortunately, among the available options, Surtsk-sama chose my sister, Sira-fall. She arrived in the city yesterday. While she is here in case of any major issues, my brother specifically instructed her to stay away from the school to avoid escalating any conflicts. Rias expressed her surprise. Leviathan-sama is here? I wasn't aware of that. Sana nodded, indeed. I would have preferred Beelzebub-sama or Grafia-san. Beelzebub-sama is acquainted with Tiamat-sama, and Grafia-san could provide valuable insight. However, my sister tends to lack restraint and diplomatic skills. If she were provoked by that Vala girl, she could potentially cause widespread destruction in the city. I trust that Surtsks would prioritize your safety above all else. Having your sister present is likely a precautionary measure, Rias said, trying to reassure herself. Nevertheless, we should remain cautious of that devil girl. She seems to harbor animosity towards us and has formed a close bond with Hyudu-san. I find her presence concerning, Sana asserted firmly. Rias nodded in agreement, sharing Sana's apprehension. I share your sentiments. I'm also curious about Hyudu-san's strength. Did he mention their intentions or why they seek his company? Sana sighed, feeling uncertain. I have no definitive answer regarding his strength, but he claims to be half-dragon and unafraid of going against conventional rules. Based on that, I assume he possesses considerable power, possibly on par with us. Rias was taken aback by the estimation. You believe he is that strong? If not, he certainly possesses a remarkable fearlessness, Sana remarked. I will request Grafia to investigate the background of that Vala girl. If she is indeed associated with the old Satan faction, we must gather relevant information without delay, Rias stated with determination. Please keep me informed if any significant findings arise, Sana responded before parting ways with her peerage. Chapter 22, Sudden Attack. Issei sat alone on the rooftop during his lunch break, his mind consumed by thoughts of his upcoming encounter with Sira-fall. Is it even considered a date? She's a bit unconventional, and I'm not sure if she grasps the concept of romance. Maybe it's just a casual outing to watch a cheesy magical girl movie. Afterwards, she'll say some typical girly things, and we'll part ways. Why did I give her my email? Sure, she's attractive and kind of cool, but is she really girlfriend material? And even if she is, do I want to involve her in all this devil and angel chaos? Interrupting his thoughts, a powerful blow suddenly landed on his face, snapping him back to reality. Startled, Issei quickly got up, finding Tiamat standing before him with a wicked grin. I just punched you again. What are you going to do about it? She taunted. As Issei scanned the area, he noticed the absence of Vali, expecting him to be present as well. Tiamat, amused by his search, explained, Vala's not here to protect you, Issei. It's just you and me now. Let's settle our dispute once and for all. What's your problem? Issei snapped, his anger mounting. You're the one who initiated this. Acting like you can take me on. Prove it, tough guy, she hissed, launching a swift jab towards him. Using his enhanced reflexes, Issei skillfully evaded her attack and effortlessly dodged her subsequent strikes with agile movements. Stop dancing around me, you coward. Fight me, Issei. Tiamat growled, lunging at him with full force. Reacting quickly, Issei caught her mid-tackle and swiftly slammed her onto the ground. He cracked his knuckles and neck, preparing for what came next as Tiamat rose up aggressively. Excitement gleamed in Tiamat's eyes as Issei retaliated, finally, you've got some guts. I thought you were too scared to lay a finger on a girl. Swiftly seizing the opportunity, Issei gripped her throat tightly and pinned her to the ground. Tiamat's surprise at his strength quickly turned into satisfaction. Without struggling against his hold, she looked up at him from her position. You're stronger in this form than I anticipated, impressive. Growling with intensity, Issei warned her, if you're trying to provoke me, you're doing a damn good job. A mischievous grin adorned Tiamat's face. Oh, I'm certainly trying. How about you drop the act of being a nobody and reveal your true strength? Annoyed, Issei released his grip and stood up, his anger evident. Tiamat watched him eagerly as his body briefly emitted a red glow. His eyes dilated and transformed into a striking golden-green color. Within moments, 2 additional red wings emerged from his back, distinct from his sacred gear's wings. His nails sharpened into claws, and fangs appeared in his mouth. Tiamat's grin widened as she witnessed his transformation, an incredible aura. I'm amazed that you've been able to conceal this power all along, and even more surprised that you would. Issei locked eyes with her, his gaze filled with determination. Does this satisfy your curiosity? For now, I suppose. I won't make you fight me here at school. Perhaps another time, Tiamat responded calmly. Without hesitation, Issei swiftly returned to his normal form and concealed his aura once more, relieved that he had kept his power heavily suppressed during the display. Had he unleashed his full strength, it would have alerted every devil and angel within the city limits. The glimpses he had shown were enough to appease Tiamat's eagerness. She approached him closely after he reverted to normal, teasing, "I'd show you mine, but I wouldn't want to cause a devil invasion in response." Issei raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Well, that's truly disappointing." Tiamat grinned mischievously and replied, "But I can offer you something." Curiously, Issei asked, "What would that be?" Without warning, Tiamat leaned in closely, causing Issei to wonder if she was about to kiss him. He couldn't believe his eyes. To his surprise, Tiamat grabbed his face and pried open his mouth, breathing a gentle stream of blue flames down his throat. Perplexed, Issei stared at her, trying to make sense of what she had just done. Tiamat, however, pulled back with a wicked smile and calmly said, "Consider that my way of apologizing for my aggression, Issei." Confused, Issei questioned, "What was that supposed to be?" "Oh? You truly have no idea? Ha ha ha, that's quite amusing. Are you certain you're a dragon?" She chuckled, reveling in his bewilderment. Issei shot her a sharp glance before rolling his eyes, dismissing her comment. "Whatever, it doesn't matter to me. Let me know when you figure it out, and we can continue from there," she giggled playfully, thoroughly enjoying his ignorance. "What did she just do to me, Ddraig? Can you explain?" Issei reached out to his partner, seeking clarification. After a momentary silence, Ddraig finally responded, "It was nothing significant, she's simply attempting to provoke you once more. Don't let it bother you." Resuming his seat, Issei resumed his lunch, ignoring Tiamat's presence. Shortly after, Tiamat joined him, sighing, "Vala has some family meeting to attend. Fortunately, I didn't have to go this time." "Her family? Are they also affiliated with the Cow's Brigade?" Issei inquired. Tiamat shrugged, "Yes, some of them are, I believe. Many members of the Old Satan faction are aligned with the Cow's Brigade." Curiosity piqued, Issei questioned, "Why is that? On that note, why did you choose to align yourself with devils? Aren't dragon kings supposed to be immensely powerful beings?" "Let me clarify, Issei. While the 5 great dragon kings are indeed formidable, we are not invincible. A high-class Satan devil can still pose a significant challenge to a dragon king, and the underworld houses many powerful devils. I prefer to maintain a cordial relationship with them, if only to avoid being sealed away or targeted by sacred gears. Sadly, many of our kind have suffered such fates. With our dwindling numbers, it is crucial for me to exercise caution and preserve our species," Tiamat explained with a sigh. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Another Reason. "Let me clarify, Issei. While the 5 great dragon kings are indeed formidable, we are not invincible. A high-class Satan devil can still pose a significant challenge to a dragon king, and the underworld houses many powerful devils. I prefer to maintain a cordial relationship with them, if only to avoid being sealed away or targeted by sacred gears. Sadly, many of our kind have suffered such fates. With our dwindling numbers, it is crucial for me to exercise caution and preserve our species, Tiamat explained with a sigh. Well, you should know that they're highly concerned about your presence at this school. One of those devil princesses even questioned me about why you and Vala are here. It seems quite reckless to me, not that I care, Issei remarked. Tiamat nonchalantly shrugged, I can imagine their frustration. Those spoiled little brats are probably upset that they can't simply force me out of their territory without initiating a major conflict. I've never had much fondness for the current Mua and their arrogant siblings and heirs. While the Astaroth clan is tolerable, I'm not particularly fond of the Gremory or Satri houses. They've likely already informed my brother, Sertsks, of my presence here. So, you maintain good relations with the ruling devil clans, yet you align yourself with a faction that opposes them? Issei inquired, seeking clarity. I've only recently freed myself from the need to please them. With Vala and Ophis supporting me, I no longer feel obligated to follow Adjoka's or any of the Mua's commands, Tiamat explained, her tone distant. Vala must be incredibly powerful if you are willing to choose her over the Mua, Issei remarked, acknowledging Vala's strength. Tiamat nodded, indeed, Vala possesses tremendous power. If she desired, she could easily become a Satan. Curiosity piqued, Issei pressed further, so, what is it that you desire? Are you part of the Cows Brigade solely because Ophis leads it, or is there more to your involvement? Are you tired of being controlled by devils? Tiamat casually shrugged, it's something along those lines. Vala recruited me and made a promise to assist me with a personal matter. At first, I didn't believe her, but then... Intrigued, Issei prompted, then what happened? Tiamat chuckled lightly, ahaha, it's nothing, really. Vala just caught me off guard. When I discovered that her faction supported Ophis, I realized it was a better path to follow than the current Mu. There's something that has been bothering me. What does Ophis actually desire, and why has she taken the lead in your faction? It seems unlikely for her to involve herself in a conflict like this, Issei asked, his tone reflecting his genuine curiosity. With a sigh, the blue-haired dragon responded, you've asked us this before, haven't you? Ophis is a complex entity, it's something you should inquire about directly from her. Given that she was aware of your presence here, I'm certain she will reveal her intentions to you in due time. For how long do you and Vala plan on attending school here? And how is your recruiting progressing? Issei inquired. Tiamat shrugged, it's hard to say, politics can be slow and tedious. Currently, we don't have much else to do besides recruiting, and so far, you're the only one we've deemed worthwhile. I appreciate the sentiment, but I still won't be joining you, Issei stated dryly. Understood, we also have another purpose for remaining in this town, Tiamat said with a serious tone. What could that be? Issei questioned. Tiamat shook her head, I cannot disclose everything, Issei, not unless you become one of us. It's nothing personal. Fair enough, Issei sighed. As the bell rang, capturing their attention, Issei stood up. Well, I'm heading back to class. Are you coming? I'll join you shortly, Tiamat replied as Issei made his way back inside and descended the stairs. Later that day. After enduring a long and tiresome school day, Issei felt a sense of anticipation for seeing Sira-fall later. As he and Tiamat descended the stairs together, they were confronted by someone unexpected, Saji. However, he appeared more serious than angry, as if he had something important to discuss. Tiamat glanced at Saji, then at Issei, and shook her head dismissively. Issei crossed his arms, a hint of curiosity in his expression. What do you need? Can we talk, in private? Saji asked with a touch of respectfulness. Tiamat scoffed and walked past them, stating, I'll see you later, Issei. Have a good weekend. Maybe I'll drop by at some point. See you, Tiamat, Issei replied, waving goodbye. Once Tiamat was out of sight, Issei focused his attention back on Saji. You want to talk to me privately? What could you possibly have to say? Please, man, just hear me out. Saji requested, glancing around at the curious onlookers who had taken notice of their conversation. Sighing, the Sekur-Uti relented. All right, lead the way. Saji led Issei outside to a more secluded area before turning to face him. His determined gaze met Issei's as he began to speak. First, I want to apologize for my behavior the other day. I tend to get carried away when it comes to the president. She's genuinely a good person and doesn't deserve any disrespect, Saji started. Issei uncrossed his arms, listening attentively. Respect isn't automatically granted, it must be earned. Nevertheless, I hold no grudge against her. She mentioned that she tried to recruit you into our peerage. I wasn't surprised by your refusal, but truth be told, I doubt you would have been able to join anyway, Saji continued. Curious, Issei inquired, why is that? Her peerage is already filled, except for the pawn positions. A high-class devil's peerage typically consists of 8 evil pieces for pawns, and I occupy 4 of them. Considering your strength surpasses mine by far, the remaining 4 wouldn't have been sufficient to make you a devil, Saji explained in detail. Issei glanced at his watch, growing impatient. Is there a point to all this? Chapter 24, What do I gain from that? Issei glanced at his watch, growing impatient. Is there a point to all this? Saji nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yeah, there is. I heard that you're a dragon, and I was wondering if you could train me. Issei gave him an incredulous look. What? Look, I know it's a long shot, and I'm ashamed to even ask. My sacred gear contains a dragon, and I thought that maybe you could offer some guidance, being a dragon yourself, Saji admitted, a tinge of embarrassment evident in his voice. Issei shrugged dismissively. Even if I were capable of helping you, which I highly doubt, why would I want to? What do I gain from training a devil to use his dragon sacred gear? Saji frowned, disappointed by Issei's lack of interest. It wouldn't be anything extravagant or long-term. Just a few hours of your time. I really want to become stronger, and I don't know how. I thought it wouldn't hurt to ask you, even though I expected you to decline. What's your motivation for wanting to become stronger? Issei inquired, causing Saji to perk up anxiously. I want to be able to protect the president and the others. I want to be more than just her devil servant someday. I want them to see me as someone worthy of the Citri name, Saji confessed. Issei rolled his eyes at the response. Why should I train you so that you can be a more useful servant to them? If you had a genuine aspiration, I might reconsider. But your lack of ambition is precisely why you're weak. Saji grimaced, feeling the weight of Issei's harsh words. I was ambitious enough to ask someone like you, wasn't I? You're missing the point, dude. I won't train you if your only goal is to impress some devil princess in a group of girls. That kind of mindset won't lead you to true power. It will only make you a convenient tool. You should strive to become stronger for your own sake, Issei explained. What did you just call me? A tool. Saji replied angrily. Issei sighed in exasperation. Yet, right now your sole purpose seems to be getting stronger to impress some devil princess in a bunch of girls. That attitude won't make you truly powerful. It will only make you a pawn. Only pursue strength for a purpose that is truly your own. I guess I don't have my own reason, Saji admitted, drifting off in thought. Most people don't, that's why they end up as servants, Issei replied. Curious, Saji asked, what's your reason for wanting to be stronger then? Issei chuckled briefly before responding, I have many reasons, but the biggest one is to be the master of my own destiny. Confused, Saji stared at him. What do you mean? I mean, I'm strong so that I don't have to serve anyone, Issei explained. Saji lowered his gaze, reflecting on Issei's words. I'm not sure if I could have the same goal, especially now that I'm already a devil. You don't have to go to the extreme like me, but at least strive for something more for yourself. Get stronger for your own sake, not just to please others. By doing so, you may end up impressing them more than you ever would as a selfless follower. And if you want the president to truly respect you, stop being a suck-up like the other servants, Issei advised calmly. Saji's expression shifted, showing a hint of realization. I never thought about it that way. When you discover your own reason, let me know, Issei said casually as he turned to leave. Hey, Hyadu-san, are we at least okay now? Saji asked. Yeah, we're fine, devil, just don't get on my bad side, and we'll stay that way, Issei replied, walking away. Before he could leave, Saji called out once more, by the way, you might want to steer clear of that Vala girl. The others are really concerned about her. If you're serious about avoiding political entanglements here, it's probably best to stay away from her. I'll keep that in mind, Issei acknowledged before heading toward his motorcycle. As Issei approached the designated meeting spot on his motorcycle, he was surprised to find Sira-fall already waiting for him. I wonder how long she's been here. She must have known when school ended for Kuoh Academy students, Issei thought, parking his bike. Sira-fall, dressed in a magical girl cosplay once again, excitedly ran towards him. Issei-chan. You're here! She exclaimed with childlike enthusiasm. Issei glanced at her outfit and let out a sigh. You're wearing that costume again? We're not going to a convention, you know. Yeah, but it's the opening day of the Milky Spiral 7 movie. She announced. And why does that require dressing up? He questioned. Sira-fall gave him a guilty smile and looked down. Well, it is the opening day, so I wanted to make it special. So, what time is the movie? Issei asked. Yep. We have some time before it starts, so let's go to the mall and do some shopping. Sira-fall cheered. Without wasting a moment, she hopped onto the back of Issei's motorcycle, wrapping her arms around his waist. We can grab dinner before the movie too. You can choose the place. She suggested. Okay, how long is this movie, though? Issei inquired curiously. It's almost 3 hours long. 2 hours and 45 minutes, to be exact. And we have to stay for the special scene after the end credits. She replied cheerfully. Are you serious? I can't sit through 3 hours of magical girls, Issei thought, horrified. Since when did anime movies get that long? Aren't they supposed to be around an hour and a half? Go go go! Sira-fall urged, prompting Issei to start the engine and ride off. They had a wild and fast journey through town before reaching the mall. Issei attracted quite a few stares from the crowd as he parked his motorcycle. Chapter 25, Cutie with a Weirdo. Go go go! Sira-fall urged, prompting Issei to start the engine and ride off. They had a wild and fast journey through town before reaching the mall. Issei attracted quite a few stares from the crowd as he parked his motorcycle. Once they got off, Sira-fall eagerly linked her arm with his and practically dragged him into the mall. Their unconventional appearance drew the attention of many onlookers as they made their way through the bustling crowds inside. Issei couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment as he walked alongside the beautiful Sira-fall, dressed in her magical girl cosplay. However, given Sira-fall's allure, it was understandable that people took notice. Several girls gasped and whispered among themselves, "Oh my gosh! She's so cute! What is she doing with someone like him? Are they a couple?" Another girl exclaimed, her excitement resembling that of seeing famous celebrities. Why would such a hot guy be with a weirdo like her? One girl wondered, clearly confused. At that moment, Issei realized that everyone around them assumed Sira-fall was his girlfriend. She's adorable. I want to take a picture with her. A guy excitedly expressed to his friends. No way, dude. Look at that intimidating guy with her, one of his friends replied, dismissing the idea. You think so? I'll show that guy who's boss, the overly confident guy declared before boldly stepping in front of Issei and Sira-fall. Hey babe, you look amazing in that outfit. Mind if I take a picture? He asked loudly. Sira-fall happily posed and flashed a peace sign. Sure, go ahead and take one of us. Nah, sweetheart, I actually meant a picture of just you and me, if you catch my drift, he replied, attempting to push Issei aside. Without hesitation, Issei pushed the guy back, exerting more force than intended. The guy went flying and crashed through the glass display of a nearby store. Whoa, did you see that? That guy just assaulted me. Get him! One of the guy's friends shouted, rallying the others to charge at Issei. With ease, the delinquent dragon evaded the attacker's swing and swiftly tripped him. In a split second, Issei stomped on the downed man's leg, causing him to cry out in pain. The surrounding crowd looked on, horrified by the sudden display of violence. The first guy, who had recovered from his unexpected trip, pointed at Issei, his voice trembling, "That guy attacked me. Someone call the police." "Hey, man, I think he's with the Yakuza. Look at his jacket." Another friend pointed out, sounding genuinely concerned. Fear instantly replaced the guy's bravado as he backed away. "I don't want any trouble, man. I'm sorry." Issei let out a heavy sigh as he walked past the crowd, leaving behind the injured men. Surprisingly, Sira-fall remained silent throughout the commotion. "She's probably regretting this outing already. This kind of stuff always happens when I'm with a girl," Issei thought to himself, feeling a tinge of frustration. "You really are my bodyguard, aren't you?" Sira-fall giggled, breaking the silence as they walked away. As the initial shock subsided, the crowd resumed its normal flow. No one dared to confront Issei, assuming him to be some powerful gangster. Women in the vicinity began casting approving and lustful glances his way, as if his defense of Sira-fall made him more desirable. Issei paid little attention to the peculiar reactions of the public. His focus was more on Sira-fall and her thoughts about the incident. He glanced down at her, surprised that she didn't appear upset or bothered by what had just transpired. To his confusion, she seemed to enjoy it. "I'm surprised you're not upset about all of this," Issei voiced his honest observation. Sira-fall looked up at him with wide eyes and a smile. "Why would I be? You threw that jerk through a glass display. It was awesome." Yeah, sure," Issei replied, somewhat taken aback. "A magical girl cosplayer who enjoys reckless motorcycle rides and condones violence. She just keeps getting weirder. I hope people don't think I was trying to be chivalrous," Issei thought to himself, aware of the dreamy looks he was receiving from several women. "Oh my god, did you see what he did to those guys? They were all trying to mess with his girl, and he just threw one through the glass." A loud gossiping girl exclaimed to her friend. "I wish he was my boyfriend. That girl is lucky to have a man who will stand up for her," another woman expressed. Issei overheard these conversations thanks to his heightened dragon senses, and he was relieved that Sira-fall couldn't hear them. "Damn it, that's so awkward. I hope Sira-fall doesn't hear all the crazy things these people are saying about us. It would make things really weird," Issei thought, glancing down at Sira-fall once again. To his surprise, she appeared to be getting embarrassed. Her cheeks turned red, indicating her discomfort. Despite not knowing her for long, Issei was aware that Sira-fall wasn't typically shy. However, given the overwhelming attention they were receiving, even she had her limits. "Hey, Issei, let's go in there," Sira-fall pointed to a nearby store. To his horror, they entered a woman's clothing store. Issei was reluctant to step inside but grateful for any excuse to escape the staring crowd. As they entered the store, the employees greeted them warmly. Issei was relieved that they remained professional and didn't comment on his jacket or Sira-fall's magical girl costume. Sira-fall eagerly explored the store, picking out various outfits. Once she had a selection, she headed towards the changing room in the back. Feeling out of place, Issei stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do or where to go. He tried to avoid the curious glances from women as he waited for Sira-fall to finish changing. One woman approached him, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Are you waiting for your girlfriend?" she asked. "Yeah," Issei replied absent-mindedly. The woman seemed disappointed by his response, nodding before walking away. Issei didn't bother to figure out why she had asked in the first place. Shortly after, the curtain opened, and Sira-fall stepped out, appearing slightly flustered. "What?" Issei asked, trying to interpret her expression. Sira-fall quickly glanced down and asked, "How does it look on me?" Chapter 26, Question about Magic. Sira-fall quickly glanced down and asked, "How does it look on me?" She had chosen a sexy punk outfit that matched Issei's style. It consisted of a cute sleeveless black top, a black and red frilly skirt, fishnet stockings, black boots, and armlets. "You look awesome. Next time we go stunt riding, you should definitely wear that," Issei complimented her. Sira-fall continued trying on various outfits for the next hour. Surprisingly, Issei started to feel more at ease in the store and didn't despise the shopping experience as much as he had anticipated. When they finally left the store, Sira-fall was back in her magical girl cosplay, carrying multiple bags of new clothes. She appeared to be in a great mood, much to Issei's relief. They continued shopping for several more hours, buying the Milky Spiral 7 video game and other random games. Finally, they ended up at a random restaurant in the mall, chosen by Issei. As they entered the restaurant, they noticed many couples dining together. Issei couldn't help but feel awkward, wondering how Sira-fall perceived the situation. This day has been, almost like an actual date. And now we're in a couple's diner? Geez, I hope she doesn't misinterpret this. I had no idea it was a couple's diner, Issei thought, maintaining his calm exterior. Sira-fall glanced around at the couples in the room and quickly looked down, feeling embarrassed. "This place looks nice," she commented. "Hopefully, I've never been here before," Issei replied, stealing a few glances at nearby couples. "Hey, Issei, thanks for coming with me today. It means a lot to have someone to go to these things with," Sira-fall said nervously. "Yeah, no problem, Sira-fall," Issei responded, unsure of how to continue the conversation and quickly looking away. "When I texted you last night and you didn't reply, I thought maybe you didn't like me or something." "Many people think I'm weird," Sira-fall confessed honestly. "There's no denying you're a bit weird, but that's what makes you interesting. It's boring to be like everyone else, anyway," Issei remarked. Sira-fall blushed at his comment, looking up at him. Hello, are you two ready to order?" A waitress interrupted Sira-fall, causing her to abandon her train of thought. They placed their orders with the waitress, and once she left, the previous conversation lost its momentum. Attempting to prevent any awkwardness, Issei spoke up, "So, what's the deal with the whole magical girl thing? I've been curious why you're so into it." "Oh, that? Well, it's kind of a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it?" Sira-fall asked. Issei nodded, saying, "Yeah, I mean, it seems like something an older girl wouldn't be into." Sira-fall frowned, saying, "I guess it's because I never really had much of a childhood, to be honest." "Why?" Issei inquired. "Well, my family is pretty wealthy, and they have a somewhat elitist mindset, if you know what I mean. As the eldest and the heir, I didn't have much of a childhood. My parents groomed and trained me so much when I was young that I ended up resenting it as I grew older. One day, I stumbled upon magical girls, and it changed my life. I felt a genuine connection, as if it filled a void within me. I know it might sound silly, but that's why I like it, Sira-fall explained with shy honesty. Issei nodded sympathetically. That explains a lot. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. To me, it represents freedom. You can't always live your life by someone else's rules. You have to forge your own path if you want to truly enjoy it. Yet, my parents are somewhat ashamed of it, but my sister is their heir now, so I guess my choices aren't really important to them anymore, Sira-fall sighed. Curious about her sister attending his school, Issei cautiously asked, "How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?" Sira-fall seemed slightly alarmed by the question, looking down for a moment before replying, "Oh. I did mention that, didn't I?" Issei quickly shrugged, realizing he may have overstepped his boundaries. "Sorry, forget I asked. It's none of my business." "It's okay," Sira-fall finally replied. "Don't take it the wrong way. I wouldn't care if you were older. I was just curious." Issei tried to diffuse the tension, hoping to reassure her. Sira-fall finally answered, "I suppose you could say I'm old enough to get married." Issei looked at her, cocking his head in confusion. "It's surprising you aren't already, considering your family's expectations. That's what my parents keep saying, but I don't want to marry anyone unless I love them. I guess my selfishness in wanting genuine affection is just another reason for them to think less of me," Sira-fall shrugged. "Your parents sound like some uptight rich people I know," Issei remarked, thinking of devils in general, unknowingly hinting at the irony behind his statement. Curiosity piqued, Sira-fall asked, "Hey, Issei, are you religious by any chance?" He looked at her, shrugging in response. "Not really. I had a childhood friend who was Christian, I think. But I'm too caught up in my own life to get involved in prayers and worship." "Why do you ask?" "I was just wondering if you believed in the supernatural," Sira-fall explained, her face filled with curiosity. Issei hesitated for a moment before answering, "You mean like actual magic, ghosts, demons, and all that stuff?" Sira-fall nodded, eagerly awaiting his response. "Yet, what would you think if all that stuff was real?" Issei shook his head, contemplating her question. "Honestly, I wouldn't care much. Even if it was real, I doubt I'd ever get involved with any of it. I have my own goals and challenges to deal with." Curiosity still gleamed in Sira-fall's eyes as she continued, "If it was real, would you ever want to experience something special like that? Like learning magic or encountering supernatural beings?" Chapter 27, Social Group. Issei pondered for a moment before responding, "Well, I've always fantasized about waking up one day with superpowers. It sounds cool, but I'm sure there are downsides too. Having that kind of power would surely attract enemies." Sira-fall smiled and remarked, "You don't seem to have a problem dealing with enemies yourself." Issei shrugged, uncertain of where she was heading with the conversation, and remained silent. After a brief moment of looking away, Sira-fall made eye contact with Issei again and asked, "What if I told you I'm actually a magical girl?" He chuckled at her statement, saying, "I'd probably believe you. I mean, you've somehow convinced me to hang out with you. If that's not magic, I don't know what is." Sira-fall blushed in response to his words, and Issei quickly realized the potential implications. "Wait, what did I just say to her?" he thought, caught off guard by his own remark. Sira-fall looked back at him with a smile and continued the conversation, "Would you ever be interested in joining my social group?" Confused, Issei questioned, "A social group? Like your friends?" Sira-fall nodded and replied, "Why yeah, it's like a fan group for all things supernatural. I know it may sound silly, but my other friends would really like you." Issei simply chuckled, saying, "I don't know. I'm not really a group kind of person. Maybe one day I'll form my own gang, but I doubt I'd get along well with people like that." You get along with me, though. Sira-fall murmured, looking down. Issei crossed his arms and looked at her, curious about her intentions. And? Well, you don't have to decide right now if you don't want to, but I'd really like you to meet my friends sometime, Sira-fall said with enthusiasm. We'll see, I guess, Issei shrugged, leaving the possibility open but still uncertain. Sira-fall looked at Issei hopefully and asked, even if you don't join, can we still spend time together? Issei chuckled and replied, as long as you don't transform into some kind of monster, then yet. Sira-fall's face froze at his remark, a hint of distress in her expression. She looked at him and said, oh. Quickly realizing his joke might have struck a nerve, Issei reassured her, I didn't mean it like that. I can't imagine you as anything other than a kind and wonderful person. Thanks, Issei. Sira-fall replied somewhat distantly. Sensing her change in demeanor, Issei became concerned and asked, are you okay? You seem a bit off. Trying to find the right words, Sira-fall trailed off and struggled to articulate her thoughts. Issei remained silent, giving her the space to gather her thoughts. Finally, Sira-fall smiled and said, I'm just really glad I met you. Not many people treat me like a girl, except for you. My family and even most of my friends see me as a rich and irresponsible woman who should take things more seriously. It's nice to have someone who doesn't judge me for being myself. Issei chuckled and interjected, oh, I still judge you. Sira-fall's face immediately reddened, and she looked at him in embarrassment. Why you do? Issei chuckled again and clarified, I mean, I judge you in the sense that I see you as a fun and good-hearted person. A bit weird, maybe even a bit crazy, but that's what makes people unique. Feeling a mix of relief and slight embarrassment, Sira-fall muttered, oh, I see. Sira-fall then spoke up slowly, asking, hey, Issei, can I ask you something? Issei nodded, giving her permission to continue. Earlier, while we were shopping, someone said something. Sira-fall began, but once again, their conversation was interrupted as the server arrived with their food. Here are your meals. They're hot, so be careful, the waitress announced, placing the plates in front of them. Awesome, thanks. Issei exclaimed, immediately digging into his meal. Recognizing the disruption, Sira-fall decided to let go of the topic for now and focused on enjoying her own food. The two continued to eat in silence for a brief moment until Issei turned his attention back to Sira-fall. What were you trying to tell me earlier? With a warm smile, Sira-fall brushed off his question and replied, oh, it wasn't anything important. Just some random thought. Resuming their meal, they savored their burgers and fries, occasionally exchanging a comment or two about the flavors. As they neared the end of their meal, their quietude was interrupted by the waitress's arrival, bearing a single large milkshake with 2 straws. Issei immediately expressed his confusion, stating, I don't recall ordering a milkshake. The waitress smiled and shook her head, saying, no, but this one is on the house as a token of appreciation for your amazing Milky Spiral 7 cosplay. Sira-fall thanked the waitress with a radiant smile, her gratitude evident. Thank you so much. Playfully teasing them, the waitress giggled and remarked, you two are simply adorable. It's quite amusing to see Miltan with her tough guy boyfriend here. Beaming with pride, Sira-fall declared, we're actually going to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie tonight. Surprised, the waitress glanced between Issei and Sira-fall. Looks can be deceiving. Your boyfriend is such a sweetheart for taking you to see it. I'm honestly envious. Can I please take a picture with you both? Issei almost choked on the milkshake he was sipping through the straw, caught off guard by the girl's comment. Sira-fall, too, seemed momentarily taken aback. Why yet, sure, Sira-fall responded, still recovering from the unexpected statement. After an awkward photo session, the waitress cheerfully bid them farewell. Thanks a lot. You two have a great time now. Enjoy the rest of your date. And make sure to treat her well, boyfriend Kun. As the waitress disappeared, Issei and Sira-fall locked eyes, their expressions filled with uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, Sira-fall finally broke the ice, diverting the topic with a slight hesitation. How's that milkshake taste? Can I have a sip too? Chapter 28, Magical Girl Movie. After a prolonged silence, Sira-fall finally broke the ice, diverting the topic with a slight hesitation. How's that milkshake taste? Can I have a sip too? Issei nodded, passing her the milkshake, sensing that she had something else she wanted to say but decided against it at the last moment. Go ahead, there are 2 straws, Issei responded, allowing Sira-fall to take a sip as he resumed enjoying the milkshake. They quietly indulged in the shared treat, their faces in close proximity. Issei couldn't help but wonder what thoughts were crossing Sira-fall's mind, relieved that she didn't mention the boyfriend comment. While he wasn't opposed to the idea of dating her, Issei questioned whether it was a wise decision. Their acquaintance was still relatively new, and he believed that someone as sweet and innocent as Sira-fall deserved better than the trouble he seemed to attract. If the devils or angels targeted her to provoke him, he feared that he would inadvertently ruin her life. Moreover, he didn't anticipate Sira-fall harboring such strong feelings for him. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint it, a lingering unease gnawed at his instincts. This is so good. Save some for me, Issei. Sira-fall cheerfully exclaimed, her demeanor returning to its usual bright and lively state. I wonder if she perceives this as a date or simply a friendly outing. I can't decipher her intentions at the moment. Given her personality, it's likely that she would have explicitly asked me to be her boyfriend if that's what she desired. Perhaps she only wants to be friends? But I don't have time for that. What am I even doing here with her? Issei pondered, attempting to decipher Sira-fall's behavior. Glancing at the time, Issei realized it was already 8:30. He looked up and stated, we should get going if we want to catch the movie. Ah, the movie starts soon. Hurry, Issei! Sira-fall exclaimed urgently, promptly settling the bill with an abundance of money before eagerly pulling him out of the restaurant. Issei didn't have a chance to see the exact amount she paid, but it was clearly more than sufficient to cover their meals. They hurriedly made their way to the movie theater, and after a short wait, they finally found their seats. I'm so excited for this movie! Sira-fall exclaimed as they settled into the middle row. This is going to be a long 3 hours. Issei thought to himself as the trailers began playing. Stepping out into the midnight air, Issei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He shook his head and cringed, silently vowing, I'm never subjecting myself to another magical girl movie as long as I live. Why did I agree to go out with her? I could have been soaring through the skies with Red right about now. Speaking of which, the big guy is probably wondering where I've been all week. That was amazing. Can you believe how epic that final battle was? I totally want to learn how to perform that sparkling twilight attack. Sira-fall exclaimed with enthusiasm. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Issei responded, still recovering from the mind-numbing experience of the movie. This has been such an incredible day. I'm so grateful that you came with me, Sira-fall expressed her happiness. Checking the time, Issei remarked, well, it's getting pretty late. I should probably drop you off at home. Already? She gasped, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. Yeah, it's late. I'm not sure what else we could do tonight, he replied, his tone reflecting his exhaustion. Well, I can think of a few things, but involving her with my life seems like a bad idea, so it's best to avoid going down that path. Issei contemplated silently. Sira-fall glanced away nervously for a moment before responding, yeah, sorry. I guess I got carried away. Let's get going, Issei suggested, quickly redirecting the conversation. He promptly headed towards his motorcycle, with Sira-fall following closely behind. Issei wasted no time in driving her straight home. He was tired and eager to retire for the night. As he pulled up onto her street, Sira-fall spoke up, "Wait, the bus stop is back there. You don't have to drop me off directly at my house. It's late, and I simply want to get to bed. Besides, I wouldn't feel right leaving you alone in the dark," he calmly explained. "Especially in a territory filled with devils," he added silently, mindful of the potential dangers. Coming to a stop in front of her house, Sira-fall disembarked and turned to him with a wide smile. "Thanks for driving quietly through the neighborhood," Sira-fall said with a laugh. "Yeah, no problem. I'll see you around, I guess," Issei yawned, feeling his fatigue catching up to him. "Promise me we'll hang out again sometime soon, okay?" Sira-fall requested hopefully. "Good night, Sira-fall," Issei waved before revving his motorcycle engine and driving away into the night. As Issei stood at the door half naked, he couldn't help but feel annoyed by the early morning disturbance. He muttered to himself, "Who the hell is knocking on my door at this ungodly hour?" Without bothering to put on a shirt, he made his way to the front door in his boxers. As he swung the door open, he was taken aback by the sight of two girls standing outside. Both of them were dressed in white robes, with black tights peeking out from underneath. One had beautiful blue hair that fell to her shoulders, complemented by golden brown eyes. The other girl had chestnut hair styled into long twin tails, and her eyes shimmered with a deep violet hue. Issei couldn't help but notice the crosses adorning their necks, as well as an object tied up on the blue-haired girl's back. Chapter 29, Childhood Friend. Without bothering to put on a shirt, he made his way to the front door in his boxers. As he swung the door open, he was taken aback by the sight of two girls standing outside. Both of them were dressed in white robes, with black tights peeking out from underneath. One had beautiful blue hair that fell to her shoulders, complemented by golden brown eyes. The other girl had chestnut hair styled into long twin tails, and her eyes shimmered with a deep violet hue. Issei couldn't help but notice the crosses adorning their necks, as well as an object tied up on the blue-haired girl's back. The girls seemed startled by Issei's half-naked appearance, their gazes politely averted. Issei looked at them with a mix of confusion and irritation, blurting out, "Can I help you?" "Hello, is this the Haihudu residence?" the girl with twin tails asked timidly. "Yes, and who might you be?" Issei questioned, his curiosity piqued. "Are you Issei Haihudu?" the twin-tailed girl exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. Issei nodded curtly, "Yeah, what's all this about? Are you two nuns or something?" "Issei, it's me, don't you recognize me at all?" the twin-tail girl implored, her voice carrying a hint of hurt. Issei gave her a puzzled stare, admitting, "No. Issei, I'm hurt that you would forget me," the twin-tail girl dramatically proclaimed. He maintained his blank expression, replying matter-of-factly, "How do you even know me?" "It's me, Irina. Irina Shidu. We were childhood friends, remember?" she declared, her tone filled with determination. Issei pondered for a moment until Irina pulled out a picture of them as children. It was then that he finally recognized her and the memories flooded back. He looked at her with a hint of confusion. "Shido-kun? I always thought you were a boy." "Why you, what?" Irina stammered, utterly flabbergasted by his comment. "Regardless, what do you want from me now?" "We haven't spoken since we were kids," Issei stated, his tone serious. About that, my friend and I were wondering if we could talk to your parents," Irina said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "My parents? They're both on vacation right now, what business do you have with them?" Issei asked, growing increasingly suspicious. He took a moment to sniff the air, his senses on high alert, but to his surprise, he detected nothing out of the ordinary. Both Irina and her companion appeared to be ordinary humans. "Well, is it okay if we stay with you for a few days?" Irina finally gathered the courage to ask, her voice filled with uncertainty. Issei looked at her with bewilderment. Why? What makes me your first choice? Don't you have any family around here? My family moved away, remember? Otherwise, we would still be friends. Zenovia and I, well, we're kind of broke, Irina admitted, her tone tinged with shame. Why are you even here in Kuoh then? You both seem affiliated with the church, can't you stay with them? Issei questioned, trying to make sense of the situation. The girl with blue hair, Zenovia, finally spoke up. Forgive us for imposing on you, Issei-haired. It is not something I am proud of. We are here in this city on a mission from the church. Although we were provided with provisions, Irina ended up losing most of our money. I didn't lose it, things just happened, Irina interjected with a sigh. Another blue-haired girl appearing out of nowhere. I should start keeping a tally, Issei thought to himself, studying the girl carefully. Please, Issei. We're kind of desperate right now. You wouldn't turn away two holy women of the church, would you? That would be rather evil, Irina pleaded, clasping her hands together. All right, fine, Issei relented, allowing them to come inside his house. Zenovia and Irina's gazes lingered on him as he sat down on the couch, inviting them to take a seat as well. Thank you, Issei. I promise we won't be a burden. By the way, would you mind putting some clothes on? Irina requested, her face flustered. Why? Issei countered, raising an eyebrow. I can't look at you like that. It's distracting, Irina explained, her voice filled with a mix of embarrassment and unease. All right, but we're going to establish some ground rules when I get back, he replied as he made his way to his room to change into his usual delinquent attire. Upon his return, Irina's eyes widened with horror. Issei, what are you wearing? Issei leaned back on the couch, crossing his arms. Leather, he replied with a smirk, gesturing to his attire. You're a lot different than I remembered, Irina said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she observed him. Same could be said for you. I still can't believe you turned out to be a girl, Issei remarked, his tone filled with mild amusement. Thank you for letting us stay here, Issei-haired. Your generosity is truly a blessing to us, Zenovia expressed her gratitude sincerely. About that. I'll allow you to stay for a few days, but in exchange, I expect some answers. What is this mission the church sent you on? Issei inquired, his curiosity piqued. We cannot disclose the details. It is classified information, Zenovia responded firmly. Let me guess, does it involve the angels and devils in this town? Issei chuckled, shaking his head. Irina frowned, her tone tinged with defensiveness. Are you mocking us, Issei? I understand that you are not a devout believer, but we are here for a significant purpose, and we cannot reveal the specifics. I wasn't mocking you. Given the number of devils in this town, it would make sense for the church to investigate. Besides, that object on your back looks like a sword. What could you possibly be doing here with a weapon like that? Issei questioned, glancing at Zenovia. Chapter 30, Exorcists. I wasn't mocking you. Given the number of devils in this town, it would make sense for the church to investigate. Besides, that object on your back looks like a sword. What could you possibly be doing here with a weapon like that? Issei questioned, glancing at Zenovia. The two girls exchanged a brief glance, taken aback by Issei's astute observation. Irina cleared her throat before speaking. How much do you know about the supernatural occurrences in Kuoh, Issei? I know that my high school is filled with devils, I'm aware that the church in this town is a fallen angel stronghold, and I can see that you two are more than simple nuns, Issei replied, his voice tinged with a hint of weariness. Zenovia's eyes widened with surprise. Have you personally encountered supernatural phenomena? Unfortunately, I have, Issei sighed, his gaze momentarily drifting off. In that case, we cannot allow you to become entangled in this. It is far too perilous for an ordinary person, Zenobia stated with a stoic expression. And you too consider yourselves not to be ordinary? Issei questioned skeptically. Zenobia shook her head. No, we are exorcists. Like in the movies? You banish demons and all that? Issei asked, a hint of amusement lacing his words. In a way, yes. We are here to retrieve certain holy artifacts, Zenobia explained. Zenobia. You shouldn't disclose that information. Irina interjected, her voice filled with concern. The blue-haired girl shook her head, her expression resolute. It provides enough information to satisfy his curiosity while still maintaining our confidentiality. Moreover, your friend is already aware of the dangers present in this city. Speaking of which, how did you come to know about angels and devils, Issei? Irina inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Issei shrugged nonchalantly. I'll tell you that once you disclose what you're after. Fair enough, Issei, Irina chuckled in response. All right, well, you two must be hungry. Help yourselves to anything you want. I'll go make breakfast for myself, Issei said casually, walking towards his kitchen. Moments later, a loud knocking echoed from the front door. Irritated, Issei glanced at it. Please tell me you two don't have more friends coming. No, it's just the two of us. Zenobia replied cautiously, her gaze fixed on the door. Wait, Issei, it might not be safe for you to. Irina attempted to voice her concern, but Issei brushed her off and opened the door again. Standing before him were two familiar figures, Rainiere and Kala Warner. Rainiere sported a black skirt and a lavender top, appearing somewhat casual compared to her usual attire. Kala Warner, on the other hand, remained dressed in her revealing outfit from their previous encounter. Curiously, Rainiere was holding a large tray of some sort. What are you two doing here? Issei asked, his confusion evident. Kala Warner and I were sent to speak with you again. However, I thought we'd bring you breakfast as a gesture, Rainiere explained, wasting no time as she brushed past him and entered his house, with Kala Warner following closely behind. As soon as the fallen angels stepped inside, they locked eyes with the two exorcists. A tense silence enveloped the room as all four women regarded each other warily. Issei, keep your distance. They're fallen angels. Irina exclaimed urgently. Issei's house. Issei, get away from them. They're fallen angels. Irina urgently warned, her voice filled with concern. Rainiere, taken aback by Irina's revelation, looked at her companions with a perplexed expression. Are those exorcists? She asked, her voice tinged with confusion, as she quickly placed the tray she was carrying down on a nearby table. Kala Warner stared down the two women, her eyes glinting with hostility. Exorcists! She spat, her voice laced with disdain. Zenobia wasted no time, swiftly unwrapping her blade and shedding her robes as she locked eyes with the fallen angels, her resolve evident. Still standing there, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden turn of events, Issei was unsure of what course of action to take. Irina looked at him, her gaze filled with determination. Run, Issei. We'll handle them. Confusion and frustration surged within Issei. What the fuck is happening here? Put that down! He shouted, striding over to Zenobia and forcefully guiding her blade to the ground. Caught off guard by Issei's unexpected strength, Zenobia found herself unable to resist his force, her blade touching the floor against her will. Issei, who are these people in your house? Rainiere questioned urgently, her eyes darting between the conflicted faces around her. If any of you lay a finger on him, I'll obliterate you, fallen angels! Irina declared, brandishing her own sword in a defensive stance. Curiosity gleamed in Kala Warner's eyes as she observed the scene. Are those Excaliburs? She mused, her voice tinged with intrigue. Just like the other guy. Rainoray hissed under her breath, her tone filled with disdain. Seizing the opportunity, Irina lunged forward, her Excalibur mimic morphing into a whip-like form as she attempted to force the fallen angels back. Rainoray and Kala unfurled their wings, releasing a flurry of black feathers that swirled through Issei's living room. Issei was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as the feathers disrupted the tranquility of his home. The chaos escalated as Irina's attack missed Rainoray, causing a table to topple over, and several pictures to crash to the ground. Reacting quickly, Issei released his grip on Zenovia's sword, determined to prevent further damage. "Irina, put that down." Issei's voice resonated with authority as he called out to his childhood friend, his tone laced with urgency. Meanwhile, Kala conjured a radiant spear and launched herself at Zenovia, the clash of their weapons ringing through the air. Their strength seemed evenly matched as they engaged in a fierce struggle, each trying to overpower the other. In a decisive move, Issei intervened, his hand reaching out to grab both Kala and Zenovia's weapon hands, effectively halting their battle. "Stop fighting in my house!" Issei's voice boomed with a mix of anger and frustration, causing all the girls to freeze in their tracks, their attention shifting to him. Chapter 31, Issei, you know them? Stop fighting in my house! Issei's voice boomed with a mix of anger and frustration, causing all the girls to freeze in their tracks, their attention shifting to him. With a display of strength that surprised Zenovia once again, Issei swiftly disarmed her, throwing her sword to the ground. He then turned his attention to Kala, his annoyance palpable. "Put that thing away, Kala." Stammering an apology, Kala retreated, retracting her radiant spear. The exorcists looked on in astonishment, amazed by Issei's ability to bring the chaotic situation under control. Rainoray, her gaze fixated on Irina, a wicked grin forming on her lips, spoke in a taunting tone. "So, what brings these exorcists to your humble abode, Issei? Are they causing you any trouble? Did the angels send them, or perhaps the church? How could you possibly know that, fallen one?" Irina demanded, her voice tinged with disbelief and betrayal. "He is our ally and friend," Rainoray boldly declared, her words hanging in the air, leaving Irina gasping in shock as her gaze shifted towards Issei. Zenovia's expression mirrored Irina's astonishment as she cocked her head and questioned, "Are you collaborating with the fallen angels, Issei-haired?" Issei let out a weary sigh, realizing that his secrets were being exposed. "No, I don't work for anyone. They are merely acquaintances to whom I provided some information about the devils." Confusion lingered on Irina's face as she looked back and forth between Issei and Rainoray. "But, how did you move like that and catch Zenovia's sword?" Frustration seeped into Issei's voice as he explained, "You ignorant fools. Issei is a dragon, and he stands on our side, not yours." Irina shook her head in denial, refusing to accept this new reality. "That's impossible. We grew up together, Issei. We were childhood friends. I know you, and I know your parents are human." Rainoray, her disdain for the church evident, hissed with contempt, "You clearly don't know him as well as you think. Issei possesses power that surpasses us all, including a self-righteous church fanatic like yourself." Kala chimed in, further fueling Irina's frustration. "He has devils vying for his attention at his own school every day. Why would he want individuals like you to know his true nature?" Zenovia turned her gaze towards Issei, her disbelief apparent in her eyes. "So, you're a dragon. Why didn't you disclose this to us?" Issei's fatigue grew, realizing the weight of the revelations that had unfolded before him. "Why would I? I am already burdened with the constant advances of devils within the confines of my school. There was no reason for people like you to be privy to my secrets." "That's impossible, his parents are both human," Irina declared once again, her voice laced with frustration and disbelief. Rainoray and Kala exchanged curious glances, seemingly contemplating the truth of this statement. Confusion filled Kalawarner's voice as she tilted her head, but how is that possible? From what we've witnessed and heard, Issei is a half-dragon. Irina's eyes narrowed, fixed on Issei, as she demanded an explanation. Issei, why do they believe you're a dragon? Issei clenched his fists, irritation evident on his face. Yeah, I'm a dragon, and that's all you need to know. Rainoray crossed her arms, sending a contemptuous glare toward Irina. Seems like you didn't know him as well as you claimed, little girl. Irina's anger flared, her voice laced with determination. I know him better than fallen traitors like you ever will. Issei let out a frustrated growl, his patience wearing thin. Enough with the bickering. These fallen angels have no business here, and I won't let them drag me into their schemes. And you, exorcists, don't think you can sway me either. This is my life, and I won't be manipulated by any of you. Zenobia and Irina looked at each other, unsure of how to proceed. Issei's stern gaze shifted between them, awaiting their response. Zenobia spoke up, her voice steady. Those swords we wield are indeed Excaliburs, sacred weapons of the Church. Issei shook his head, annoyance etched on his face. Why does everything always go to hell in Kuoh? Kalawarner's voice carried a tone of accusation as she addressed the exorcists. If you were unaware of Issei's dragon heritage, what brought you here in the first place? Irina's determination remained unshaken as she declared, Issei is my childhood friend, and we are staying here. I won't let you stop me. Rainoray and Kalawarner exchanged skeptical looks, their disbelief evident. Rainoray sneered, like hell you will. I won't allow you to rope him into whatever dubious mission you're on. Besides, Issei doesn't need a naive little girl like you by his side. Get out of here, fallen one. Issei doesn't need the likes of you corrupting him, you vile temptress. Irina shouted defiantly at Rainoray. In response, an overwhelming surge of red draconic aura enveloped the room, causing all four women to recoil and almost lose their balance under its immense pressure. Irina quickly lowered her sword and stumbled back onto the couch, while Zenobia, too, relinquished her weapon and took a seat next to Irina. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Issei's commanding voice broke through, cutting through the tension like a blade. Will you all just sit down and shut the fuck up for 1 minute? The force behind his words was palpable, and the women felt compelled to comply. They found themselves unable to resist the command, their bodies instinctively obeying his authoritative presence. Each of them settled into their seats, their gazes fixated on Issei. Issei sighed heavily, his anger simmering down as he walked towards the kitchen. I just woke up, and I'm fucking hungry. So why don't you all sit the fuck down or get out of my house? I'm going to get some breakfast. Rainoray quickly seized the opportunity to regain favor, rushing to retrieve the tray of food she had brought. Wait, Issei. I brought you breakfast. Let's eat it together. She placed the tray on the living room table, ensuring it remained steady this time. Issei, surprised by her culinary skills, sat down across from Zenobia and Irina, eyeing the food with curiosity. I didn't know you could cook, Issei remarked, his surprise evident in his voice. Rainoray took advantage of the seating arrangement, swiftly settling down beside him. Meanwhile, Kalawarner occupied the seat on Issei's other side, her wings still outstretched, much to his annoyance. Issei glanced around the living room, noticing the feathers scattered about. Irina and Zenobia exchanged disbelieving glances, their initial intentions subdued in the wake of Issei's display of power. Both exorcists refrained from speaking, understanding that provoking him further could lead to unwanted consequences. With a mixture of curiosity and caution, Issei and the four women sat down together, prepared to partake in the breakfast Rainoray had prepared. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Beggars. How is it, Issei? Rainoray asked anxiously as Issei took a bite of the eggs and muffins, savoring the flavors. Surprisingly, it's good. Thanks for cooking, he said appreciatively, giving Rainoray a nod of approval. Raineray's face lit up with delight at his compliment, a satisfied smile forming on her lips. However, Irina's expression turned sour, her eyes narrowing as she watched the interaction unfold. "I'm glad you like it. Try some of the fish omelets too. I wasn't sure what you liked, but I figured a dragon must like fish," Raineray suggested, placing some of the omelets on Issei's plate and serving herself as well. Meanwhile, Kuoh ate her food silently, her gaze fixed on Irina and Zenobia. Irina and Zenobia couldn't help but feel their hunger intensify as the aroma of the food wafted through the room. Raineray seemed to relish in their discomfort, intentionally eating her own portion at a leisurely pace. A tense silence settled over the room as Issei and the fallen angels consumed their meals. Each person refrained from speaking, the underlying tension palpable. Sharp glances were exchanged, laden with animosity, as the four females engaged in a silent battle of wills. Irina and Raineray, in particular, seemed to exude a deep-seated opposition towards each other, their gazes filled with disdain. Likewise, Zenobia and Kuoh locked eyes, their silent standoff mirroring the tension between the others. Sensing the discomfort of both Irina and Zenobia, Issei looked up at them, his gaze filled with empathy. "May I ask something?" Irina finally spoke up, her voice laced with a mix of vulnerability and hunger. Issei nodded, his expression attentive. "Sure, what is it? Do you have any food in your kitchen?" Irina asked hesitantly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "You two must be hungry, especially if you're low on funds, right? Feel free to help yourselves to my food." "It seems like Raineray made enough for 6 instead of 3, Issei offered generously, extending his omelets to Zenobia and Irina. The tension in the room eased slightly as the possibility of a shared meal emerged. Irina and Zenobia exchanged grateful glances, their expressions softening with relief. "Thank you, Issei," Zenobia said sincerely, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. Irina echoed her sentiment, a grateful smile playing on her lips. "Yes, thank you. We appreciate your kindness." With Issei's gesture, a small moment of harmony seemed to unfold amidst the lingering animosity. The prospect of breaking bread together offered a glimmer of hope that perhaps, despite their differences, they could find common ground. "Thank you, Issei-haired," Zenobia said respectfully as she slowly reached out to take some of the food he offered her. Irina, still recovering from the intense situation, hesitated for a moment before her hunger got the better of her, and she reluctantly took some of the food as well. "God bless you, Issei," Irina said, bowing her head in gratitude as she began to eat. The exorcist girls felt a mix of reservations and curiosity about eating something prepared by a fallen angel. Despite their initial doubts, the aroma and taste of the food proved too enticing to resist. They acknowledged Issei's offer, understanding that refusing his hospitality would only create further tension. Zenobia, though still prideful, managed to express her appreciation in her own way. "Thanks for the food, it's been a while," she admitted, her voice laced with a hint of nostalgia. Raineray, on the other hand, observed the exorcists indulging in the breakfast she had specifically prepared for Issei. A sense of annoyance flickered across her features as she watched them enjoy her culinary creation. "You two look pitiful right now, eating the food I made for Issei," Raineray remarked, her tone tinged with a mix of frustration and disappointment. "You better have a good reason for being here." Zenobia, puzzled by Raineray's actions, couldn't help but voice her confusion. "Why would you make him breakfast anyway? That doesn't seem like something a fallen angel would do. Your kind is known to be sadistic from what I've seen." Raineray's expression darkened, her voice filled with indignation. "You exorcists are way worse than we are. What would you know about fallen angels? That we're all wicked, evil sinners? That we derive pleasure from torturing people?" Zenobia, resolute, met Raineray's gaze, her voice firm. "I base my judgment on what I've witnessed and experienced firsthand. It is our duty as exorcists to eliminate any threats posed by fallen angels." Raineray's retort faltered as Issei interjected, his voice laced with frustration. Come on, Raineray, do you think I'm blind? Your actions speak louder than your words. Raineray looked away, her face flushed with embarrassment. The reality of her taunting became undeniable as Issei called her out, and she felt a pang of remorse for her thoughtless behavior. Issei sighed, his tone softer. Look, I appreciate the effort you put into making breakfast, but let's focus on resolving the tensions between us rather than exacerbating them, okay? Raineray nodded, her gaze filled with remorse. You're right, Issei. I apologize for my actions. The atmosphere in the room began to shift, as the initial hostility and misunderstandings were gradually giving way to a glimmer of understanding and the potential for reconciliation. Zenobia looked at the black-haired woman stoically, refusing to back down. I know enough about fallen angels. I know that you're selfish and vile creatures who shunned God's rule. And now I also know that you're petty sadists and liars too, Zenobia replied, her voice carrying a mixture of conviction and disdain. Raineray, visibly irritated, rolled her eyes in response. This is why I hate you sanctimonious, pious, Bible-thumping morons. God wasn't all-knowing or all-powerful. Hell, he wasn't even stronger than the mightiest of the dragons. Keep your condescending attitude to yourself, exorcist. You don't know anything. Amidst the heated exchange, Kala Warner interjected, her voice tinged with curiosity. Why are these two beggars staying at your home anyway? Are you helping them at all? What is their mission? Did they tell you? Her eyes shifted between Issei and the exorcists, seeking answers. We're not beggars, you harlot, Irina protested, her tone filled with indignation. Chapter 33, What does Azazel want from me? We're not beggars, you harlot, Irina protested, her tone filled with indignation. Kala Warner smirked, enjoying the opportunity to provoke Irina further. Harlot? Oh, I'm so offended. I'm sure you'll be begging Issei to spare your life when he finds out what you exorcists are up to, she taunted. Issei, his patience wearing thin, interjected forcefully, his voice carrying a mixture of annoyance and frustration. All four of you are going to be begging for your lives if you don't stop being petty bitches. Raineray, realizing the severity of the situation, immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Issei. We didn't mean to be annoying, she said, her tone sincere. Issei, seeking to redirect the conversation, turned his attention to Raineray. What was that you said about God not being stronger than the mightiest of the dragons? How would you know that? Lord Azazel told us that God was actually afraid of two dragons, Ophis the Infinite, and Great Red the Dragon of Dragons. They're supposedly some of the most powerful beings in existence, Kala Warner answered on Raineray's behalf. Surprised by the mention of Great Red, Issei's curiosity piqued. Your leader knows about Great Red? He asked, genuinely intrigued. Kala Warner nodded, confirming Issei's question. Yes, he's very interested in dragons in general. When we told him that you were one, he got excited. That's one of the reasons why we're here today. Lord Azazel wants to meet you. So that's why you're here? I was wondering what the hell you two wanted this early in the morning, Issei sighed, his annoyance momentarily subsiding as he absorbed the new information. The room fell into a tense silence, as the various parties present grappled with the complexities of their situations and the implications of their interactions. It was clear that there were still many unanswered questions and unresolved conflicts to address. You want him to meet Azazel? The leader of the fallen angels? Zenobia exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise and suspicion. What does he want with me? Issei questioned, his tone reflecting his clear displeasure at the idea. Kala Warner nodded in response to Zenovia's question before offering an explanation. He wouldn't say explicitly, but he hopes to meet you at your convenience. Azazel is interested in you, and he believes that a face-to-face conversation would be more fruitful than relaying information through us. Issei let out a weary sigh, his frustration evident. Fine, I can meet him. But I want to make it clear that I'm not interested in getting involved in any factions' conflicts or becoming a pawn in their games. I've had enough of that already, he stated firmly. You'll find that Azazel is quite different from other leaders. He shares your aversion to unnecessary conflict and drama. He's rather practical and straightforward in his approach, Kuoh Warner assured Issei. Curiosity got the better of Irina, and she couldn't help but inquire about Issei's power. If you're truly a dragon, Issei, how powerful are you? Kuoh Warner fielded the question, acknowledging Issei's strength. He's stronger than both of us and many of the devils and angels in this town. Issei possesses the ability to conceal his power, which is how he has managed to navigate devil territory without arousing too much suspicion. However, now that his true nature is known, the devils in Kuoh are understandably wary of him. Issei's mind swirled with confusion as he grappled with the newfound perception of his strength among the fallen angels. Since when did the fallen angels start believing I was stronger than everyone in town? He wondered silently. Curiosity piqued, Issei redirected the conversation towards Zenobia and Irina. So, what brings you two here? Does it have something to do with those Excaliburs? Zenobia and Irina exchanged glances, silently deliberating on whether it was appropriate to share the details with the presence of the fallen angels. Finally, Zenobia took the initiative to explain their mission. We have been tasked with retrieving or destroying the missing pieces of Excalibur. It has come to our attention that fallen angels, along with rogue church members, have been gathering the fragments. We recently discovered that Valper Galilei is working with Kokabeel to collect all the Excaliburs for some sinister purpose. The church sent us to investigate and put a stop to their plans. Issei absorbed the information, his expression growing more serious. The revelation of Valper Galilei's involvement and the sinister agenda behind the gathering of Excaliburs heightened the urgency of the situation. He understood the gravity of the task at hand and the potential consequences if the fragments fell into the wrong hands. Rainere's confusion was evident as she struggled to process the new information. What? That's impossible. I haven't heard anything about that. Have you, Kala? She turned to her friend, seeking confirmation. Kuoh Warner regarded the exorcists with a thoughtful expression, her eyes narrowing slightly. I assumed you two were associated with that eccentric Valper Galilei and the fanatical exorcist Fried Selzen. So, you're telling us they're working for Kokabeel? Zenobia and Irina exchanged a glance, understanding the skepticism. We can understand your doubts, but we assure you, our mission is to investigate Valper Galilei's actions and his connection to the Holy Sword projects. It has come to our attention that he is collecting the Excalibur fragments for Kokabeel, Zenobia reiterated. Rainere's eyes widened, and she leaned forward, her voice tinged with disbelief. Kokabeel is involved? This changes everything. We must inform Azazel, she said, her tone becoming more serious. Tell him what? Aren't you two aligned with Kokabeel? Irina questioned, her confusion evident. Kuoh Warner shook her head, clarifying the situation. While technically we fall under his authority, our group operates independently. We work directly for Azazel, not Kokabeel. If you two oppose Valper Galilei and his alliance with Kokabeel, then it seems we are not enemies in this matter. Rainere struggled to comprehend the new perspective. Wait, what are you saying, Kala? Kokabeel is collaborating with church members? She asked, seeking further clarification. Kuoh Warner nodded, her expression grave. Kokabeel has been displaying peculiar behavior recently. Lord Azazel asked me to keep a close watch on him. Now, with this new information, it all starts to make sense. However, I still cannot fathom what Kokabeel hopes to gain by assisting the church. Curiosity piqued, Issei interjected, seeking to understand the situation better. Who exactly is Kokabeel? Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Who is Kokabeel? Curiosity piqued, Issei interjected, seeking to understand the situation better. Who exactly is Kokabeel? He is one of our high-ranking leaders, a cotter, Kala Warner explained. Several years ago, Lord Azazel assigned him the task of overseeing the devils in this town. Kokabeel has his own group of followers, separate from ours. Our specific mission, assigned by Azazel, revolves around investigating sacred gear wielders in Kuoh and clandestinely monitoring Kokabeel's activities. However, only Ddraig and I were aware of the latter arrangement. While we technically operate under Kokabeel's authority here, our objectives differ. I had my suspicions regarding these two girls being associated with Valper Galilei, the church leader in this town. Now, it seems that Valper Galilei is in league with Kokabeel, she concluded, providing a comprehensive explanation. Why would Kokabeel collaborate with exorcists? And why didn't you inform me about your surveillance of Kokabeel on behalf of Azazel? Raineray's voice resonated with a mixture of disbelief and frustration. I wasn't entirely certain until now. It appears that Kokabeel is actively gathering the Excalibur fragments. The exact motive remains unclear, but it is imperative that we report this to Azazel, Kala Warner responded, her gaze determined. The unfolding revelations painted a complex web of alliances and conflicting interests. Issei couldn't help but sense the gravity of the situation. The lines between factions blurred as a more intricate plot began to unravel before them. Zenobia was taken aback by the revelation. So, you two aren't affiliated with the other fallen angels in this city? She inquired, surprised by the unexpected distinction. Kala Warner nodded, her expression grave. That's correct. We are part of the fallen angels, but our allegiances and objectives differ from the group led by Kokabeel. In that case, it appears that our interests align against a common adversary, Zenobia stated, her voice firm and resolute. Irina furrowed her brows, her curiosity piqued. Who is this exorcist you mentioned? Fried Selzen is not someone I'm familiar with. He's a deranged individual Raineray encountered about a week ago. We were searching for a girl with a sacred gear, but Fried intervened and fought Raineray off using an Excalibur. Eventually, devils appeared, and let's just say that encounter left a lasting impression on Raineray, Kala Warner explained, her tone tinged with a hint of disdain. We have no association with any other exorcists in this town. In fact, we are actively seeking to eliminate rogue church members during our mission, Zenobia declared with conviction. Raineray, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. In that case, I would gladly assist you in eliminating that repulsive individual. He robbed us of the twilight healing ability. Patience, Raineray. We must exercise caution and not reveal ourselves prematurely. If all these pieces fit together, it would imply that Fried Selzen is working in league with Kokabeel. There must be a reason why Azazel entrusted only me with the espionage task. He knew that your impulsive nature would make it difficult for you to keep things under wraps. We need to gather more information before taking further action, Kala Warner advised, her tone tempered and calculated. Why would Fried Selzen, if he indeed works for Kokabeel, engage in combat with a fallen angel? Irina pondered aloud. Kala Warner shook her head, contemplating the possibilities. That's a valid point. I hadn't considered that possibility. It's conceivable that Fried acted independently, as he is not entirely sane, according to Raineray. The worst-case scenario would be that he knew we were not directly under Kokabeel's command and sought to seize the twilight healing for Kokabeel's splinter group. Unfortunately, the latter seems more probable. You mentioned a girl with the twilight healing sacred gear. Does this exorcist still have her in his custody? Zenobia questioned, her voice laced with concern. I cannot say for certain whether he still holds her captive. During my skirmish with the devils, the Gremory girl and her entourage arrived, disrupting our battle and forcing me to retreat. As a result, I was unable to secure the girl, otherwise, that deranged exorcist would have met his demise. The girl's name is Asia Argento, an Italian nun, Rainiere responded, her tone tinged with a mix of frustration and determination. What do you mean by getting her? What were your intentions? Zenobia inquired, her tone growing stern and wary. Rainiere sighed, her voice tinged with a touch of resignation. By getting her, I meant we planned to either recruit her to our cause or forcibly wrest the twilight healing from her if she chose to align herself with the devils. We cannot afford to let the devils reincarnate her as one of their own. A devil possessing the twilight healing ability would pose a significant threat. Irina expressed her sympathy, shaking her head in dismay. It's truly unfortunate for that girl. Rainiere sighed, a hint of disdain lingering in her voice. I can't help but feel sorry for anyone bound to serve devils. Issei, his curiosity piqued, interjected, so, the devils have taken this girl now. Rainiere nodded in confirmation. Most likely. However, there's little we can do about it now. Besides, if Fried Selzen and the other church extremists are indeed in league with Kokabeel, we have much larger concerns to address. I may not be fond of fallen angels, but if you two stand against Valper Galilei, we are willing to provide our assistance, Zenobia stated diplomatically, extending an offer of cooperation. Kala Warner and Rainiere exchanged fleeting glances, silently deliberating on the matter. Eventually, they reached an agreement, and Kala Warner turned her attention back to Zenobia and Irina. Very well, then. We shall be temporary allies. Issei let out a loud yawn, clearly uninterested in their conversation. Excuse me for not finding this particularly intriguing anymore. It seems you four have found some common ground. So, enjoy your detective work. I'm heading out to enjoy my weekend. Wait, Issei, please reconsider. If you're truly as powerful as they say, your assistance could be invaluable, Irina pleaded with a hint of desperation. He let out a frustrated sigh, his hand still covering his face. Why does drama always seem to follow me wherever I go? If Kokabeel becomes involved, we won't be able to handle him alone. He's a high-ranking fallen angel, Irina argued. What makes you think I can stop him then? Issei questioned, raising an eyebrow. Rainiere addressed Kala Warner with a concerned expression. Do you genuinely believe it will come to a fight confrontation with Kokabeel? Chapter 35, Rouge Exorcist. Kala Warner shrugged, unsure of the situation. It's difficult to determine, but Kokabeel isn't exactly known for being friendly. Whenever I encounter him, he talks incessantly about his desire to destroy Kuoh Academy and eradicate all the devils there. Until we understand his motives, we can't be certain of how to handle him. Nonetheless, I will report this to Azazel as a priority. Destroy Kuoh Academy? Let him, I couldn't care less. I could just transfer to a high school in Kyoto, Issei chuckled, dismissing the threat. Kala Warner quickly interjected, her tone serious. That might not be the wisest choice. If he were to target the Citrai or Gremory heirs, it would likely ignite another catastrophic war. With Tiamat's presence already causing tension in the town, any reckless actions by Kokabeel could have dire consequences for all of us. Zenovia's face fell, disappointment evident in her voice. Can Azazel do something to stop Kokabeel? He possesses the power to confront Kokabeel, but it would be a precarious situation. The town is already on the brink of conflict, and if the devils witness Azazel displaying his strength, it may be misconstrued. Patience is crucial for now, Kala Warner explained with a sigh. Issei's thoughts wandered, contemplating the complexities of the situation. Now I understand why Great Red is so detached from all this. It's no wonder I was advised to keep my true identity hidden. Dealing with the politics of angels and devils is beyond absurd. If God were still alive, he'd probably join us in riding through the dimensional rift. Ddraig responded telepathically, expressing his agreement. Indeed, Issei. I'm glad I convinced you to remain concealed all these years. The intricacies of this world are mind-boggling. If things continue to escalate, it wouldn't be surprising if you ended up traveling the dimensional rift with Great Red for eternity. Issei acknowledged Ddraig's insight, grateful for his guidance. You are a true dragon sage, Ddraig. I cannot fathom how chaotic my life would be without your wisdom. If matters worsen, I might as well embrace a life spent soaring through the dimensional rift alongside Great Red. Issei felt a sense of resignation as he pondered the situation. I suppose I'll have to deal with that Kokabeel guy somehow, he muttered to himself. Rainiere turned her attention to Kala Warner, seeking guidance. What do you suggest, Kala? She asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Kala Warner's expression grew serious as she unfolded her arms and leaned forward. At the moment, our best lead is Fried Selzen. We could potentially deceive him by posing as allies working for Kokabeel's cause. Drawing him out with the presence of these two exorcists could provide valuable information, she explained. Curiosity filled Irina's voice as she inquired about Fried Selzen's whereabouts. Where was the last place you encountered this rogue exorcist? She asked. He was last seen near some apartment complexes on the other side of town. He may have moved since then, but if he's truly seeking Excaliburs, having you two as bait could be an effective strategy, Rainiere answered. Xenia's concern for their safety led her to propose involving Issei. Irina is right, Issei should accompany us to ensure the fallen angels don't have ulterior motives. It would be wise to have a mediator in this alliance, especially if the devils become involved, she suggested, bowing her head respectfully. Issei let out a frustrated sigh and shook his head, realizing that he was being pulled into yet another complicated situation. Fine, I'll handle it just to put an end to this incessant discussion, he reluctantly agreed. Zenobia appeared puzzled by his response. Handle what, exactly? She asked, seeking clarification. Issei silently made his way to the garage, where his motorcycle awaited. As he started the engine and opened the garage door, the four girls hurriedly gathered at the front of the house, calling out to him. Irina's voice carried concern. Issei, when did you get a motorcycle? Where are you headed? I'm going to track down Fried Selzen. Both of you, get on, Issei commanded, his gaze fixed on Irina and Zenobia. Though hesitant, the two exorcists approached the motorcycle, unsure of what to expect. Irina voiced her uncertainty, I've never ridden one before. There's only one seat in the back, Zenobia pointed out. Plenty of room for both of you, so hop on now, Issei insisted. Rainiere and Kala Warner exchanged incredulous looks, their gazes fixated on Irina. As Irina maneuvered herself onto the motorcycle, closely pressed against Issei's back to accommodate Zenobia and her sword, the two exorcists found their places. Rainiere's concerned expression turned towards Issei, her eyes searching for answers. Where should we meet you? She inquired. I can handle this on my own. It would only complicate matters if Kokabeel were to discover your involvement. Go report to Azazel, your leader, and share what you've learned. You can also inform him that I'll arrange a meeting later in the week, Issei responded. Caught off guard, Rainiere protested, wait, what are you planning to do? Issei glanced back at her, determination etched on his face. I'm going to eliminate this rogue exorcist. I want to join you. Rainiere insisted. Kala Warner intervened, shaking her head. Issei makes a valid point. If he takes care of Fried, we can maintain our cover. Besides, we need to report to Azazel as well. Reluctantly, Rainiere relented, vowing to check on Issei the following day. With a nod from Kala Warner, Issei revved the engine and set off on his motorcycle. Let's go, Kala Warner stated, readying herself to teleport. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, A friend? A female friend. Rainiere shook her head, I'll catch up with you. I want to tidy up Issei's living room before we leave. Oh? And why is that? Kala Warner smirked. Because it's filled with our feathers. I don't want Issei to resent us. You witnessed how angry he got, right? His aura was overwhelming. He's not someone we should provoke, and besides, any effort to make Issei like us is a step in the right direction, isn't it? Gremory explained her reasoning. First you cook for him, and now you're cleaning for him? Are you trying to showcase your housewife skills? Kala Warner laughed. What? No, of course not. I just feel like I owe him, Gremory retorted. Well, in that case, I'll stay and help, Kala Warner chuckled. Far side of town, fallen angel territory. Issei, please slow down. Irina shouted fearfully as the daring dragon swiftly maneuvered through crowded urban areas, skillfully evading traffic and pedestrians. Zenovia, though equally distressed, managed to maintain a calmer facade. What's that? You want me to go faster? Consider it done. Issei laughed, revving his bike to increase the speed. Flames erupted from the exhaust as he raced down a long stretch of road that led straight to the targeted apartments. After an exhilarating burnout, he gradually decelerated and finally came to a halt in front of the designated building. Irina and Zenovia were both panting heavily, their expressions a mix of relief and terror. Irina clung tightly to Issei's back, seeking solace in his presence. Thank goodness. You can get off now, we've arrived, Issei replied, turning his head to address the two girls who were still gripping him tightly. Oh, haha, sorry, Irina said, her cheeks tinted with a blush as she realized their compromising position. I've seen motorcycles before, but never one this fast, Zenovia commented in disbelief as she and Irina disembarked. Issei surveyed their surroundings, his gaze focused and determined. All right, we need to locate this guy quickly so I can wrap this up and enjoy the rest of my weekend. A moment later, his phone emitted a notification sound. He swiftly checked it while Irina and Zenovia regained their composure. His eyes widened as he noticed 15 unread messages on his phone. Glancing over them, he discovered that 14 were from Sira-fall, mostly consisting of her ramblings about the Milky Spiral 7 game she was engrossed in. However, it was the last message that caught his attention. It was from an unfamiliar number. The message read, "Why didn't you tell me you had a cell phone? I would have given you my number." Issei's fingers quickly tapped on the screen as he replied, "Who is this? How did you get this number?" The mysterious person texted back, "Your employer gave it to me when I visited your bike shop. Didn't know you were into making illegal motorcycles for gangsters, haha. Stop playing games. Tell me who you are." Issei responded, his frustration evident in his words. Zenovia and Irina exchanged puzzled looks, curious about Issei's actions. "What are you doing, Issei?" Irina inquired. "Is that a cell phone? Who are you messaging?" Zenovia asked, her interest piqued. "Haha, take it easy, Turbo, it's your favorite devil in the world," the unknown sender replied. "Volley." Issei quickly sent another message. "So, I'm your favorite devil in the world, hey? Good to know. Hey, want to hang out today or something? Tiamat is busy in the underworld this weekend, and I'm feeling bored." Vala texted playfully. "Maybe later. I'm currently occupied with something. I'll let you know when I'm free." Issei replied. "I see. I swung by your place earlier, but you weren't there. What are you up to?" Vala inquired. "It's a long story. I'll fill you in later." Issei responded. "All right, just give me a heads up when you're done with whatever you're doing." Vala replied. "Will do." Issei messaged before closing his phone and turning his attention to Irina and Zenovia. The two girls looked curious about his conversation. Irina spoke up, "Who was that, Issei?" "Just a friend of mine. She wanted to know if I was available this weekend," Issei answered truthfully. Irina's eyes widened. "A friend? A female friend?" "Yes. Issei tilted his head in confusion at her reaction. At that moment, Issei's phone chimed again, signaling a new message. He picked it up and checked the notification. It was from Sira-fall. This game is even better than the movie we watched last night. It would be so much more fun if you were here playing with me. Oh, by the way, I created a character named Sira-haired. She's like a fusion of you and me. You'll love her. What the hell? Why would she use my last name for her character? I can't respond to her. Come on, Issei, just ignore her and she'll move on. Getting Sira-fall involved in this mess is the last thing I need. Besides, with all these angels, devils, and exorcists popping up out of nowhere, I can't afford any distractions. What's next? Cat girls? Fox girls? If some furry creature tries to join the chaos in this town, that'll be the day I lose it, Issei scoffed silently to himself, lost in his thoughts for a moment. As Issei continued on his mission, his mind wandered and he momentarily forgot that Zenovia and Irina were standing right next to him. Unbeknownst to him, both girls had managed to read the message on his phone before he realized what had happened. You went to see a movie with a girl last night? Is she your girlfriend? Irina exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Issei's expression turned blank as he shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, she's not my girlfriend, he replied, his tone slightly distant. Irina let out a barely audible sigh of relief, her words almost escaping her under her breath. What about Sira? Who is she? Just a friend. Zenovia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Issei let out a sigh, clearly trying to find the right words. Well, it's complicated. She's someone I met at a convention recently. She's a bit unconventional, to say the least. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Are you into cosplay girls or something? Zenovia furrowed her brows, unfamiliar with the term convention as if it was from another world. Irina's eyes widened as she teased Issei, you go to those kinds of events? Are you into cosplay girls or something? Issei's face flushed with embarrassment, shaking his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Let's just focus on finding this freed guy and not dig into my personal life, he hastily redirected the conversation, eager to move on. He took the lead and Zenovia and Irina followed closely behind him. As they progressed, Issei honed his senses, closing his eyes and focusing on detecting any sign of a holy sword. After a while, he finally caught a faint scent, indicating the presence of one nearby. Determined, he followed the trail, leading them to a large warehouse situated near the apartment complexes. During their journey, Zenovia and Irina remained relatively quiet, observing Issei's focused demeanor. However, their curiosity got the best of them as Issei abruptly stopped. Do you actually know where you're going? Irina playfully asked, a light laugh escaping her lips. Issei paused for a moment, contemplating his response. Well, I have a general idea, he replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Issei's eyes widened as he sensed the presence of another holy sword inside the warehouse. Without hesitation, he swiftly kicked the door open, sending it flying off its hinges and into the darkness beyond. His vision adjusted effortlessly to the dim surroundings, revealing a chilling sight: a man standing amidst a multitude of lifeless bodies, all of them church members. The man's expression turned from alarm to twisted delight upon seeing Issei and the two girls accompanying him. His voice reverberated with a manic edge as he taunted them, well, what do we have here? More devils? No, 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 no. Church exorcists, ha ha ha. In an instant, the man drew his sword, radiating a golden glow. Come now, girls. Face my Excalibur rapidly, he declared, his voice laced with madness. Irina and Zenovia responded swiftly, unsheathing their own blades and preparing for battle. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Issei had already closed the distance, his determination unwavering. Fried swung his weapon frantically, but his surprise was evident as Issei effortlessly caught the blade with his hand. The dragon within Issei glared at Fried with annoyance, his voice tinged with impatience. "I don't have time for this annoying shit, you spaz." With a powerful grip, Issei squeezed the sword, causing it to snap in half. Fried stumbled backward, horror etched across his face, while Issei's body began to emanate a pulsating red aura. What are you? How did you break my Excalibur?" Fried demanded, his voice laced with hysteria. Issei paid little attention to the question, two magnificent dragon wings unfurling from his back. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority as he pressed on. "What is Kokabeel planning?" Fried's fear became palpable as he realized the true nature of Issei's power. "Dragon wings?" he stammered, barely able to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Without wasting a moment, Issei barked another question, his voice laced with urgency. "Answer the fucking question. Where is the girl?" Fried trembled, attempting to feign ignorance. What girl?" he stammered, his fear seeping through his words. "Don't play stupid with me." "Asia Argento, the girl with twilight healing," Issei responded, his voice filled with determination. The devils took her," Fried admitted, his fear overriding any desire to withhold information. "I have what I need," Issei responded calmly, his eyes locked on Fried Selzen. With a deep breath, he exhaled a torrent of fire, engulfing the man and reducing him to ashes. The room echoed with the sound of his agonized screams before descending into an eerie silence. Irina and Zenovia, still positioned near the entrance, could only stare at Issei in utter disbelief. They watched in awe as he turned Fried into nothing more than a pile of charred remains. Moments later, Issei collected the halves of the holy sword that once belonged to Fried and approached the girls. He handed them to Irina, his voice steady. "There, take it." Irina struggled to find words, her voice faltering as she tried to articulate her thoughts. "Issei, you just..." She trailed off, unable to find the appropriate response. "I'm not getting tangled up in this pointless conflict. I've helped you out, and you can stay at my house for a while, but if you're planning on taking on a fallen angel leader, you're on your own. If you're lucky, that Azazel guy will take care of it for you," Issei explained, his wings retracting as he made his way back to his motorcycle. Irina and Zenovia followed him in stunned silence, still grappling with the astonishing display of Issei snapping a holy sword in half with his bare hands. As they walked back, Zenovia broke the silence. "Those fallen angels were right, you're far stronger than any of us. If that's the case, why don't you do something about the issues around here, Issei Hyudu? Just call me Issei, alright?" "Irina does, so it doesn't matter if you do too," Issei responded to the blue net. "Why did you kill that man, Issei?" Irina spoke up, her voice filled with concern. "He was a nuisance, and besides, didn't you mention you were here to eliminate rogue church members? I got the information we needed from him, and I tied up a loose end to prevent him from reporting back to Kokabeel," Issei nonchalantly explained. Irina's brow furrowed in disagreement. "Yes, but, it just didn't seem like you." "You don't know anything about me, Irina," Issei retorted firmly. "Maybe not anymore. I don't fully understand how you became a dragon, but if you don't want to share, that's fine. However, I would like to be friends with you again if you'll allow it," Irina said, her voice trailing off with a tinge of sadness. "We're still friends, but I'd appreciate it if you could keep this drama away from me. I'm just trying to finish high school without getting caught up in unnecessary trouble," Issei sighed, a touch of weariness in his voice. "I understand. In that case, we can put our mission on hold until Azazel takes care of Kokabeel. We didn't intend to burden you with our problems, Issei," Zenovia apologized, her tone reflecting sincerity. Issei let out another sigh, his voice filled with a sense of understanding. "It's all right. I can see that both of you have good intentions, and you're not as politically driven as the angels and devils tend to be. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, You attend Kuoh Academy, right? In that case, you can stay at my house until we figure things out. But there will be some conditions, Issei stated firmly, his tone indicating that he had certain expectations. Irina looked at him with curiosity, repeating the word, conditions. The topic swiftly changed as Zenobia interjected, redirecting the conversation. Hey, Issei, you attend Kuoh Academy, right? Issei nodded, confirming her statement. Yeah, I go to that devil's nest of a school. Why do you ask? Zenobia explained her reasoning, suggesting, what if we transferred there? It would be more convenient to stay closer to you, and besides, it's probably safer to be in devil territory rather than fallen angel territory right now. Irina chimed in, impressed by Issei's display of power. After witnessing what you just did to that man, I'd say being around you is the safest option. Issei pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose that's okay. Since both of you are human, there shouldn't be any reason for them to target you. Irina interjected with a concern, but I don't think it's possible for us to transfer. Our education is different from what a regular high school would accept. Perhaps if you knew someone on the inside who could help facilitate the transfer, Irina suggested with a glimmer of hope. Issei contemplated the suggestion, expressing his reluctance. I could ask the student council president, but she's a devil, and I'd rather not deal with that mess. If they find out you two are exorcists, things will only get worse. Zenobia let out a sigh of frustration. So, what should we do then? We'll figure it out. Let's head back home for now, Issei declared, his voice filled with determination as he climbed back onto his motorcycle. Reluctantly, Irina and Zenobia followed suit, seating themselves behind Issei. As he revved up the engine, they gripped onto him, and the motorcycle roared to life. They arrived at Issei's house and he pulled into the garage. Irina and Zenobia hopped off the bike, a sense of relief evident in their actions. As Issei guided his bike into the garage, he sensed a wave of relief wash over Zenobia and Irina as they quickly leaped off the vehicle. Take some time to relax. Feel free to help yourself to anything in the fridge if you get hungry. I'll be back in a few hours. I need to check on something, Issei informed them, retrieving his phone from his pocket. He sent a message to Vali, I have some free time now. Did you have something specific in mind for hanging out, or did you want to talk? Vali's response came almost instantly, actually, there are a few things I wanted to discuss. Are you at your house? Vali inquired. Yes, but I can meet you elsewhere if you prefer, Issei replied. Meet me on top of the casino parking garage. I'll be on the roof of the tallest one, Vala suggested. On my way, Issei typed before stowing away his phone. Irina lingered near the garage door, her expression filled with concern. Hey, Issei, where are you going? I'm going to meet one of my friends. Take some time to relax, Irina. When I get back, we'll work out your living arrangements here, Issei reassured her before mounting his bike once more. Parking garage, rooftop. Arriving swiftly at the designated meeting spot, Issei spotted Vala leaning against the edge of the building. She turned her head at the sound of his bike approaching, and Issei parked his motorcycle beside hers, stepping off gracefully. Vala returned her gaze to the horizon as Issei walked toward her. Glad you made it out here. I assumed you'd be busy all day. Did you take care of what you needed to do? Yeah, it was just dealing with a rogue exorcist. A favor for an old childhood friend, Issei explained, leaning against the edge of the building next to her. Childhood friend? Vala responded, her tone tinged with amusement. Issei nodded, yeah, just a girl I knew back when I was younger. Vala's curiosity persisted as she inquired, is she human? Yeah, she's apparently become some sort of exorcist now. She asked if she could stay at my place for a few days, Issei explained. Vala chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. Haha, that's not something I'd expect from you. Why are you helping her? Do you have feelings for her or something? Not really, to be honest. I barely remember her. The last time I saw her, I still believed I was human. I only discovered my dragon heritage a few years after she moved away, Issei replied. So you had no knowledge of being a dragon until later in life. If that's the case, you've only been aware of your powers for less than a decade, Vala remarked, her surprise evident. Issei nodded, affirming her observation. Yet, like I said, I'm not as powerful as Tiamat seems to think. She mentioned that you showed her your wings and emitted a significant aura of power, Vala mentioned, leaning back against the edge as well. Yet, I did that just to get her to leave me alone, Issei sighed, recalling the encounter. Vala regarded him with curiosity. Which one of your parents is the dragon? Tell her you're an orphan and your parents adopted you, Ddraig suggested, providing Issei with a convenient excuse. Good idea, partner. Issei thought, relieved to have a plausible explanation. Well, technically, I'm adopted, Issei responded calmly. Vala nodded, her understanding evident. That makes sense, most dragons would probably feel ashamed of having a half-breed child. But how did you come to learn about your dragon powers? You've only been living in Kuoh for a relatively short time. While some aspects may be instinctual, you seem to possess a greater understanding of your powers than one would expect from a self-taught half-breed. It's highly unlikely that you could have learned to conceal your power and scent on your own. Someone must have mentored you. What makes you think that? Issei countered, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Let us keep composure first. I've noticed a few signs. For one, red seems to be your favorite color. Your motorcycle is red, and Tiamat even mentioned that your wings are red. It can't be just a coincidence. It's a consistent element with you, Vala stated, her gaze serious as she locked eyes with Issei. Oh no. She knows. I can't believe she figured it out. I need to keep my composure, Issei thought, shocked by Vala's observation. He maintained a calm exterior as he met her gaze. I suppose, Issei replied calmly, bracing himself for Vala to expose his secret at any moment. Vala continued her line of questioning, her tone serious. Who mentored you, Issei? Was it the Red Dragon Emperor? Oh no. It's game over. I might as well be honest, Issei thought, accepting the inevitable. Yet, he answered slowly. The Secretary trained you then. Where is he? When did you last see him? Vala demanded, her expression intense. Wait. She doesn't think I'm the Secretary? I thought she was asking if you trained me, Ddraig, Issei communicated with his dragon partner. I thought she had uncovered your secret for a moment there. It seems she believes someone else is the Secretary and that they trained you, Ddraig responded, relieved to have avoided immediate exposure. Yes, he was my mentor, Issei affirmed, playing along with Vala's misconception. Vala's eyes widened in disbelief. That's unbelievable. You know one of the heavenly dragon wielders? When did you meet him? How did you meet him? What's his name? Can you describe him? Whoa, slow down with the questions. I met him when I was younger, and he trained me for about a year. I have no idea what his name was, Issei fabricated, skillfully constructing a false narrative. What does he look like? Do you have any information on his whereabouts? Vala inquired earnestly. Issei regarded her skeptically, gauging her intentions. Why do you want to know so badly? Because Ophis has been searching for him, Vala revealed, her response adding a layer of urgency. Issei let out a sigh, gathering his thoughts before responding, honestly, I have no clue where he went. The last I heard from him, he was interested in seeking out artifacts from different mythologies to increase his strength. He mentioned something about wanting to become stronger to face the White Dragon Emperor. As for his appearance, I can't say for certain. Every time I saw him, he was donning red armor. Keep it up, Issei. Your cover story is holding together quite well. Ddraig encouraged Issei silently. Balance breaker scale male, Vala said aloud, her eyes narrowing in thought. So, he's training to confront the White Dragon Emperor, you say? Issei nodded, affirming her question. Yes, that's what I believe. The White Dragon Emperor must be his intended opponent. Why did he choose to train you then? Were you one of his subordinates? Vala inquired, shaking her head slightly. He trained me simply because I'm a red dragon, and he seemed to appreciate that aspect, Issei replied with a nonchalant shrug. No wonder you possess such fearlessness in this realm. To think you're connected to the Red Dragon Emperor, Vala commented, expressing her approval. If you say so, I think he just took pity on me for being a half-breed, Issei continued, maintaining his facade. God, this cover story has become quite convoluted. Vala and Tiamat are quite persistent, Issei thought, feeling a mixture of relief and disbelief that Vala was buying into his lies. Vala's expression shifted into a slight frown as she looked into Issei's eyes once again. Being a half-breed can be quite challenging. I understand that you probably don't like discussing it, but trust me, I can relate. Curious to shift the focus away from himself, Issei inquired, what is it like for you being a devil half-breed? It's considered a great mark of shame among most devils. In my case, it's even worse since my family is of pure devil lineage, Vala sighed, a hint of frustration in her voice. Is that where the Lucifer surname comes from? Issei asked, tilting his head in confusion. Yes, I am the great-granddaughter of the original Lucifer. My family is the only one that truly deserves that name. The usurper, Surtsk's Gremory, also bears the title of Lucifer. He currently rules over hell. I don't mind that he holds power, but I find it insulting that he shares my name, Vala explained, her tone revealing a sense of pride and discontent. Issei nodded, beginning to understand her perspective. Well, that explains why you have opposing views toward their faction. Vala let out a sigh, her frustration apparent. Yeah, but to be honest, I don't really care about the politics behind it. It doesn't matter to me who rules over hell. However, I do have an issue with those betrayers wearing the names of the original Devil Kings while their rightful heirs still live. I may not particularly like the old Satan leaders, but they do deserve their ancestral names. I can't fully understand your position, but I can grasp your point, Issei responded, observing Vala's irritated expression. Do you see how those Gremory and Sira girls carry themselves, thinking they're superior? It infuriates me every time I come across those arrogant princesses. Yes, I am a devil royalty as well, but the difference between me and them, Issei, is that I had to prove myself to my family and the Cows Brigade. I wasn't pampered or sheltered like them. I had to fight. I had to be strong. On the other hand, they can simply hide behind their elder siblings. It sickens me. Hell has become a mockery with all the rating games and their aristocratic pretenses, Vala expressed with a dark tone. Issei looked at her with confusion. Elder siblings? Yes, the false Lucifer Gremory and false Leviathan Sira, Vala clarified. How powerful are they? Issei asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Vala shrugged nonchalantly. They were powerful enough to overthrow hell. I'm fairly certain the current Satans are not to be taken lightly. At least that's what my grandfather, Rias, believes. He doesn't seem to care as much about the usurpers ruling hell as the other old Satan leaders do, or else we would have witnessed another civil war by now. Chapter 40, Vala Childhood Abuse. Tiamat told me that you are strong enough to be a Satan. Considering she's the strongest Dragon King and chooses to follow you, I believe it, Issei remarked. What I don't understand is how you've become so powerful despite being only a half-devil. Vala responded with a resolute tone, because I have to be powerful to survive. Unlike Rias, Gremory and Sana Citrai, my grandfather would kill me if I weren't stronger than all of his subordinates. Purity holds great importance to him and the others in the old Satan faction. Being a half-breed means I have to work twice as hard for half the respect. I can't rely on anyone to watch out for me except myself. I see, Issei murmured, attempting to comprehend Vala's circumstances. He admired her strength and purpose. Vala had a genuine reason to be strong and fight. Those were the kind of people he respected the most. Well, except for Great Red, who had transcended the need for a reason altogether due to his immense power. So, if purity is so significant to your family, how did you come into existence? Issei inquired, genuinely curious. Vala averted her gaze momentarily. Well, my father is Rizevim's son, and my mother was human. I'll spare you the melodramatic tale of childhood abuse, but essentially, Rizevim disapproved of my father for mating with a human. He also considered him weak and useless. In the end, Rizevim killed my father, a pure-blooded devil, and his own son. You must despise him then, Issei commented. Because I sure as hell would. I do, but not solely for that reason. My father was a stubborn and obnoxious individual, much like the rest of the devil royalty I've encountered. Ultimately, he brought shame upon the Lucifer name, Vala explained. Issei shook his head in understanding. Then why do you still align yourself with that foolish faction if you detest your family? I don't hate my entire family, I only hate Rizevim and my father. They have brought immense disgrace to the Lucifer name. I don't see them as any better than that Gremory usurper. I would have killed Rizevim by now, but Ophis has instructed me not to, Vala declared firmly. Well, that's unfortunate, Issei bluntly responded. Vala nodded, acknowledging the reality. Indeed, but I can't simply refuse Ophis. So, the Cow's Brigade consists of the old Satan faction, the Hero faction, the Magician faction, and the Kliputh, Issei clarified, seeking confirmation. Vala nodded in affirmation. Yes, those are the main factions within the Cow's Brigade. Tiamat and I are technically freelancers aligned with it, although the others unofficially recognize us as leaders. Curiosity getting the better of him, Issei probed further. How did you manage to convince Tiamat to join your side and turn against the ruling devils? Vala clarified, Tiamat didn't really betray them. She has her own goals, one of which is to gain more power and freedom. I convinced her that by following me, she wouldn't have to answer to anyone except Ophis, and that together, we could become even stronger. Tiamat's true desire has always been to surpass me and Albion in power and wealth, Ddraig chuckled in Issei's mind. I find it strange that Tiamat wouldn't inform Vala that she was searching for the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei pondered skeptically. She probably did mention it, but considering Vala now believes that you're the Seker-Uati's apprentice, Tiamat likely doesn't want to alarm you with that information, Ddraig reasoned. Fair point, Issei acknowledged. Shifting the focus back to Vala, Issei inquired, so, what is your ultimate goal? Once you've dealt with your grandfather, what comes next? Vala met his gaze and replied, my goal aligns with Ophis' goal. And what is that? Issei prodded. Vala's smirk hinted at a hidden agenda. You're quite curious about us today. Perhaps reconsidering joining? Issei burst into laughter. Not a chance. Too bad, I really enjoy having you around, Vala said, her smile genuine. Raising an eyebrow, Issei responded, and why is that? Because you're one of the few people I consider a true friend, Vala answered sincerely. Ah, so I'm just your good friend, hey. Lucky me, Issei quipped sarcastically. Vala seemed to misunderstand his remark, looking at him with curiosity. Don't you want to be friends? I mean, if being friends is what you want, then I'm cool with it, Issei shrugged nonchalantly. Vala's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes searching for something deeper. There was an unexplained tension between them as she turned towards him, maintaining their locked gaze. "Why do you care about what I want?" Issei countered, genuinely perplexed. Vala's voice remained composed as she responded, "That is indeed the question, isn't it?" Attempting to diffuse the unusual tension, Issei casually remarked, "We're friends. You're actually pretty cool for a devil." A wry smile crept across Vala's face as she chuckled, "Just friends, hey?" Confused by her reaction, Issei asked, "What?" It suddenly dawned on him, oh no. Did she interpret my words as wanting something more than friendship? Not good friends. Vala continued to tease, her laughter filling the air. "Just, shut up," Issei muttered, his face flushed with embarrassment as he looked away. What was that all about? Issei wondered, feeling a mix of relief and embarrassment. Switching gears, Issei steered the conversation towards a different topic. "So, what did you want to talk to me about here anyway? I almost forgot to ask." Vala's expression turned serious, her lips pressed together. "Well, it was mostly about that Red Dragon Emperor stuff. Call me crazy, but I almost thought you were the Red Dragon Emperor, ha ha ha." "Ha ha ha, really?" Issei forced a laugh, inwardly feeling a shift in his core upon hearing Vala's words. "Tiamat was nearly convinced of it when we were sent to find a dragon in this town. But considering you actually have dragon wings and all, there's no way it could have been you. Besides, I've heard that every Seker-Uti is a power-hungry maniac, and you don't seem like one," Vala laughed. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, That bitch. Issei forced a fake laugh, trying to hide the turmoil inside him. "Haha, yeah, it's quite a crazy situation." His mind was reeling with anger and concern for Great Red. He couldn't fathom why Ophis would want to challenge someone as kind and powerful as his mentor. He clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions as he asked Vala about Ophis' intentions. Vala sighed, realizing that Issei wouldn't let go of the topic easily. "All right, I'll tell you what I know. Ophis is gathering powerful dragons and allies to confront Great Red and reclaim the dimensional rift. She seems determined to challenge him, but the specific reasons behind her actions, you'll have to ask her yourself." Issei's blood boiled with rage, and he thought to himself, how dare she threaten Anarchy? I won't let her harm him or anyone else in the dimensional rift. Attempting to keep his composure, Issei replied, "I see. It's just hard for me to understand why she's doing this. Great Red has been nothing but good to us, and he's not causing any harm to anyone." Vala nodded, seemingly lost in thoughts of a grand battle. "You have a point there, Issei. Great Red is undeniably the strongest being in the universe. It would be an epic showdown if they were to clash. Imagine the glory of defeating such a powerful opponent." Issei's concern deepened, and he couldn't fathom Vala's excitement over the idea of battling Great Red. He's just as obsessed with power and battles as always, Issei thought to himself. But what if Anarchy doesn't want to fight? What if he's content where he is, and he doesn't want to be disturbed? Issei questioned, his voice filled with worry. Vala shrugged indifferently. "That's something you'll have to discuss with Ophis. She's the one leading this mission, and her goals might be different from ours. But as a powerful dragon emperor, it's understandable that she seeks worthy adversaries. She's going down if she messes with Red," Issei thought furiously. Issei's blood boiled with fury at the thought of anyone daring to cross paths with Red. His mind raced with thoughts of retribution against this mysterious foe, but Ddraig, the voice of reason within him, reminded him of the sheer power possessed by Ophis. Despite the temptation to challenge her, Issei knew he might be outmatched. "That's a dangerous path, Issei. Taking on Ophis directly is unwise," Ddraig warned firmly. "Maybe so, but her little army is fair game. Red needs to know about this, and I'll make sure they pay," Issei thought, clenching his fists. Red's reaction could be unpredictable. He might find it amusing, or he might unleash his wrath upon the world, Ddraig speculated. While Issei contemplated his next move, a message notification interrupted his thoughts, and he glanced at his phone, curious about the sender. Volley, sensing the distraction, looked over his shoulder, inquisitive about the message. Issei. Why haven't you replied to me today? Are you mad at me? The message from Sira-fall was filled with crying and sad emojis. With a heavy heart, Issei decided not to respond. It's best not to involve innocent friends like Sira-fall in my personal troubles, he thought. Volley, ever the observer, questioned him about the sender. Issei brushed it off, labeling Sira-fall as just a friend. Seems like you have quite a few friends in your life, Volley teased with a sly smile. Issei shrugged nonchalantly, I guess you could say that. Volley continued playfully, so, have you found a best friend yet? Before Issei could reply, a devil gracefully landed before them, capturing their attention. Both Issei and Volley were taken aback to see a silvery grey-haired woman with braided hair, dressed in an intriguing maid-like outfit. As she cautiously observed them, she retracted her wings, appearing cautious but not hostile. Ah, so you must be Volley, the woman inquired, her tone composed despite Volley's rudeness. We were kind of in the middle of a conversation here, Volley retorted bluntly, not appreciating the interruption. Undeterred, the woman glanced between Volley and Issei before explaining the purpose of her appearance. You're trespassing in Gremory devil territory. We would like to know your intentions. If they are reasonable, then we shall allow your continued stay. Volley's insolent attitude persisted as she questioned the woman's identity. My name is Grafia Lucifuge. I speak on behalf of the Gremory household, she replied calmly. Volley, seemingly unfazed, made a snide remark. Lucifuge, hey? How nice of you to come all the way up here just to talk to me. Inquiring about Volley's devil clan, Grafia's serious expression suggested she might already be aware of the answer. Volley, with a nonchalant air, teased, wouldn't you like to know? Grafia sighed, her patience showing some strain. Just know this, the underworld is well aware of you and Tiamat being here. We don't know what your intentions are, but we will retaliate accordingly if you do anything to threaten this town's safety. Unperturbed by Grafia's warning, Volley declared that she and Issei were leaving. She hopped on her motorcycle, signaling her departure, and Issei followed suit. As they drove away, Grafia watched them, a sense of concern and vigilance in her gaze. Overwhelmed by the situation, Issei contemplated the turmoil he had unwittingly become entangled in. I should just transfer to Kyoto to finish high school. This just keeps getting worse. They don't even know I'm the Sekiru yet, and I'm already wrapped up in this drama, Issei thought, feeling disbelief at the unfolding events. After driving for a while, Volley decided to pull over. You want to do anything else today? She asked Issei. I kind of need to go check on the house for a while. Maybe tomorrow we can do something, Issei replied. Alright, well, I'll catch you later then, Issei, Volley waved before driving off in the opposite direction. Chapter 42, Dragon Scrolls Game. In Issei's house. As Issei parked his vehicle in the garage and entered his house, he wanted to make sure Zenobia and Irina were doing well. To his amusement, he found them both sitting on the couch, dressed in more casual attire and watching a movie featuring a dragon. Curious about his whereabouts, both girls perked up upon seeing Issei return. Irina joked with a nervous laugh, Issei, about time you got back. I thought you were up to some naughty business at some girl's house. Issei chuckled, not at her house, in a parking lot. Things were going great until another woman showed up. The mention of the mysterious woman piqued Irina's curiosity, and she gasped, Issei. Did you actually? Calm down, Issei interrupted, raising his hands in defense. I just had to talk to her about some things. Zenobia, always straightforward, looked at Issei intently and asked, "You said you don't have a girlfriend, but do you have a lover, Issei?" Taken aback by the question, Issei replied, "No, I don't." "Why do you ask?" Zenobia didn't hesitate and stated matter-of-factly, "You would make an excellent father." Issei was momentarily stunned by her comment, blinking several times before scratching his head awkwardly. Thanks, I guess." He managed to respond, still trying to process her unexpected observation. Undeterred, Zenobia continued, "I find you attractive." Irina was taken aback by Zenovia's blunt comment. "Zenobia, what are you saying? You can't just say that to a boy." "Why not?" the brunette asked innocently, not fully grasping the social implications. Issei chuckled, "Thanks, Zenobia. You're pretty good looking yourself." Irina couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Issei, you think she's pretty?" "Yeah, of course I do," Issei replied with a hint of playfulness. Embarrassed, Irina's face turned bright red. I can't believe it. You like her?" Issei tried to ease the tension. "Come on, Irina. You're gorgeous too, and I'm sure you know that. Hot. Are you thinking lecherous thoughts about us? Is that part of the conditions for staying here?" Irina gasped in disbelief. Issei couldn't help but laugh at the misunderstanding. No. It's not like that at all. You don't have to do anything like that." Innocently, Zenobia questioned, "Is it really not necessary? If it is, I can take my clothes off." Irina was mortified by her friend's forwardness and immediately stopped her. "Zenobia, have some shame. So, we're not having sex with him?" Zenobia asked, genuinely confused. Issei's laughter continued, No, that's not part of the deal. But now that we have a moment, I wanted to discuss with you two what we should do." Curious, Irina and Zenobia turned toward Issei, waiting for his explanation. "I've thought it over, and I'm willing to help you both get enrolled in Kuoh Academy, but we need to keep the exorcist thing a secret. The devil community won't react well if they find out about it. That means you'll have to keep your weapons sealed or leave them at the house. To get you enrolled, I'll talk to the student council president and tell her that you're my childhood friends. If any devils approach you for any reason, let me know, and I'll handle it," Issei explained. Zenobia and Irina nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of discretion. "As for staying here, you can stay for up to 2 weeks. My parents are still on vacation until then. We have a spare bedroom with 1 bed, and I have a few sleeping mats, or you can use the couch. Where would you prefer to sleep?" Issei asked. "Zenobia and I have shared a bed before, so we can take the spare bed," Irina replied. "Great choice. Now, I'm not big on rules, but there are a few guidelines to follow. No fighting inside my house, no matter who's involved. If Surtsk's Lucifer or Kokabeel show up, take it outside. Also, don't touch my motorcycle or anything else in the garage. Other than that, just try to keep things drama-free," Issei concluded. "We understand and will respect your conditions, Issei," Irina replied, bowing her head along with Zenobia. Issei's attention was drawn back to the TV as he witnessed a dragon being killed in the movie they were watching. The scene reminded him of the danger Red was facing, causing him to clench his fist in frustration. "What terrible movie are you watching?" he asked, not impressed by the violent content. Irina hurriedly tried to change the channel, explaining, "We couldn't really find anything else to watch." "Well, if you two are going to be here for a few days, you can play games or do something else," Issei suggested with a shrug. Curious, Zenobia asked, "Games?" "Yeah, I've got something for you to play," Issei said, walking over to his TV and inserting a game into the console. Zenobia and Irina watched with intrigue as Issei changed the channel input, and the game started up with an introductory cutscene. Alright, this game is called Dragon Scrolls V, Northrim. It'll keep you occupied until I can get you enrolled in Kuoh Academy, Issei explained. The game's opening scene played out before them as Issei continued, "We should have acted. They're already here." The legends of the Dragon Scrolls foretold the inevitable return of a formidable force. Their initial defeat was but a momentary delay, for the sons of Northrim were destined to face their own trials and shed their own blood when the time after Oblivion opened. Despite the prophecies, few were willing to believe in their existence, dismissing it as mere myth and folklore. Yet, when reality finally revealed itself, it did so in a blaze of fiery turmoil. But, there is one they fear. In their tongue, he is Dvakian, Dragonborn. As the captivating teaser intro came to a close, the game's menu materialized on the screen, sparking Irina's excitement. "Oh, this looks incredibly cool!" she exclaimed with wide-eyed enthusiasm. Issei couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. "Yeah, it's a massive game with a lot to explore. I'm sure it'll keep you both busy for quite a few days." With a playful gesture, he handed the controller to Zenobia, who accepted it with a fascinated gaze. Curious about the mechanics and gameplay, Zenobia asked, "So, how does this work?" "First, you'll need to play through the introductory section to get a feel for the game's storyline. Once that's done, you can create your very own character, customizing them to your liking," Issei explained, hoping they would enjoy the immersive experience. Chapter 43, BCZ I am too badass. In the dream. In the depths of his dream, Issei found himself soaring through an unknown and tumultuous battleground. High above, a colossal red dragon, his beloved mentor known as Red, was locked in a fierce confrontation with an overwhelming army of adversaries. Angels, devils, dragons, and even gods were among the relentless pursuers, all united under the command of Ophis, the infinite Ouroboros dragon herself. Issei's heart clenched in horror as he witnessed Ophis and her forces relentlessly assaulting the mighty Red, who roared with fury, defending himself with unmatched power. Despite obliterating thousands of foes, some of the more potent adversaries seemed protected by a mysterious magic emanating from Ophis. Suddenly, a bone-chilling shriek echoed through the air, drawing Issei's attention to the horizon. There, he beheld a monstrous chimera-like creature with 7 heads, adorned with countless horns and features from various animals. This gargantuan being appeared hundreds of meters tall and leaped into the fray, intercepting Red while he battled Ophis. Issei's fear intensified as he watched the beast's main head seize Red by the back of his neck, yanking the great dragon from the sky. Red fought back fiercely, unleashing cataclysmic levels of power, but the chimera's other heads fiercely bit into his wings and forelegs, immobilizing him. 666 Kun has him held. This is our chance. Kill him now. A voice called out, urging the army to attack. Issei's resolve surged as he tapped into his full power, flying towards the scene with unwavering determination. Countless legions of Ophis' army swarmed upon the great red dragon, attempting to penetrate his mighty hide while the monstrous chimera restrained him. Red. Issei's voice reverberated with desperation as he sought to reach his mentor. Yet, despite his efforts, he felt a disheartening sensation of being unable to close the distance. No matter how fast he flew, the distance seemed to grow farther and farther away, leaving him feeling helpless. No. Red. Issei roared with grief as he watched his mentor fade into the distant horizon. The surroundings dissolved into darkness as Issei continued flying with all his might. Soon, an ominous voice resonated in his ears, chilling him to the core. At last, the Dragon of Dragons is no more. The voice proclaimed with a haunting tone. In the depths of his dream, Issei wrestled with the overwhelming emotions, haunted by the loss of his mentor and the overwhelming force that had conquered the indomitable Red. The sense of helplessness and dread lingered in his mind, leaving him unsettled even as he awakened to the reality of the waking world. No. Red. Issei roared as loudly as possible. The horrifying echoes of Issei's desperate roar still resonated in his ears as he found himself standing atop Great Red's head, floating within the enigmatic dimensional rift. A rush of disbelief washed over him, unable to comprehend how he was now with the dragon he believed he had just witnessed dying moments ago. What? Red? Issei exclaimed in utter bewilderment. Casually, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Red turned to Issei and asked, "What's up, kid? I just saw you die." Issei uttered slowly, trying to make sense of the surreal situation. Red snorted dismissively, "No, you had a lame nightmare." Still processing the abrupt shift in reality, Issei hesitated, uncertain if what he was experiencing now was genuine. "That was a dream." With a gruff tone, Red confirmed, "Yep, that's what it was." "You're still asleep, kid." "Am I still asleep?" Issei asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Red's response was blunt, "Yes, you are. It was just some messed up dream of yours. It's not like you to get scared of anything. You're not turning soft on me, are you?" "No, but, you saw my dream, right? What was that all about?" "I saw Ophis and an army chasing you, and there was this massive monster." Issei trailed off, trying to recall the vivid details of the haunting vision. Dismissing any notion of vulnerability, Red scoffed, "As if Ophis could catch me. I'm too fast and too tough for that." Relieved that the terrifying dream was not real, Issei shook his head in disbelief. "Well, thanks for making it end then. I don't know what that was all about," he said, trying to shake off the lingering unease. Unfazed by the dream's impact, Red chuckled heartily, "Humph, that was a stupid dream. I would never get caught like that. By the way, where the hell have you been, kid? You missed this badass stunt I pulled yesterday. I flew through 3 collapsing dimension portals this time. The explosion was so huge that it destroyed all of those dimensions once. I even put on my dragon shades after I flew away from it. You should have been there to see it." "Damn, 3. I thought you could only pull off 2 collapsing dimension portals at once." Issei exclaimed, thoroughly amazed by Red's daring feat. Red's laughter resonated, exuding an air of unyielding confidence. "Not a chance. I'm too fucking awesome to settle for just 2. It's a shame you were too preoccupied with your mundane human life to witness it," he jested. Feeling a tinge of remorse, Issei sighed, "Yeah, sorry, Anaki. Things have been pretty lackluster back in my world. I know, I've been keeping an eye on it in between my stunts." "Surprised you're still playing the undercover game. Afraid the White Dragon Emperor will give you a hard time?" Red teased. "Hell no. If I ever cross paths with that guy, I'll give him a beatdown. In fact, I'm getting fed up with all the nonsense. It feels like everywhere I go, angels and devils keep bringing their sappy dramas to me," Issei grumbled with annoyance. Red let out a hearty chuckle, acknowledging, "Yeah, I'm sure you'll have a grand time dealing with him and the rest of those whelps. It's almost ridiculous how much trouble I attract, and they don't even know I'm the Seker-Uti yet," Issei commented. The dragon Ddraig interjected, "It's true, Issei. The trouble seems to find you regardless of their awareness of your identity." Amused by the situation, Red chimed in, "Heh, I find it amusing to watch a bunch of whelps attempt to take you on later." "You think this is funny?" Issei gawked, incredulous at Red's amusement. "Absolutely," Red chuckled. "Watching them struggle against you will be quite the entertainment." Frowning, Issei growled, "But you hate it when weaker beings challenge you." Red responded with pride, "That's because I'm too badass to waste my time on them. They haven't earned the right to even stand before me." Issei couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, recognizing the undeniable arrogance of his mentor. Despite it all, he knew that Red's unparalleled strength and unyielding spirit were essential in the battles they faced together. The bond between the young Dragon Emperor and the mighty Great Red Dragon remained unshakable, and they both knew that their adventures were far from over. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, How do these people even get my number? So, you find it amusing when they try to fight me? Issei shook his head in disbelief, still trying to comprehend Red's perspective. Damn right! I get to witness my little protégé build his reputation as a dragon, Red proclaimed with pride. You seriously find this entertaining? Issei scoffed, struggling to understand his mentor's amusement. Red chuckled once again, surprising Issei. Surprisingly, yes. Seeing you take on challenges and grow stronger is rather enjoyable. Interrupting their banter, Ddraig urged Issei, regardless of that, you should tell Red about what we learned recently. Oh, right, Issei said, shifting to a more serious tone. Ddraig and I discovered that Ophis is actually building an army to fight against you, Red. That's why I thought that dream might have been real. Red seemed almost offended by the suggestion. Kid, do you seriously think they stand a chance against me? In that dream, I wasn't even moving at full speed or using my true power. If that were real, I would have turned around and unleashed my full fury, torching that creature and running it over. He declared proudly. Issei shook his head, realizing his mentor's invincible strength. Of course, I don't think they can take you. It was just a stupid dream. Clearly unbothered, Red asserted, let Ophis come at me with her weak little army like that. She knows better than to cross my path. Concerned about the situation, Issei inquired, do you think we should do something about it? Red's response was a rough growl, you're implying that I take this seriously? Come on, kid, really? Miss me with the concern. I thought you were a dragon. Feeling the need to reaffirm his determination, Issei immediately retorted, I am a dragon. You're right, it's nothing for you to worry about. I'm just furious that they even dared to consider such an idea in the first place. Then teach them a lesson. Watching them all try to fight you might be quite entertaining, Red suggested, his amusement evident. Fuck that. I seriously don't want to get involved in all that mess, Issei retorted, shaking his head firmly. Red couldn't resist teasing, yeah, well, you're the one who wanted to go to school like some Raija dweeb instead of doing awesome stunts with me. It was only supposed to be for a few more years. I never expected all this chaos to start happening, Issei protested, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Well, since it is happening, make sure you do me proud out there. I'll be cheering you on the whole way, kid, Red declared, his pride for his young protégé shining through. Issei rolled his eyes playfully, gee, thanks for the encouragement. Also, make sure you're free next week. I'm planning a 4-portal explosion stunt, and your ass better be here to witness it. It's going to be one hell of a burnout. Red bellowed excitedly. I'm kind of pissed I missed the 3-portal one, Issei admitted, feeling a hint of regret. Red's grin widened, relishing the memory, oh, it was the best rush I've had in forever. There was so much destruction. I wouldn't miss the 4-portal one for the world, Anaki. Issei said with genuine enthusiasm. Cheer up, kid, and if your little human life gets too mundane, I'll come visit you, Red offered with a hearty laugh as Issei's vision started to fade to black. Issei's house. Issei gradually awakened to the sound of his alarm clock going off. His eyes opened to see the time on the clock, 10 a.m. on a Sunday. He let out a tired yawn as he sat up in bed, trying to shake off the remnants of his strange and unsettling dream. Good morning, senpai. I cooked you breakfast, you know I wouldn't mind cooking for you all the time if you'd like, the alarm clock's voice chimed, followed by an offer that seemed to be a mix of affection and humor. Issei chuckled and turned off the alarm, knowing that today's alarm clock personality was a love-struck cook. As he got out of bed and stretched, he couldn't help but think about the peculiar dream he had, with Great Red and Ophis in the midst of a fierce battle. Great Red doesn't seem to think they're a threat. I suppose if it doesn't concern him, then I shouldn't let it bother me either, Issei mused, communicating with Ddraig in his mind. You're right, Issei. Focus on your own challenges for now. Your priority is to get Zenobia and Irina enrolled in Kuoh Academy, Ddraig advised. I wonder how I'm going to convince the president to get them in, Issei sighed, pondering the task ahead as he got dressed and checked his phone. Surprisingly, there were no messages from Sira-fall this time. Instead, there were 2 unread messages. The first one was from his parents, updating him on their vacation. He quickly skimmed through it, not wanting to be bogged down with details. The second message, from an unknown sender, caught his attention. It seemed to be some kind of religious advertisement or preaching, urging him to find purpose in life and embrace God and the kingdom of heaven. Issei rolled his eyes in annoyance, wondering how on earth his number got into the hands of such people. Is this some kind of spam or prank? How do these people even get my number? He grumbled. Frustration and curiosity mixed in Issei's mind as he decided to reply to the mysterious sender's messages. His response was straightforward and unfiltered, whoever this is, go fuck yourself. God is dead, and angels are weak. To his surprise, the sender replied again, seemingly aware of Issei's identity, you know about that, Issei-haired. His eyes widened, realizing the situation might be more serious than he initially thought. He quickly fired back, who the fuck is this? How did you get this number? Answer me. The mysterious sender's response was cryptic yet intriguing, you're a nice person for helping those exorcists. You carry God's light within you even though he's gone. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, will you fucking stop that? Frustration boiled within Issei as he growled, seriously, who are you? I'm starting to get pissed off now. The sender's next message was an invitation that caught Issei off guard, would you like to meet me? Issei let out an exasperated sigh before replying, for the love of God, tell me this isn't an angel. The sender seemed to confirm Issei's suspicion, responding, so, you do love God? Yes, I am an angel. Not wanting any involvement with the angel or any other factions, Issei bluntly expressed his feelings, no, I don't want to meet you, and I don't care about anything you, the devils, or any other fucking faction has to say to me. Pass that along to your little chain of command and leave me the fuck alone, you feathered bird bitch. Despite his harsh words, the angel showed concern for Issei's safety, mentioning a powerful devil following him around lately. Issei realized they must be referring to Vali, which further annoyed him. Why does that concern you? He retorted, seeking an explanation for the angel's interest in his affairs. The angel persisted, claiming to be a fan of Issei's and expressing concern about Vala's intentions. Issei, however, remained firm in his response, dismissing any need for the angel's protection. I don't need some sissy angel's protection, but thanks anyway, Issei retorted, feeling increasingly exasperated by the situation. The angel assured him they wouldn't bother him but wanted him to know that they would be watching out for him. Issei decided he had heard enough and put his phone away, face-palming in frustration. Now angels are fucking watching me. There's no way I can go into the dimensional rift if I have to worry about them seeing me now. Can this get any worse? He thought, feeling the burden of supernatural attention adding to his troubles. But the prospect of missing Red's 4 portals stunt was unacceptable to Issei. He was determined to figure out a way to deal with the angel's interference and be there for his mentor's jaw-dropping stunt. I'll work something out to get these spying assholes off me. We have to be there for that awesome move. He resolved, unwilling to let anything stand in the way of witnessing Red's incredible feat. Ddraig brought up the possibility of Heaven's concern over Vali, given her lineage as Lucifer's great-granddaughter. Issei acknowledged that this might be the reason for the angel's contact, but he couldn't understand why they had chosen him as a point of communication. The odd advertisement message he received earlier only added to the mystery and annoyance. How lame! He groaned, feeling frustrated with the entire situation. At least angels leave people alone for the most part, fallen angels, on the other hand, never go away, Ddraig noted, alluding to the fact that fallen angels tended to be more persistent in their dealings with humans. Just as they finished discussing the angel situation, the doorbell rang. Issei went to answer it and was surprised to find both Zenovia and Irina sitting on the couch, already awake. "Morning, Issei." Zenovia greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Issei-san," Irina added politely. Issei couldn't help but smile back at his new housemates. With their presence, the earlier disturbance from the angel seemed to fade into the background, at least for the moment. He was glad to have them around, and together, they would face whatever challenges awaited them in the supernatural world. "I'm looking at the guide here, and it says you have to find this bow before you can kill that vampire guy. It says you need 3 dragon scrolls to progress," Irina said, flipping through a guide of the game. Issei couldn't help but be amused by their dedication. "You two having fun? Did you even go to sleep last night?" "Yeah, we slept for like 3 hours, Zenovia replied, her eyes remaining glued to the screen. Her character in the game was wielding a 2-handed sword and resembled some kind of Templar. Irina and Zenovia were completely engrossed in the virtual world. Then, out of nowhere, Irina gasped, "Wait! Zenovia, isn't it Sunday?" "Oh, you're right," Zenovia said seriously, "we should pray, later." "Well, I mean, it's not like we can go anywhere, and the only church in town is fallen angel territory," Irina trailed off, her focus returning to the guide. "I'm sure God will understand," Issei chuckled. Just as he said that, the doorbell rang again. "Who is that?" Irina perked up curiously. "It's probably one of those fallen angels," Zenovia said nonchalantly, her attention still fixed on the screen. Issei decided to check the front door, and as he opened it, he was met with 2 unexpected visitors. The delinquent didn't say anything during the long pause, and neither did the 2 devil girls. Standing in his doorway still, he slowly began to close the door as they stared at each other. To his surprise, the red-haired devil princess, Rias Gremory, stood before him, accompanied by one of her followers. The other girl had long black hair tied up in a ponytail and wore a passive expression. Issei couldn't believe his eyes. Did they seriously just show up at my house like this? The unexpected guests had left him momentarily stunned, wondering what had brought them to his doorstep. During the awkward silence that followed, Issei and the 2 devil girls stared at each other in silence. The tension was palpable, and Issei contemplated shutting the door on them. Finally, Rias broke the silence, her face turning serious. "Wait, Hyudu-san, may I have a moment?" Issei didn't hesitate with his response, "No," and proceeded to close the door on them. Curious and concerned, Irina asked, "Who was that, Issei?" "Nobody," he replied with a shrug, not wanting to delve into the matter. The doorbell rang again, but this time someone was spamming it repeatedly, creating a loud and irritating noise. "It doesn't sound like nobody," Irina commented with a shake of her head. Giving in to the annoyance, Issei reluctantly opened the door again, only to find the black-haired girl with the ponytail, Akeno, repeatedly hitting the doorbell button with a light smile on her face. Fed up with the incessant ringing, Issei grabbed her wrist to stop her. "Will you fucking stop that?" In an attempt to defuse the situation, Rias spoke up, "I understand you're not really a fan of devils, and I apologize for Akeno's behavior. We didn't come here to start trouble for you." Issei remained skeptical but decided to hear them out. "Then what do you want?" Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Reality for Princess Gremory. Issei could sense Akeno trying to free her hand from his grip, but he held it firmly, making it impossible for her to break free. The tension between them was evident as the black-haired devil girl stared back at him seriously, attempting to use her devil strength to escape, to no avail. After making his point, Issei released her wrist, allowing her to retreat her hand. He then sniffed the air, his keen senses picking up something unusual. You smell like a bird, devil girl, Issei commented, his curiosity piqued. Akeno's eyes widened with surprise, clearly taken aback by his observation. Issei shook his head, I know that smell. Turning his attention back to Rias, he questioned her presence once again, what do you want? Why are you at my house again? Rias hesitated for a moment before responding, so, you did sense me that last time. You're not exactly subtle, he retorted. Apologizing for her previous intrusion, Rias admitted her curiosity about Issei, having noticed him around Kuoh Academy quite often. Issei glanced at her more carefully this time, realizing just how stunningly beautiful she was. Her crimson hair was particularly captivating to him, even though he wasn't fond of the devil princess herself. Rias, taken aback by Issei's compliment, stuttered, what? What are you staring at? Your hair. It's beautiful. Red, especially crimson, is my favorite color, Issei replied matter-of-factly. Oh, Rias replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. She certainly hadn't expected such a compliment from someone with Issei's reputation. Rias hesitated for a moment before continuing, there was something I wanted to ask you. Issei remained skeptical, I'm not interested in joining your peerage. I already told Citrai that I'm not interested in being her servant or yours. Rias appeared slightly taken aback by Issei's blunt response, but she looked down for a moment before gathering her thoughts, I understand that. I am aware of your dislike for devils as well. But, this is about something else. Alright, what? Issei asked, still not entirely sure where this conversation was heading. I'm engaged, Rias began, her tone slightly uneasy. Issei blinked, processing her words, and then scratched his head, good for you? Why does that matter to me? Am I invited to the wedding or something? Am I the DJ? Is this a bachelorette party? Rias sighed, no, it's not about that. The truth is, I don't want to marry him. Issei looked at her with a puzzled expression, how is that my problem? Why are you telling me? Taking a deep breath, Rias continued, I recently challenged my fiancé, Riser Phoenix, to a rating game in an attempt to cancel the arranged marriage. In case you're unaware, a rating game is a battle between two devil peerages. Unfortunately, I don't have a full peerage, and as a result, I'm at a huge disadvantage. On top of that, Riser has a high win ratio in these games. I was hoping to find someone to help me, and Sana suggested you might be willing to assist. Issei's expression shifted from confusion to surprise, you want me to help you in a rating game? Are you serious? Rias nodded, yes, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important to me. He mulled over her request for a moment before a sly grin spread across his face, alright, I'll help you out, but there's something you need to do for me in return. Issei's expression remained playful as he prodded Rias, how would I be any help to you? Rias took a moment to compose herself before answering, you're a dragon, and dragons are highly immune to fire. Riser's peerage specializes in fire. You're also a neutral party, and Sana believes you're more powerful than you seem. Issei shook his head, not convinced, Citrai must think really highly of me if she assumed I would help you. I have way better things to do than assist some devil princess in a runaway bride situation. I already told you, I'm not joining your peerage. Rias persisted, you wouldn't be joining. In the event of a rating game where one member does not possess a full peerage, that devil is allowed to recruit temporary allies as long as it's approved by both sides. I've been given permission to recruit anyone who will fight for me. Not a chance. I gain nothing out of helping you, Issei reiterated, crossing his arms. Rias, feeling desperate, pressed on, I don't expect you to do it for free. I'm willing to give you whatever you want for it. Issei chuckled, seemingly amused by her offer, whatever I want, hey? You shouldn't make promises like that to people like me. The devil princess blushed, looking away, I'm desperate here. What do you want? If it's something I can give you, I will. Is that right? Tell me, Princess Rias Gremory, what do you think a guy like me wants from a girl like you? Issei teased, testing her reaction. Rias looked at him with a mix of concern and curiosity. Money, political support, favors. Is there something you want from me? You're being awfully vague there. Tell me honestly, Rias Gremory, what do you think a guy like me desires from a girl like you? Issei prodded further, enjoying the flustered expression on her face. Akeno couldn't hide her disbelief. Rias, you don't have to do this, not with a jerk like him. Rias averted her gaze from Issei. Is it sex you want? Issei burst into laughter, amused by her assumption. Oh my god, you're seriously that desperate? I didn't think some haughty devil like you would ever stoop to my level just to get out of an arranged marriage. Akeno scolded him. Don't laugh at her, Hyudu-san. You should feel ashamed of trying to sexually exploit Rias. I'm not exploiting her at all. I never said that's what I wanted. I'm just laughing because you assumed you were doing some amazing favor for me by lowering yourself to my level, Issei retorted. Rias looked hurt by his words. Do you really think so poorly of me? Offending your status was not my intention. Issei crossed his arms. Then answer me seriously. Why are you so determined not to marry this guy? Is this not just some game where you're playing hard to get with him? Rias shook her head. He's a complete asshole and a selfish prick. He's arrogant, condescending, and bigoted. He's the complete stereotype of devil nobility. I can't be with someone like that. I would sooner be with someone who wasn't even a devil. Someone like me, you mean? Issei asked, causing Rias to look down in shame. She nodded. I have nothing against you. I don't know why you hate me so much. I don't hate you, Gremory. Trust me, you would know if I did. I'm just pointing out that you act like you're too good for everyone, and I find that annoying. This guy you're marrying sounds like a normal pure-blooded devil to me. How is he different from any other asshole you'd end up with? Issei questioned firmly. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Someone like you. I don't love him, and he's just terrible. He's everything that's wrong with devil society. I know it sounds selfish, but I want to marry someone I love, Rias said sadly. So, you want me to go out of my way and fight your fiancé, for you? What kind of shit is that? It's not like I want to marry you, so why do you expect chivalry out of me? Issei shook his head. I don't, but Rias trailed off, unsure of what to say. Issei interrupted her. Getting married to some shithead is probably the only bad thing that'll ever happen to you. There are real people with real problems out there, and you're standing here like some spoiled little brat having a pity party about marrying some rich douchebag? Deal with it yourself, Gremory. I'm sorry for bothering you then. Rias said dejectedly as she turned to leave. Akeno stood there for a moment as Rias was leaving. She shook her head at him. You're wrong about Rias. Not all devils are like that. Rias isn't like that. She's not the person you think she is. If you actually believed that devils were that bad, then you wouldn't hang around that girl, Vali. Vali actually fights her own battles instead of asking for people to save her. I'll respect your master when she stops acting like some damsel in distress. That aside, Val is only half devil. I'm sure someone like you would understand there's a difference, Issei replied, causing Akeno's eyes to widen. What did you just say? Someone like me. Akeno gasped. Don't feel too bad, I actually like fallen angels more than devils, Issei said as he closed the door on her. As he turned around, Issei saw both Zenovia and Irina standing up and staring at him anxiously. He was somewhat surprised that they didn't interrupt his conversation at any point. Were those devils? Zenovia asked Issei seriously. What did they want? A knight in shining armor, Issei said dryly. Zenovia looked confused. Hey! Did they ask you for help or something, Issei? Irina asked curiously. Yeah, I told them no, Issei said as he sat down. I thought the devils feared you. Zenobia said, cocking her head. They do, but for some reason, they keep trying to get me to help them with stuff. It's really annoying, Issei sighed. Irina smiled, I'm glad that the devils fear you, it makes staying here feel safer. Well, you two have fun with the game, I'm going to go work on my bike in the garage. Give me a shout if you need anything, Issei waved as he grabbed a quick snack out of his fridge. A moment later, he went into his garage, opened it for better lighting, and went over to his toolbox to grab a few tools. He looked at his bike for a moment, pondering, now, how to make you faster. Issei spent the next few hours diligently working on his motorcycle. He was specifically putting on an extra exhaust so that he could spew more flames with his enhanced turbo. As he worked through the gas line of his bike, he eventually checked the tank for any changes. That custom fuel I made seems to be working all right. I'm glad it didn't explode in there or damage the lines, he thought as he saw no visible damage. While tinkering with his bike, he couldn't help but think about how he was going to make it to the dimensional rift undetected for the next week. Deep in thought, he pondered, I wonder, is it possible to use illusions like Red does? What are you talking about, Issei? Ddraig questioned him. Hear me out for a minute, Ddraig, but Red gifted me with some of his own power. Do you think it's possible that I could use it for creating illusions like he can? Issei asked. Ddraig thought for a moment, that's actually an interesting idea. If you could, then it would work in a similar manner to how you restrict your scent and power signature. Granted, for you to project an illusion like that, you would first need to know who that angel watching you is. Why's that? Issei wondered. Think about how you restrict your scent and power, it's willful. You have to imagine it. In order to restrict a being, you would have to know who they are in order to affect their perceptions. At least that's how I would imagine it to work. Granted, I'm just as uncertain as you are about how great Red's power actually works. At the very least it would be good to know who that angel is, Ddraig responded. You're a genius, Ddraig. I'll message that angel right now and find out who it is, Issei laughed. A moment later, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to the mystery angel, I've changed my mind, I want to meet you. Would you be interested in coming by my house today? Did you have a change of heart? The angel messaged back within 30 seconds. No, but I'd like to at least know what my stalker looks like. Issei sent back. Not even 30 seconds passed before he got a reply, I would love to meet you. Be right there. Issei sighed as he anticipated the awkward meeting he was about to have. He walked back inside his living room and sat down on the couch next to Zenobia and Irina. The two of them were still deeply invested in the game. Fuss ro da. Fuss ro da. The two girls shouted in unison with their character on the screen. This dragon shouting power is amazing, I wish I could do it in real life, Zenobia said aloud. Irina looked over at the delinquent with a grin, Hey, Issei, are you a dragonborn? Issei chuckled, well, I do have Ddraig inside me, so maybe I am. Though I don't think I can shout like that in real life. Chapter 48, You find my looks appealing? Zenobia turned to face him as well with anxious eyes. He looked between the two girls and laughed, I guess you could say so. That might explain why you're a dragon, Irina deduced with a fun smile. Hey, Issei, I've been meaning to ask you something since yesterday, Zenobia said slowly. He looked at the blue net curiously, all right, what is it? It's about how you destroyed that Excalibur with your bare hand, are dragons really that powerful? That fallen angel said there were dragons even more powerful than God. Is that really true? It can't be, can it? Zenobia asked doubtfully. Issei took a moment to gather his thoughts before answering, well, Zenobia, dragons are indeed incredibly powerful beings. While I can't vouch for the specific claims about dragons more powerful than God, I can tell you that dragons are legendary creatures with immense strength and abilities. Is it because of your dragon blood that you possess such power? Irina asked, intrigued by the topic. Yes, exactly. As the host of Ddraig, one of the heavenly dragons, I've gained some of his powers and abilities, Issei explained. A heavenly dragon, sounds impressive, Zenobia remarked. It is, but it also comes with its challenges. Having Ddraig inside me means I have to deal with his fiery nature and the instincts of a dragon, Issei admitted. A dragon's instincts? Irina questioned. Yeah, dragons are instinctual creatures, and Ddraig's instincts often clash with my human emotions and desires. It takes a lot of self-control to keep that balance, Issei explained. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Issei got up to open it and found Asia Argento standing there again. Do people come by your house like this all the time? Irina asked, shaking her head. Issei sighed, yes, unfortunately. It seems like I've become a magnet for supernatural visitors. Taking a deep breath, Issei braced himself to meet the angel who had been watching him. He slowly opened the door and was met with a blinding sight. Outside his house stood a woman with flowing blonde hair and captivating green eyes. Her hair had elegant curls at the ends, and it seemed to emit a soft, radiant glow. She wore resplendent golden white armor that gave her an ethereal appearance. 12 feathery white wings adorned her back, and a graceful diadem adorned her forehead. Issei blinked several times, trying to adjust to the brilliance of her presence. I should have worn my shades, he mumbled. The angel smiled at him with genuine happiness. I'm so glad you wanted to meet me today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12 wings? Who the hell are you? Issei blurted out, completely taken aback. I'm the Seraph Gabriel. Nice to meet you, Issei-haired, she introduced herself, her voice carrying a sense of divine tranquility. Issei looked around nervously, aware that having an angel with 12 wings standing outside his home might attract unwanted attention from his neighbors. You should probably come inside before any of my neighbors see you. Thank you, she replied gracefully and stepped into his home. Zenobia and Irina were stunned by the appearance of the Seraph Gabriel. Their faces turned pale, and they almost lost their composure. Gabriel-sama. Irina bowed low immediately, showing immense respect. Zenobia tossed her controller aside and quickly followed suit, bowing in reverence. Great Seraph, Gabriel, what brings you here? Zenobia asked humbly. The angel smiled kindly, you don't have to bow. I simply came to meet Issei. Irina and Zenobia exchanged disbelieving glances, still in shock at the unexpected visit. Irina finally managed to find her voice, seriously. What for? He said he needed a guardian angel, and so I came, the Seraph explained as if it were the simplest thing in the world. He said he needed a guardian angel, and so I came, the Seraph explained as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Issei shook his head, no, I didn't say that, I said I wanted to meet you. I never agreed to that guardian angel shit. You cuss a lot, Issei-haired, you're a bad boy, Gabriel bopped him lightly on the head with a smile. It was almost as if she wasn't even serious about scolding him. He stared at her confused, is something wrong with you? No, I feel fine today. In fact, I am in a great mood right now, Gabriel answered his question out of context. Issei. You can't say that to a seraph. Irina gasped. It's okay Irina Shadu, Issei is a very special person. He's allowed to speak to me any way he wishes, Gabriel explained. I think you're the special one here, he laughed as he shook his head. You really think so? You think I'm special too? Gabriel asked him with a clueless happy smile. Is she socially retarded? She has no idea I just called her stupid. Issei thought bewildered. I know so. You're a very special girl, but I guess with looks like that you don't need much else, he said with a grin. You find my looks appealing? Thank you, Issei. Gabriel smiled warmly. Meeting a leader of the angels sure turned out to be quite entertaining, Issei chuckled, amused by Gabriel's innocent response. Issei. You shouldn't insult her like that, Irina protested. Insulting a seraph is not a wise idea, Zenobia added, shocked by Issei's boldness. It's quite all right, girls. Issei's sense of humor is unique, and I don't take offense. In fact, I'm flattered that he finds me attractive. The feeling is mutual, Issei. I am a big fan of yours as well, Gabriel said with sincerity. The trio of Issei, Zenobia, and Irina all had their jaws drop simultaneously at Gabriel's unexpected remark. Zenobia was confused. What do you mean, Gabriel-sama? Irina, Issei was making fun of you, Irina tried to clarify. Making fun with me? Is that true, Issei? Am I a source of fun for you? Gabriel asked innocently. No, you're not, and I am not attracted to you. Issei protested firmly. Gabriel looked at him with a puzzled expression, but you just said you liked my looks and thought I was special. I did, but it was a joke. Are all angels this oblivious? Issei turned to Irina and Zenobia for confirmation. She's a pure being, Issei. Normal angels don't usually experience or understand negative emotions like that, Irina explained. Man, I thought Gabriel was like the coolest angel in the Bible. I wasn't expecting this airhead, Issei sighed, finding it hard to believe. I'm your favorite angel. Gabriel's face lit up with excitement. No, forget I said that, Issei sighed again. I'm overjoyed that you hold me in such high regard, Issei, Gabriel beamed with joy. Chapter 49, Did I offend you? Issei shook his head, this just keeps getting weirder. Issei shook his head, feeling increasingly perplexed by the situation. Well, I must say that I think you're a good person, Issei. Looking after these girls in their time of need is a selfless act of purity. You're a benevolent person deep down inside, aren't you? Gabriel smiled warmly. Oh my god, just stop already. Issei cringed, not liking the idea of being portrayed as some kind of overly virtuous hero. Did I offend you? Gabriel said, looking genuinely puzzled. Never mind that, why is a seraph like you watching over me? Can you explain that, Gabriel? Issei asked, trying to get to the bottom of her sudden interest in him. Oh, of course. You have a powerful devil deceiving you, and it's been noticed by heaven, Gabriel explained. Issei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you even know what deception is? Of course I do. It's projecting false information and emotions in order to change another's disposition. Lying is a common feature of deception, Gabriel answered confidently. So, you would know if someone was deceiving you then? He asked skeptically. As a seraph, I believe I am well acquainted in detecting such things, Gabriel nodded. Yeah, somehow, I doubt that, Issei trailed off, unconvinced by her claim. Zenobia looked at Gabriel with concern. A powerful devil is deceiving him? Do you know anything about that, Issei? I do, indeed. That devil girl isn't causing me any trouble, moreover, I'm well aware of her true nature. We're genuine friends, Issei affirmed, his confidence unwavering. You do? Ah, I must have misunderstood then. She does seem to hold a greater fondness for you than one would expect from a devil of her class, Gabriel replied, her uncertainty apparent. Yes, I know all about it, and respectfully, I'd appreciate it if you let me handle this matter on my own. Is that too much to ask? Issei sighed wearily, hoping to put an end to any interference. Of course, Issei. If you're aware of her intentions, then I shall refrain from meddling. My only hope is that you don't align yourself with her group, Gabriel responded, her tone softening slightly. I can assure you, that won't happen, Issei said with determination, shaking his head to reinforce his point. Very well. I'll be keeping an eye on you, Issei. You have my blessing, Gabriel smiled, a brief but radiant aura surrounding her before she vanished in a flash of celestial light. After her departure, Irina couldn't contain her excitement and playfully tackled Issei, her eyes wide with awe. Issei, you lucky dummy! I can't believe we had a seraph visit us here. Zenobia chimed in, still trying to process the extraordinary encounter. Irina eventually gave up on trying to push or pound on Issei, realizing he was steadfast in his stance. Looking up at him curiously, she said, "She clearly holds you in high regard. A seraph's judgment of character is significant. If heaven favors you, then it's truly a blessing." "You're blessed, Issei." "Yay, lucky me," he replied half-heartedly, the weight of the seraph's attention still sinking in. "You now have the blessing of a seraph, that must mean you're in God's good graces too," Zenobia added, admiration evident in her eyes as she regarded her friend. "Yes. I suppose so," Issei responded thoughtfully, grappling with the implications of being noticed by heavenly beings. "I wish I had thought to inquire about God," Irina said, shaking her head with a tinge of regret at the missed opportunity. Issei let out another sigh, attempting to process the surreal encounter. "Well, that was certainly interesting. I think I'll go take a shower in the dark." With those words, Issei made his way to the shower, undressed, and stepped into the soothing cascade of hot water. However, despite the comforting sensation, he couldn't shake off the strange feeling of being observed by an angel. Shaking his head, Issei communicated with Ddraig, the red dragon residing within him. "Ddraig, we need to prioritize that illusion spell. We have to ensure that blonde angel won't be spying on me." "Agreed, partner. Let's focus on perfecting the spell for the rest of the day." "It's crucial," Ddraig responded. The following day at Kuoh Academy, Issei dedicated himself to working on the illusion spell throughout the night. Determination fueled him, and he stayed up late to make sure it was effective. Driving his motorcycle to school, Issei felt a sense of relief. "I'm glad I managed to create an illusion spell to conceal myself from that meddling angel. Now, I need to refine it further to hide my power. It'll be useful when I visit Red next week." Upon arriving at school, Issei encountered Valia and Tiamat. The day progressed relatively uneventfully, with no unusual encounters or noteworthy conversations. However, as the day drew to a close, Issei waited for Valia and Tiamat to leave before mustering the courage to approach Sana. "All right, here goes nothing. Let's go talk to Satrai in her office," Issei thought to himself as he entered the student council room, discreetly closing the door behind him. To his dismay, almost all the Kuoh devils were present in the room. They appeared surprised by his sudden appearance, their gazes a mix of anxiety and disapproval fixed upon him. "Hyudu-san." Sana looked at Issei with disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Feeling a bit awkward under their watchful eyes, Issei tried to keep it light. "Hey, don't mind me, just here to talk to the president." Sana looked puzzled. "You want to talk to me?" Yeah, you know, in private," Issei requested, feeling a bit uncomfortable as everyone in the room stared at him in silence. Rias appeared visibly dejected, Akeno had a noticeable glare on her face, Konako maintained a blank stare, while Kaiba seemed neutral. Most of Sana's peerage wore neutral expressions as well, but Tsubasa had a slightly embarrassed smile and a faint blush. "We're actually in the middle of something right now. Rias' rating game is about to start soon," Sana replied, indicating the pressing nature of their current situation. Chapter 50, Sister in Harem. "Oh, well, how long will that take?" Issei asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Several of the devils couldn't help but look at him with disbelief, wondering how he could be so upbeat and seemingly callous in such a critical moment. "It'll probably last an hour or two," Sana informed him. "But what exactly do you want from me?" My childhood friends want to enroll in Kuoh Academy, but they have some rather unusual backgrounds, and you know how challenging it can be to get transfers approved without a little influence. So, I was wondering if you'd be willing to expedite their paperwork for me, Issei earnestly requested. Childhood friends? Sana blinked, slightly taken aback by Issei's request. Yeah, they're just humans. Nothing you guys need to worry about, the dragon within Issei clarified. I suppose I could do that. Sana said slowly, somewhat surprised that Issei would seek something so simple from her. Why should she? You're not willing to help us, so why should we help you? Challenged a white-haired freshman devil in Sana's peerage. Konako makes a valid point, Kaiba chimed in, nodding in agreement. Oh god, please don't tell me they're going to ask me to help Gremory just to get Zenobia and Irina enrolled, Issei groaned inwardly, rolling his eyes at the potential predicament. Sana regarded Issei with curiosity, her offer clear. I would be willing to do that for you, Issei-haired, if you agree to fight on Rias' behalf. Dang, talk about cornering me like this. Should have picked a better time to ask, Issei sighed, feeling a bit trapped by the unexpected turn of events. Before anyone could respond, a vibrant orange-red summoning circle materialized in the room, followed by the sudden appearance of 16 individuals, all devils, with only one of them being male. Issei couldn't help but cringe at the sight of the male devil who stood before them, clad in a hideous burgundy suit, with a slightly scruffy appearance and a self-assured grin. He sported medium-length blonde hair and striking blue eyes, exuding an air of arrogance and cockiness. His coat was casually open, and the white undershirt beneath was unbuttoned at the top. Well, Rias darling, are you prepared for our raiding game? The male devil chimed in with a smirk. Rias responded with a stoic expression, yes. Unfazed by her response, he playfully taunted, oh, what's with the long face, darling? You're the one who wanted this, after all. Rias glared at him, her resolve unwavering, even if you win, I'll never love or respect you. The devil didn't seem perturbed by her words and confidently retorted, you don't have to love Riser, darling, you just have to belong to him. Once Riser has Surtska's baby sister in his harem, he'll be the most respected young devil in all of hell. Then Riser Fenix will have the greatest harem in the world, he boasted. What an insufferable guy. Issei thought to himself, observing Riser throw an arm around Rias, further adding to the tension in the room. With an air of arrogance, Riser turned his attention to Rias' peerage, a disdainful grin crossing his face. Is this your peerage, Rias? How cute, you don't even have half of Riser's. Not that it would matter anyway, because Riser is invincible. Unable to hold back, Issei interjected with a mix of amusement and annoyance, wow, is this dickhead actually referring to himself in the third person? The cocky blonde devil eyed Issei with arrogance, and who might you be? Another one of Rias' temporary fillers, I presume? How amusing, she could only find one. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't laugh at him, Riser. Issei is half dragon, and he's no pushover, Sana intervened calmly, defending Issei's capabilities. Unfazed, Riser laughed heartily and even pointed a finger at Issei mockingly, a half-dragon. Ah ha ha ha. Issei felt his temper rising, but he maintained his composure, retorting, I fail to see what's so funny about it. You believe a mere half-dragon could match the might of the esteemed House of Fenix? Not even a full dragon could stand a chance against Riser. Look at this weakling. The thought of some half-breed dragon challenging Riser's ultimate harem peerage, let alone Riser himself, is laughable. Riser sneered, reveling in his own arrogance. Deep inside, Issei seethed with anger while outwardly remaining composed. No one had ever laughed at him like this, and he couldn't let it slide. This guy is probably the most insufferable devil I've ever encountered. Gremory wasn't exaggerating, Issei seethed inwardly. A harem peerage, you say? Is that why you're surrounded by a bunch of weak little girls? Issei couldn't help but laugh in disdain. Riser's expression darkened, and he shot a venomous glare at Issei. What did you say, you trash? Are you insulting Riser-sama's ultimate harem? You're just jealous of Riser's power and status. You'll never possess the power, women, or fame that I do. Issei regarded Riser with amusement, his confidence unshaken. Wow, so you do know how to talk in the first person, and here I thought you were just an insufferable fool. But let's be clear, there's nothing about some bratty little bitch like you that I would ever envy. All I see in front of me are 16 devil girls. You're the punchline, pal. How dare you insult Riser-sama's manhood? Protested one of Riser's knights angrily. Issei smirked at them defiantly. Yes, I dare. And you, sir, are delusional if you think this is the ultimate harem. Flamer. What did you just call me? Riser's anger flared in response to Issei's remark. Issei responded playfully, oh, my apologies. Would you prefer Riser-chan, then? Or maybe Riser-tan? You have no idea who you're messing with, a blonde girl with distinctive drill curls chimed in, her voice filled with fiery determination. We're phoenixes, immortal birds of fire. Riser-Oni-sama will wipe the floor with some punk like you. Issei momentarily paused, clearly distracted by the girl's unique hairstyle. Are those actual drill curl twin tails? Haha, I've never seen a girl with such impressive drills before. But wait, did you just call Riser your brother? What kind of guy puts his sister in his harem?